Hello. Happy Thanksgiving. Hell yeah, dude. You too, man. Hi, friends. Oh, Guitar, you like my little fucking reminder about Calandra League again? Calandra Exhibition ruined the game. POE2 slow, not like a real ARPG. Oh no, dude. Oh no. I don't know if I have a high resolution image of my stuff. Oh, I actually found one. Holy shit. Upload a file. Documents. Folder. Stuff. 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 You went on Reddit all day? Is it showing? No, why is it not capturing my fucking... No, please. Everything you wrote is sarcasm? I don't think anybody believes it's sarcasm. Hey, yo, what up? It's all true? Look shallow. I can tell the difference between it and D4. You look shallow. Oh, got him. I don't remember where I left off on POE2 stuff. I think I was gonna watch one of the interviews. Diablo cooking stream? Was Kappa? What are you talking about? What Diablo cooking stream? What do you mean? No. Diablo put out a cooking Thanksgiving video? Let me see. Somebody link me. It's a video? All right, link me. I was dinner with the fam. It was a lot of fun. It was good, actually. Then I played way too much Diablo with friends last night. And I'm never going to admit that I made a character that I think I secretly hate. You can't, you're on mobile. Diablo released a cooking video. Is it a cooking video or a cooking cookbook? Is this what you're talking about? Did Diablo 4 really release a cookbook on Thanksgiving in lieu of Path of Exile? There is only one thing that must happen now. Jonathan and the boys must get together and make me a Christmas Spotify playlist. I will accept nothing less, Jonathan, than you making a Christmas music playlist to combat the atrocity in which is this cookbook of delicious meats that the Diablo community is attempting to win me over with. All I'm saying is you and the boys can Mariah Carey and saying, let's be home for Christmas, and I saw mommy kissing Santa under the Christmas tree or mistletoe or whatever it is. But I mean, like, okay, look, listen, like, you know, I'm just saying, bro, like what the hell? Like, this is kind of wild, okay? It's kind of wild. It's kind of why you can literally buy a cookbook and it don't look too bad. But I mean, like, I would love for my POE people to be singing me Christmas carols now. It is almost time. Step it up. But I'm not sure if it's worth it. Do you think POE2 be a game where you can flex your armor, or is it mostly pay to look cool? It's pay to look cool. Something every time I sat down last night. I saw you pop in. Anything that you spend money on, Exo, will literally just be for cosmetics. The thing is, there's two things to note. Okay, so I feel like this is another thing. For anybody starting Path of Exile 2 or has never played Path of Exile before and is spending money on a supporter pack, which I think is a fantastic, awesome idea to get into Path of Exile 2. You know, the basic supporter pack is $30. You get 30 points. And the bigger the supporter pack that you buy, while really good, gives you a lot of points. The biggest downside to points is two things. One, you don't know what type of stash tabs that you're going to need. That is very important. While currently in Path of Exile 1, we have access to tons of different stash tabs, like a lot. And a lot of them will transfer over, we assume, relatively well. Like your gem stash tab will go over really well. Your flask tab, I don't even know what they're going to do with flask tabs now, because there's not flask in POE2. There's like a mana flask and a life flask. There's no like charms, right? So there's no more well, there's no charms in POE1, so I don't know if the flash tab for this becomes charms. You know, premium stash tabs you're probably going to want. Currency stash tab makes sense. It probably transfers over really well. Premium quad tab transfers over probably really well. We've learned that there's div cards, so this will probably transfer over. This, there's no blight right now, so I don't know if this becomes like a weird hybrid delirium tab, you know, and this would be a tab that in POE1 I would tell you to buy with your coins. Like, this would be really good. You know, map stash tab, I don't know what's happening with maps in Path of Exile 2. I can't say for certain. I don't know if this tab becomes like a watchstone tab, a not a watchstone tab, so forth and so on. Essences we've seen, fragments we've seen. Ultimatum is like now really weird because like this is like the way we ascend, so I don't know if like this like ties into something else. You know, we haven't seen delve at all, so like I don't know what's gonna happen to my delve tab. And pretty much the moral of what I'm saying is, if you're going to support Path of Exile, and I think it's a fantastic company to support, and I think buying the supporter packs is really good, and I'm really all about buying supporter packs, and I really encourage you guys, if you have the funds to buy a supporter pack, it'd be really cool. The upside too is every 3 weeks we get a stash tab sale. So if you have all these coins left over and you don't really know what to do, you can wait to spend the coins for a sale. Or we've seen a lot of really cool skins, like a lot of really cool skins and skill effects that are going to be both in Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2, and we don't really know how they're going to transfer over yet. And these really go on sale all the time too. So the biggest thing I'll say is, if you really want to support the game and you see a skin or a supporter pack that looks really good right now, I encourage you guys to get it, because like the cosmetics in PoE are like really good. Like I have an absolute ton of them, and like, you know, they just look really, really, really good. Like you can't go wrong with some of these cosmetics. They just absolutely look fantastic. The only thing I'll say is though, is if you buy a supporter pack and you get coins, I wouldn't use the coins yet. I would really like, I would save every coin that you get. So if you're thinking about, for example, like you had mentioned the $100 supporter pack, you know, if you get the $100 supporter pack and you think this outfit looks really cool and you want this to wear in POE1 and POE2, I think buying this is really good. You get a lot of really interesting, awesome things. But in terms of the coins, I wouldn't spend the coins in POE1, especially if you're going to play POE2. I would really, 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 really encourage you to wait for Path of Exile 2, especially since we know MTXs are going to transfer over, but we haven't seen the full way of everything transfers over. And if you're not going to play a ton of Path of Exile 1 and you're like going to play a lot of Path of Exile 2, or if you've never played POE1 like you mentioned and you've only played you're only planning on playing Path of Exile 2, like buy the tab, get the coins, save the coins, and then wait until you absolutely know like what you're going to need. Because I would really hate for like players who buy a supporter pack and get coins and they see all these videos about you need this tab and this tab and this tab and this tab and you should buy this and this and that, and then none of it's there, and it's really awkward and really weird. But if you're thinking about buying the $100 pack, or you're thinking about buying early access, or you're thinking about doing anything, I think it's a really good solid buy. I'm really excited for Path of Exile 2. I mean, like, I'm clearly obviously like rambling 100 miles a minute right now, but the only thing I'll say is, you know, and to reiterate and drive this point in, is if you're going to spend money, you should definitely just hold on to the coins until there's a sale, or until you know exactly what you want. But that's it. That's the end of my rant. I hope that helped. And I hope you learned something. Dab. Thanks for the follow, man. I really hope that helped. Holy shit, dude, what? Thanks for the sub, bro. Thank you for gifting a sub, homie. Well, that's very kind of you. Because it was a love for the gift arena, bro. Gotta get him hooked early. Dude, for real, for real. I still can't believe there's a cookbook. Check Faustus. Eh. Do 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 do. Look at videos. I want to try that ice trap boss killer, but I don't know how to get that much currency yet. It's gonna be hard. Getting that much currency right now is gonna be a little difficult, especially with like the league winding down. Point spending. You could, yeah, you could just use Sanctum the whole way. You could just like farm Sanctum and just get a bunch of currency. That's probably the best line. Just farm a ton of Sanctum. I think this is the trailer. I think this is what we're going to look at today. I haven't seen this one. I've heard very good things about this one, but it's very long. We might take a look at this. Also, there's a horror game that I really want to play that I might pick up in a little while.
I guess we'll get a little.
So, we'll see. Have you seen or talked about crafting in POE2? I've seen very little of it. I've been studying all year, chomping at the bit to play this game. I mean, just play POE1 for the next week. You know? Just literally just, if you want to play, like, the biggest thing that I'll say is, if you're going to play, or going to want to play POE1, you should just turn it on. What up, bro? What up, bro? I think D4 is really good, honestly. I think D4 is actually pretty good. I think it's only gotten a lot better. All right, half, fuck you. I'm trying one of these dungeons. And I'm selling this fucking thing. Try this? What do you mean? What do you mean, bro? What level did your Necro get to? 85. I just don't like the minion AI. The Necro is 85 right now. Supplies? What I mean? I think the Necro is really strong. It's just boring, to be honest with you. I should have just built the other dude that I wanted to build, but it's fine. But it's really strong. I don't know. We'll see. Buying some MTX for launch. Time to say tire the senior box alert because if I fail to do my Legend for Terra dailies, there will be literally no repercussions. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dude, I really want to try the Bazaar. I've been watching my buddy play it, and it looks really good. Maybe boring for now until group dungeons. Maybe. I just like more active gameplay. It's like really strong. Like it's insanely strong. I just really like more active gameplay. So I can decide if I want to do Pathfinder Infernalist. I didn't take me for a summoner player. I was doing it for the homies. I was doing it more for the boys. You know? There was a moment last night where you went to bed and I couldn't clear a map half. You went to bed and it was a cold immune map. And I couldn't clear the map because the map had fear on it. And it chained feared the minions and they would never attack. So I had no way to clear the map. And I logged on the assassin to go try to do the assassin. And then I forgot I didn't have a body armor. So I tried to put my fortitude on. And my assassin wasn't spec for fortitude. So I couldn't use the fortitude. So I couldn't finish the map. So I had to get on the charger with Boston gear. And I had to fucking charge all over the map. And it was terrible. Because I gave you the armor to use. Which I'm not complaining. I just thought it was very funny. I'm not complaining in the slightest. I just thought it was super funny, you know? What an unfortunate series of events. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I also tried to solo a dungeon and it was going great until I realized the mobs could pierce. And then I got to a group of mobs and one huntress threw a spear that pierced through all the mobs and insta killed me. And I would just like, my facial expression went from to you. But you know, it's fine. Coffee might have been a bad idea at 3 o'clock, but we're in this. We don't care. We're in this. All right, so we'll start with this event or this one, then we'll go from there. If you're a coffee mate, you just drink coffee for go juice any time of the day. I mean, yes, that's the problem. Is it's coffee all the time. Also, thank you guys for the support on today's video. I never thought that that video would do anywhere near as well as it's doing, and it's doing insanely well. And y'all are crazy. He said he's a beast. Uh-oh. All right, so have you guys watched this one yet? Of course. I'm being told there's a gentleman who has access to every single node on the Ascendancy tree and was at the LA event, and instead of choosing to play the LA event, he copied on every single node. I'm off work. I think I'll leave. I think I like this stream. Sounds good, man. Take care, buddy. Dreamcore? Is that? I guess that's who this guy's referring to. Is he under NDA? Is that why he's not talking about the nodes he recorded? He is under NDA or he's not under NDA? Jonathan personally approved all the info going out. I'm checking the inpatient care till the 8th. Uh-oh. I can't wait anymore. Uh-oh. There's new things every day. Well, I was hoping we'd get something, but I mean, I understand it's been the holiday and they just didn't release anything or they're working on things. So, Diablo-like cookbook. Also the weirdest thing. Was one of my favorite comments on the video. Uh-oh. Rax is fully converted. I don't know if he's fully converted. I saw he made a video where he talked about he made a spreadsheet for POE2 alongside POE1. I mean, it makes perfect sense for a lot of these guys to do content from both angles.
Number 1 checking in.
90 months. That's insane. That's insane. Thank you for the number 1 checking in. That's crazy, bro. That's such a long time. That's fucking insane. You and C Wills and everybody from the beginning, dude, is fucking crazy. Rob is the one that I'm surprised by. I mean, it doesn't seem too crazy that D4 people are interested, especially like it's really hard to stand behind a game when the devs are like weird, right? I don't blame a lot of these guys, especially when like the guy for D4 is like tweeting insane shit, right? And to be fair, to give credit where credit's due, like this video for like PoE and all this information's really good. Like just watching this again is just really good, right?
Precious, but impermanent.
Like the game just looks good. It's very easy to understand how like the D4 guys want to come over.
And yet bound to one another.
It makes sense, right?
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal.
Also, that scene right there is insane.
To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
That's Doriani, right? So Doriani's probably a big Pinnacle boss then, which makes sense. Doriani's gonna be a problem. This, by the way, this demon form, every time I see this, this is the most insane shit.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Huh? Has anybody pointed out this is probably the boss zone? And this is probably a boss zone? Has anybody like, is this like a thing? It's a mini boss? This is a mini boss thing? Interesting. They said something about those zones?
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
All right, I'm putting this on.
See ya. So sorry about the delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting.
If I remember correctly,
And-
Doriani appeared during the reveal and as an NPC to Endgame mapping, so he's probably not a Pinnacle boss unless there's some sort of betrayal happening.
Take it away, Gazi, with the intro.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about POE2. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly
I like his style.
there seems to be a
like
lot
his
of hype.
background.
So that's
I think
it's
his
a bit
background's
scary,
really
but I think
cool.
we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10 so far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that I kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and, see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right into it, we're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just pulled from the community that they really want the answers to. But one of the general questions that I had for you was, it seems like there's been more and more an emphasis on exploration and world building in Path of Exile too. You saw things like the skulls on the maps is one such example you've used for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the process that happened when you guys started to realize we really want to have more of a focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story, stuff like that, I mean, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in POE1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through POE1 and they never even realize what it is, like, what the story even was.
No, John, we have no idea what the story is. No, we have.
You really want to have that
we
fantasy
have no
of
idea.
Well, I mean, you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like, you're just like, and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people just people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where like, you know, people would like walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, you know, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. You know, they don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh,
what stuff is out there, John? That's not telling me anything. What stuff is out there?
you know what, this is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. Like, you know, we've tweaked the random level generator. We've done like like to make it so that you've got things like where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this like the particular encounter.
I saw, speaking of dead ends, because it's been a couple of days now, I saw a tweet. Let me see if I can find it really quick. I saw a tweet where Havoc said, in Path of Exile 2, there are a ton of secret areas. Full clearing zones might be a good idea. And he posted this picture, and I saw that the chests are rare. This is a thing now, right? Like, chests have rarity on them? Is this something? Right? This is probably something that, like, we should probably, like, mentally make note of, right? I think it's just really interesting.
Encounters that we have, like you know, like every area we try to have like 2, in some cases there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find, and we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger pool of these kinds of things in the game than what you get the first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the you know, when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like, we don't have that at the moment, but it's like something that I'm very keen to do, because I think that, you know, obviously replayability, you know, if it's an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want, so like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before, there's stuff there I haven't, you know, like just little things. And I think those little things really contribute.
I'm
and we
opening
even
all
started
the
doing that a little bit with POE1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with POE1, we started saying, okay, every league, when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30, just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey, you know, like here's just something.
If they took the gauntlet stuff and put it into the campaign right now, it would make the POE1 campaign fantastic. Like, if they put like Maven on the beach and all that stuff, and they just like tuned it down to not be like gauntlet levels of crazy, it would be insane. Like, actually insane.
Random that I never noticed before. And I think that that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature. Like, when we're announcing the, you know, a POE1 league, it's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things. Like, it doesn't really get anyone very excited. But I think that when you actually play through it, there's just that feeling of like, you know, oh man, I never saw that before. And it just kind of gives you just a better experience. So I think that feeling of just like, you know, just finding random stuff is really important. And we want to do that as much as we can.
That's really funny that you mentioned that, because like, I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing this game? Because it's not in the patch notes. It's always so surprising.
Yeah.
Guys, you want to go with the...
Yeah, I think we just jump into it. We've made a list here to make sure it's structured, because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the past, and we'll try to make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have, we're going to jump into, is that the POE2 is focused a lot on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game, can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, you know, so like every weekend, my friends come over, and I like to show them, like, you know, hey, here's what we've been doing on POE2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up the what's called the asset viewer.
Are all of your friends under NDA, Jonathan? This matters.
like, hey, look at this cool monster, you know, like show them close up and like, hey, look. And there's also the funny things, like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary, you know, of like here's all the monsters in the game, but like you know, we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit, and then obviously when you do that, then that would be a great opportunity to be able to show like all, you know, various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy,
That'd be really
I think,
cool
for people who are wanting to play specters and, you know, to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'd be a really cool thing to do one day. But yeah, we don't have it at the moment. I just think it would be really awesome to kind of show off the work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters. And like, yeah, some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like there's this random guy, just to pick a random example, called a pale fishman. And it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy, like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it.
Yeah.
And like when you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth, and like the idle animation like is like kind of crazy with like all this like, yeah, like there's just stuff like that in there that it's like, you know, like you really don't appreciate that when you just like blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just some random small monster. So yeah, it'd be cool for people to see that stuff.
Confirmed fishing.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the idle animation when we race it as a Spectre. What's the name of it?
That's true. It was called a pale fishman. I actually don't even know if it's in the early access because I think it might be an Act 4 monster. So
No!
yeah, in fact, and the other thing as well is when I give names like these are like internal code names. That's like the name of the folder that someone put it in, rather than like the actual like lore name in the game. So I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but you know, yeah, it's just it's pretty interesting to see some of that stuff.
You know, and speaking,
I'll see if I can find it.
speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you about the cinematic. Was something that I wanted to make sure I ask you about, because it's kind of the first, you know, full like major cinematic that, you know, has really been revealed so far. So was it difficult doing your first cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Absolutely. So yes, it was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. You know, like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and like, you know, there was a New Zealand
he wrote
company,
the cinematic. It's pretty cool.
who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long. You know, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, you know, like I mean, they did a really good job, you know, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like. I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is to like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, you know, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like, I want the content to be really awesome, but it's like in terms of just the raw, like, you know, like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on these cinematics, right? Like we're not at that level. So you know, we're not there. But I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of, you know, I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here. And you know, like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking about a lot about you know, the Riddick movies.
Yes.
Where you've kind of got the thing where, you know, the classic, like, you know, like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. I was like, okay, how are we going to do this? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about as we were writing it.
That's really interesting. I think the cinematic also really set the stage, like he said really nicely. After watching the cinematic and just seeing like how they just like didn't hold back and they just said all kinds of insane shit, I don't know, man. It feels like they've got something really well up in their
Riddick
sleeves.
series, that was the first movie I introduced my fiance to when we first met.
Right. Yeah,
probably not the best choice.
And also it also has that sort of idea of the flip of you know, like the you've got the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So you know, I was pretty happy with that one as well.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
I think I forgot to post
So
this,
yeah,
but
it was a
live.
lot of fun.
Absolutely. Moving on to the next question. For clarification, this is a kind of a big one, a couple of mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals, if you die, you can't go back in, as well as experience penalty still being a thing. So we'll start with those two.
Yeah, so basically when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map. And I think that that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in POE1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat. Like we just really don't want to make it so that you just effectively, like, I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. Like you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also don't want to make it just one portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but all the map devices that we've already sold, those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that, so that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So yeah, there was a lot of discussion around this though, but at the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be like one life. You have to survive it. You actually have to properly kill it. But of course, we can make those encounters harder because of the fact we don't have a map boss in every area. So we get to ideally have that.
The actual like truth about the 6 portals and MTXs is really good. But I hate to say that I like the idea of the 1 portal, especially for bossing. Originally, I was very against it, and then I think after like spending more time learning bosses and trying to do boss encounter stuff, I don't think it's terrible, but I still don't think it's great. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be frustrating with 1 portal per map. If they remove bullshit one-shots, it won't be bad. I think... Yeah, it's a very 50-50 thing that I think it's going to be one of those things that we have to play and experience. And if we can get over that weird, awkward hump, it'll be really good.
That's still being fine.
What about experience penalty when dying? Is that still going to be a thing with us?
That's actually a very good question. So we removed it from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything. And then at the time, we were like, oh, but in maps, you get 6 portals, so therefore, we still don't have it. Now, it's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about, honestly, for like a little while now, so it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it is because it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is like it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about like I mean basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit, but yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because.
But isn't the race to 100 like just like small group of homies that like don't die anyways? Wait, am I wrong? Like, if I'm wrong here, like, tell me. But like, I don't know. I just feel like the racing community, maybe unless they're planning on doing more race stuff, then it'd be interesting.
Like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not losing experience and just like die, it's like you get to 100, but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So, that's kind of the reason why it exists.
That's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
All right, so okay, a few things about this. So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. And what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of, and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency. We've got 2 players because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops. So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, Well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Oh, wait, is it even 50%? It might be. Okay, I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we can not increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that when you, the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number like 28% if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual, what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want and not as much of the garbage that you don't want, in order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten. So I think that system works very well in terms of just making it so that you get the right items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not drop as many things, but make sure the things we do drop are more important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like the as I said, just part of that philosophy there.
I think if they make it so that rares that they drop on the ground are impactful. Yo, thank you for the resub, bro.
Hi, how are you, good sir? Thanks
good.
for the content.
How are you, good sir? You're very welcome. Trying to do my best to get caught up on as much POE2 stuff as I can without like doing too crazy. But it's really interesting to see, like hearing especially like this section right here, like if the loot that's on the ground is infinitely more impactful, then I'm very excited, right? So potential crafting bases, yeah, exactly. Yep.
I feel like there was another part of the question that I've forgotten now, so maybe you can remind me what it was.
The last part there's 2 more, but one of them was let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies.
Oh,
What
yeah,
happens
yeah.
to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player?
So I think that we usually use temporary. I think temporary allocation is still. I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in POE1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the timer expires. And if it's permanent allocation, then obviously it stays like that. Although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent. I assume. I don't know if we've actually done that. Oh, it does work that way. In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in POE1 in this regard. So that should be fine. Yeah, I mean, effectively like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like changed a huge amount in that particular regard. Yeah. So actually, what was the last part there?
Last one has to do with trials. Now we've only seen Sanctum and Ultimatum work.
Converting ES to mana as Monks of Chaos doesn't bypass ES, and only spending 1 Ascendancy and a leech will be key unless the Keystone is too far away. Somebody commented on the YouTube video today and said that Eldritch Battery doesn't work the same and it's bait. And they were like, I can't believe you talked about Eldritch Battery and you didn't see it. And I was like, can you link the new Eldritch Battery then? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't personally seen it. I just, maybe that's my mistake, assuming that Eldritch Battery worked exactly the same. I'm actually going to go look now. Did he edit his comment? No, this is somebody else's comment. I forget the name of the keystone, but you can convert all ES to mana. Eldritch Battery is not the same at all. What does it do then? How much craft items would we bait? Because we think it works like POE1? I mean, I'm not going to anything thinking it's POE1. I'm not. That's why you approach it with a fresh set of eyes. It converts all ES into mana, and by judging by the new formula for scaling damage with Fizz to LE Chaos conversion, I believe we won't be able to scale percent increase ES. Eldritch Battery is converted ES to mana. Okay, so this guy commented on the video and said it converts all energy shield into mana, and judging by the new formula for scaling damage, how do they know what the formula is? With Fizz to LA/Chaos conversions, I believe we will be able to scale percent increase energy shield if we take Eldritch Battery. Wait, that doesn't make sense. So, what? Wouldn't percent increase energy shield convert then to Eldritch Battery? Am I just dumb here? Does that not work? Does that not make sense? Right? Didn't Jonathan say it all makes sense?
There are all sorts of things to discover. You may even find a lonely man who will give you a unique item for free. Each in-game mechanic needs to have a Pinnacle in-game encounter. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2.
I've covered some of the POE2 keystones in videos about their particular section on the tree, but not all of them. So this video will serve as a full overview of every keystone that will be on the tree for POE2's early access launch, showing where they're located and discussing exactly how they work. So here we are. Eldritch Battery is in a very similar place to its location in POE1, but its modifiers are massively changed. This keystone will now convert all of your energy shield into mana. That is wild. We know that in POE2, mana is going to be much more of an interesting mechanic.
Wait. That explains this. It works. That explains why this is a thing. It all makes sense. No, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. It all literally makes sense. Right? So if you convert all energy shield to mana and all leech is instant, and mana leech also recovers energy shield, you might not even need this node, right? Because it's all just converted. So if we convert all of our energy shield to mana, that means anything that would scale energy shield scales it. Right? That would make sense because, like, if percent energy shield didn't scale mana, then this node wouldn't do anything. That number 3 node won't work with EB. Yeah, you just don't take it. Then you just don't take this node, right? Like, then you don't even need this node, which makes it even better because then you can go this to double your chaos resistance, assuming you don't take CI, assuming CI works the same. Right? So you go this, and then maybe this and this, or like this and this. Just freeze up 2 points. That's even that sounds even more insane.
Chaos Inoculation finds itself in the same location in POE2
It's the same thing. Maximum life becomes 1.
as it was in POE1, and it also does exactly the same thing. Your maximum life becomes 1, and you're immune to chaos damage. In
I just don't know if the skill point trees for ES will affect mana via Eldritch Battery. It has to. It literally has to, right? It doesn't make
Eldritch Battery
It doesn't make sense.
is in a very similar place to its location in POE1.
It doesn't make sense then to convert. Like, if percent ES scales energy shield and then you convert it, right? You get a ton of energy shield, and then further, like, what would be the point of converting your energy shield to mana if percent ES didn't scale mana? Right? It doesn't make sense then, because there'd be no reason ever to take this. So percent energy shield has to scale. But it might just change the wording altogether. Like, if you convert energy shield to mana, and then you take 100% more energy shield, it might just be converted then internally to say 100% more mana. Right, too much unknown right now. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
But its modifiers are massively changed. This keystone will now convert all of your energy shield into mana. That is wild. We know that in POE2, mana is going to be much more of an interesting mechanic on the average build, as all characters will have access to their full mana pool to make use of unless they're using blood magic. Eldritch Battery is going to be a way for characters to gain incredible amounts of mana, which will be particularly useful with Mind Over Matter, which now makes 100% of damage be taken from mana before life. There's potential here for a character to use this keystone together with Chaos Inoculation.
Based on wording, you're scaling percent ES, but have no ES because you're converting to mana. Because it will just convert to mana. Right? Because anything that would scale ES would just turn in, like, you have to have a percent ES that's being converted to mana, right? So you have a base number that has to get scaled to become mana. So if you scale the one number that then is converted, it's just a matter of where on the conversion that happens. Where's Mind Over Matter? I don't know. Where is it in this guy's video?
Hello guys.
It just doesn't make sense for it to happen after the conversion, because then you would only get like 50 fucking energy shield, right? You would only get the energy shield that's like on gear, right? So if you scaled your gear, it would then convert that, which wouldn't be anything, right? Dude, this guy milked the shit out of these. This is the most annoying, dude, bro, this is fucking straight tilt. Hey, yo, hey, yo. How's it going? We're chilling. Oh my god, dude. Why are these in fucking 18 different videos?
Their full mana pool to make use of unless they're using blood magic.
It's in this video? Where is it in this video? Oh, it's 1806. I'm dumb.
Keystone. Mind Over Matter is pretty much located exactly where it was in POE1.
That's not that
but
far
it now
away.
makes
What do you mean? What do you do? Fucking drugs? This Reddit image is outdated. This is outdated. This wheel right here is this wheel. Mind Over Matter's right here. It's not this image is outdated and doesn't show it. Because this wheel right here is right here. Bro, this whole fucking section of the tree is outdated. Look, this entire section right here is moved down over here, and all of this was added. That's crazy. Does he not have like a large overview? Just gonna sleep for a week. So it's here. This big circle. Okay, so that's CI.
Eldritch.
You planted it 6 months ago? Okay. So this is CI. And this is mom. So route 1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 nodes away. And then route 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So this is 17 nodes away. You have Lightning Strike Trickster? I do, but it's not good. So it's 17 nodes right now between the two. Tool Joel sockets? I didn't even look. I didn't even look. Dude, it's so... Bro, it's so much further in this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's still 14 nodes. This is still 14, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then if you go this way, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You're probably not going to take CI forever. No. No, you just take it like super duper 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 late. And that's what I was saying in the video today, that like it's probably going to be one of those things that you like need a monstrous amount of gear for, because there's this, right? So all you need to do is get to what? 35, 40 to go to 80, plus 10 puts you at 85, right? So you get to what? 42, 43, positive 43. You don't even know how much ES or mana you can get as well. I mean, the conversation started with the conversation. I don't know if you saw the beginning of the conversation, but the conversation started with a bunch of people who were just like,
Chaos Inoculation finds itself in the same location in POE2.
not Eldritch Battery. The conversation started with Eldritch Battery.
Eldritch Battery.
Because the conversation went, and I don't think it works this way. Chat was saying that converts all energy shield to mana, and they were saying that %ES nodes won't scale mana. And I'm saying that you have to have %ES nodes scale base ES to convert to mana. So there's a conversation on will percent ES nodes even scale mana, and if you could double dip between the two to scale. Because Avatar of Fire doesn't work. How does Avatar of Fire read? That's not the same thing at all. 50% of physical, cold, and lightning damage converted to fire. They specifically stated that you can't double dip. So then what's the point? So then how would this node even work then? Because you just wouldn't have energy shield to convert then. Like, this wouldn't do anything then, period. It's just a dead node. If percent ES doesn't scale, then like, what's the point? Unless it only scales percent energy shield off of gear. It would be base. Base what? You would have no base energy shield because the energy shield is 0. Like, where are you getting base energy shield from? Base ES on your gear? All PoE logic says you'll scale ES before it's converted. It's the same as converting Fizz to cold. Any Fizz node will convert base Fizz before converted. That's how I look at it. This is one of those things where, like, we really need the game to be out. And I think we're just going to go in a circle. Speculative, but presumably so. They have stated that for converted damage at least. It'll definitely be interesting to see for sure. If you convert Fizz to fire, increase Fizz damage doesn't convert your damage. Interesting. So then, does increased Fizz on weapons not work? Then what's the point of ever converting? Right? Like, there'd be no point to ever convert elements to damage types, because if the percent Fizz doesn't work, then what's the point? What's this guy trying to buy from me in fucking Project Diablo? Message? Are you not a Blade Sentinel Sin that can farm declone and is selling his character on a website for real money? I said no, and I've sold most of my Sin in-game high runes, so how can I be selling her gear for real money if it's been sold for high runes in-game? How many Blade Sentinel Sins are in the season that can do declone? Only me? Help, please. I told them to look at my logs and check IP addresses, and I see no high runes or high value items have entered or gone from my account without proper in-game pay, but they ignored me. What the fuck? Dreamcore says that in the video. Dude, it's hard to watch the Dreamcore videos. They're too split up. They're too all over the place.
Version, the 2.0 version of it. So the real question is two ones. One is the Sanctum no-hit run, and the questions are, what happens if one player dies, if 2 players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum,
I was supposedly surprised that with the email saying I was invited to P2 early access out of nowhere. I hadn't realized I spent that much money in the game over the years. Welcome to POE2, brother. Welcome to POE2. Like Fizz convert tornado shot's better than LE tornado shot. They don't want convert to be double dipping damage increases. I'm curious to see how it all pans out. But it's more than any other game you've ever played. I spent 40 bucks at POE one time, but I threw 9 of them for POE 2. So they get their earnings. Uh-oh. Attributes are more impactful.
Like the map, well, sorry, to be technical, the map owner, but, you know, effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress.
I didn't even see my invite. I got it too. Friends, if you have no idea, by the way, if you've been invited to Path of Exile 2, if you have no idea that you've been invited to Path of Exile 2, or you need to check that you've been invited, you literally click on this message button, and this message button will have an email. This email will contain all the information that you need to get Path of Exile 2. You then go to your POE2 account, and then go to Path of Exile 2 Early Access, and this will have everything that you need in it to be able to start playing the game. There's even a Path of Exile redeem page where you can turn in, or you can claim your Path of Exile 2 key, and that can be located. I'm grabbing it for you right now. You can literally go to this link here, which is pathofexile.com/shop/redeem key, and put in your key here to check if you have eligibility for Path of Exile 2. Like where it says early access. No, you'll get my key.
So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through and ascend, that there are like you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. So yeah, there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff, but yeah, that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as working out those things. Mark really is like so. One thing I should mention is that Mark plays like. I could be wrong about this, but I think like 90% of the time when he's playtesting multiplayer, so he's the one who really cares about getting all that multiplayer stuff exactly right. Whereas when I'm playing, I'm like a solo player all the way, right? Like I just, for whatever reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally with the both of us paying attention here, we should make sure that things are good in both solo and multiplayer. But yeah, he's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So Since we're talking about loot, there is one question that people had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get magic find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like, you know, more rares. I mean, it does do that as well, don't get me wrong, like you're still getting more rares, more uniques and so on, but we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily in a character, but also because you know, when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that stuff is adding rarity and not quantity. So effectively, you need to make sure that rarity is something that that really increases the power. So the way we do that is there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this, but there are 5 tiers to start with that you don't see, that you can't see, that change anything, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances that you get certain things. So they, for example, you're getting you know, chances to upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of not spawning items with base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top, and like these kind of things, while also increasing like you know, magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the like it starts to open up, like those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much magic find you have, right? You don't need magic find to get this. It's just that magic find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall, but at tier 5, it starts to modify the properties of unidentified items, and that's why we have to start marking the rares as being like, and so that's when, so when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled, and then so the tiers going up from there, each of them say, you know, T2, T3, T4, T5, and what the reason why we have to say that is because when this item dropped, we clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher they can go. So if you get a T5 rare, the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you're going to get on it, the damage you're going to get on it, this kind of thing, are going to be top notch when you see that. So effectively, And the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, like, because the number of items that drop aren't really increasing, you need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how valuable is the thing that I just saw. And so showing those tiers on the rares also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, you know, 5 or 6 T5 rares drop, you know you got a really good hit, whereas if you see a bunch of like T2s, you know you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling of being important. It's actually really interesting because we've been fighting so much this thing of like the way that you made, like a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But the problem is that like it really is kind of an annoying element, because like while it can feel good, it's like it's just people want, then, you know, they want to use loot filters and they want to use all that stuff, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, that's great and everything, and we'll support that, and that's fine. But like ideally we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place. And so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like literally covering the screen. Now, I mean, there's still room for like dropping a lot of stuff, right? I mean, like we want to make sure bosses feel like, you know, there's a good list of stuff there, but it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like you know that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get, like, you're not seeing very much anyway, so it really is all about the value. So it's not like it's impossible. We just need to make sure that the game is doing that as a matter of course, rather filters. Oh, sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there.
If loot falls and says a tier on it, and I know it's good, I'm gonna lose my mind. I swear to God. If loot is good on the ground and loot feels good to pick up, log in, baby.
But
all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we were going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters? Sounds like support.
Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in POE1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that.
Still want my tinks.
You know,
tinks come specifically from loot filters, and Neversink already said that he was keeping the tinks in, but loot filters won't have good support for 2 to 3 weeks. You'll have very basic stuff, but you won't have the tink stuff for like a good week or two. Like you'll get basic support off a loot filter. It'll take like a good week or two for him to even make it.
You know, if you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main reason people will use them for in POE2
More
is not so
mods.
much filtering things away, but more highlighting things that are valuable.
Also, you're not getting like, from my understanding, we're not getting POB for like ever. Well, not ever, but it's going to be a while before we even get POB. Let's hit local identity, right? Local identity hasn't even tweeted in almost a month.
That you might not.
It's definitely not happening. I mean, to my knowledge, they don't have the information ahead of time.
Otherwise recognize, you know, because like they might be higher base types or things like that. Like a lot of people have filters that like highlight certain things that might be good for various reasons. So, you know, things that have like some, for example, people might like want to be doing things like, you know, like I know that this, you know, like things like, you know, items having sockets and stuff, maybe you want to change the text color when that happens or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to try to make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not. So therefore we try to like not do too much of that stuff, but obviously players, you know, come up with their own schemes for what they think is important. So then I suspect they'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't.
I wish I was more intense of a gamer so I can dive in hard. The problem with diving in hard is literally what we just saw happened. Right? We just took a look at this, for example, and this is already outdated. And I'm not saying it in a negative light. I'm just saying that the problem with being an intense gamer and diving into this shit is like, this, like, we get this information where shit is, and then it's just all outdated in a day, right? So, like, you can dive in all you want and, like, look into shit all you want, but with how fast it gets outdated, it's just, like, meh. You can try your own thing. I mean, that's what I'm doing, right? Like, I'm very adamant about, like, that's why I'm playing Monk, because I want to play Monk, because I made a video about it a year ago.
So much a question,
I still want to play
it for me personally, but I really appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the the PoE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there, namely the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of in early access. We just, at some point, look, we really wanted to launch with those 2 classes. We expected that we would be launching into early access with those 2 classes, but at some point it was just like, we and I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class. I think, it takes a lot. It's because and the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't, because you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it, that there's passive tree stuff that supports it. It's like a whole thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task.
Even if it doesn't work, you might identify a particular skill item passive interaction that leads to something new and strong. The discovery is going to be fun. That's one of the things that I was saying in the video today that I put out on YouTube, where like, I think it'd be really cool, especially with like having your character to be able to play and like pick an Ascendancy for your monk or whatever class you're playing. And then you find this awesome item that would want you to change your Ascendancy or build around it. And I'm in the same boat where like, I'm really excited about the exploration of POE2 and like finding all the new stuff and trying to like build around it. I think that's going to be really, really cool. Fun. Yeah. This thing, F is for friendship, you and me. N is for not being a Sour Patch fucking pansy sad boy thing. Have fun.
So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have one form that we still need to get finished. There's there's still some more skill work to do there.
Fuck this
The
shit,
Huntress,
I'm out.
I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other sort of finishing work around like tying it into all the other systems, making sure everything's good that we need to get done. And it won't take us too long, but at some point we just had to say like, hey, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So, we decided to cut for now, get to it later. And, we make these kinds of decisions all the time. There's like a ton of content that's like, we're trying to get it in. We try as hard as we can. And then we're like, oh, you know what? We just couldn't get it in. But I think, that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
when
of...
you say
Sorry,
one forum, yeah, like when you say one forum, could you like give us a number? How many forums are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the Druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around, like that kind of. I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the on the Ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things, bits and pieces like that around the place, but the Druid sort of has three primary forms, and that's because we want to try and like the other classes, we want to make sure that there's combos between the forms as well. Like there aren't it's not just like a reskin melee, right? Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them that they can kind of you get the cross class kind of even within the archetypes of the class synergy like that. So the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it actually. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go on, spoil it.
I'm
more than welcome to.
So this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
So I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have no doubt of that. It's every time we change anything, huge passive tree changes are a result. It's taken a long time to iterate to even the point we are now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. Actually, one other thing I might mention, just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, but the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually 3 variants of the starting part of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the Witch and the Sorceress. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get one variant of the starting area, and if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then there's a third variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. The reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had one variant for everyone, the witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem immediately. And the other thing it kind of also was just like, when we realized that we could swap those 2 out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a third variant as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes would all be incentivized to go there and take it, because it's like too powerful, if you know what I mean. So effectively with that, we can like balance because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area. So effectively you can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works a little bit better. So there's not going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and a few cases like the sorceress and witch where we just have to make sure that for new player clarity we can make sure that it's like just the stuff they're going to want and not the stuff for the other class.
That's interesting. That's really, really, really interesting. Very interesting that the tree is going to change based on what you pick. So now, for sure, when you put out a video and you tell them to click Marauder and they click fucking Ranger and they go to the starting nodes where the starting node should be and them motherfuckers ain't there,
So as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's
yeah.
That's an
Thank you to
interesting
follow.
tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and you know I got to ask because you said classes and content coming to the game. I am a notable Blight enjoyer. So
Yep.
you know, I'm going to ask. Can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some hopium copium that maybe Blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here.
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that would be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that Blight will need a new reward system, and we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying. Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're going to hit the minion rant section, so don't worry about it.
He said a Blight
a
login. What would you like to see that the rewards have been moved? That's really interesting. Maybe Blight would be a way to synthesize amulets or weapons. Yeah, to just like add like kind of like Blight would be like a tincture thing, right? Like that's how you would just like say tincture your weapons going forward. You would coat them in an oil, like a poison oil or a frost oil. Fractures? I don't know about fracturing. I like the idea of like having Blight be like this like weird alchemy thing where you can create all kinds of like weird potions or weird ways to like enchant your gear. I think that would be really good.
Answer the question, and it is how many ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as POE1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last
fossils,
3 you can get throughout campaign. 3 sets of 2, I should say.
You can
so
break
6
it.
points throughout campaign, and then the last one.
Runes. I think the Calgarian's gonna have the rune crafting stuff. I definitely think the Calgarian's gonna have rune crafting stuff. I can't see that being a Blight thing.
An in-game to be able to get.
All right. The other question we have here is POE2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to POE1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of it in the reveal, but could you elaborate
Replacing
on it?
flask and tinctures with like replacing kindling orbs? That's what the charms are for.
Well, so first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, right? Like before we did our whole endgame push, I think that in recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in POE1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly. It's a little bit hard to say because, the way that this can go down, I mean, look, we think we can know, like, all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get, like, masses of players because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like, it's like, okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and all these sorts of things like that and, like, get all these packs. But the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can, like, do all of the juicing mechanics that POE2 has to offer at the same time continuously? And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to say what they can do. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same time. The question is, can you do that every map or can you do that only some of the time? And I honestly...
We had this problem very recently with the Scarab changes. When did Scarabs change? Was that this league that Scarabs changed, or was it the previous league that Scarabs changed? When they added the weird divination Scarab and stuff like that, was last league, right? That wasn't Settlers, it was the league before. Chat, I'm turning to you. My brain is mixing leagues up now. It was 2 leagues ago, but they changed them again for this league. All I remember is most Scarabs were dirt cheap. No. Listen to what I'm saying. Don't just say they were dirt cheap. That's not what I'm saying. There was a league where Scarabs changed and everybody was trying to do things, and Scarabs were bought up by one group or 2 groups, and it was impossible to get certain Scarabs. And I want to say it was Affliction League. I want to say it was last league. And it was impossible to get certain Scarabs because the Scarab was like 20 divs a Scarab or something like that. And there were so few of them at the beginning until we found the barrel strategy, and juicing was unobtainable to the masses for like the first 2 or 3 weeks because groups would just buy everything. And I remember talking to, what's his name? I haven't seen him in a minute. The guy that I grouped with, Shoto. I remember talking to Shotokin, and Shotokin was talking about, was it last league? Okay. I remember Shotokin was telling me that the group play was unobtainable for most groups because Scarabs and juicing was just so hard to get the materials because there was just so few of them on the map, or so few of them dropping. And it's going to be really interesting because if he's saying that he doesn't know about like the sustainability of juicing, that gives a little bit worry to like the amount of loot that's going to fall right off the bat until people start to figure it out. It's just like one of those like really interesting things that he mentioned that like makes you wonder. I mean, granted, this interview is 4 days ago, so I'm sure a lot has changed in 4 days, and I'm sure a lot will change by next week, but it's just very interesting to hear.
Honestly, can't say until the trade sort of starts to happen. I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like, you know, like once we hit that trade economy and we actually start playing, what does it feel like? Is it working well? But the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually is...
Spoiler, EA won't be balanced? Have we seen Scarabs confirmed? No, we've seen the Watchstones, Watchstones, but they're essentially pretty much the Scarab, right? It's pretty much the same thing. I fully expect weekly for shit to majorly change. Like, I fully expect weekly for things to change, or every other week at least. Like, major patches like every week or every other week. There's like 1 or 2 other things. You can see them in one of the videos. There are 4 slots in the upgrade thing. Well, you can overlap them too. Right? There's a lot of weird overlapping.
What are we facing here? A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get
much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas.
See, these overlap, right? Like these are the towers, right? And this tower would probably affect like this, and this tower will affect this, and this. Well, I'm just pointing as an example, right? Like, and you would have like this tower overlapping this and this tower overlapping this, right? So like these 3 maps or 4 maps right here would be the juiced ones.
And it serves as the core of the endgame
Will the
for
servers
Path
work
of
on
Exile
launch?
2.
Oh, absolutely not.
It's
No
infinite
shot.
and expands in all directions.
No way.
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need Waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past
This looks so cool.
it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to...
The only thing I don't like is if you die, you screw your mapping direction. I mean, last Epoch was like that too, though. Just get good.
To unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strongboxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Screwed you off then? I mean, gotta get good.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
I want to see the thing.
Rarely, essences will also have precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the... As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize the more monsters you will fight and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach
it was
tablets.
the towers.
Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to
Yeah, see, it was these towers. I was right.
areas where
Okay. Hi, hello. So that has breach, that has breach, that has breach.
plated tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches.
And now this one has breach, this one has breach. One of these added breach, this added breach, this added breach, this added breach, that added breach. So these towers hit like the whole fucking screen. Turkey Day was good. Turkey Day was very good. Same as area has been revealed. Yeah, so that means this tower now has whatever this is, or whatever this is, plus breach. And this has map boss plus breach. And this has ritual, whatever this is, breach. Is this delirium? But not every zone got breach. Not every zone that was touched by it got breach, right? So if I do another one here, right? If I do one here, it should in theory hit everything on the screen and certain zones will double up. So this node, for example, right? My best guess is like, I don't know, this node, right? Or like this node. This node might get affected by all three towers, or this node's definitely gotten affected. This tower has definitely affected this node, right? We saw that. So this tower, and this tower can literally be used to affect the shit out of this node. So it's going to be really interesting is you're going to have to like route a path. You're going to have to like route a path that would go like this, 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 and then this. And not touch anything else until you use the towers. God, this is going to be so complicated. This is going to be the most complicated thing. Right? Am I crazy here? This is going to be super fucking complicated. I might just be crazy here. I don't know. Blast and ask questions later? I don't know about that, man. How map difficulty scales further? With it being infinite too? With it being infinite, you might get a better layout than me, or I might get a better layout than you that'll increase rewards faster. It's just Sextants again from the old map. It is. The difference is, and the old map everybody had. When you had old Sextants, Path of Exile, Watchstone, and Sextants. Let's see if I can find an old image of it. Does this image not, can I not fucking see full-sized image? This is what I want. See, this is what it was back in the day. At least when you did this back in the day, everybody had the same area that you can work off of. This is recent? This is not recent. I'm trying to find old images, and finding these old images is literally close to impossible right now. Oh, here's an even older one. Here's an even older one where only certain items dropped in certain biomes. This was like forever ago. Here you go. Oh, this is what we wanted. I remember it. I definitely remember this. That looks like ass. This right here? This though, this is my point. This is my point. This is this. This is this. It's the same thing. Because you used to spread this corruption. No, it's the exact same thing. The difference between this and this is a 3D image and this is a flat image. You're not spreading. Yeah, you're cleansing corruption, but it's the same thing. Right? There's not a world where like this old Atlas system is not the same as this thing, where you're using this tower to spread breach to all this stuff, and then this tower to spread whatever to all this stuff, and then this tower to spread all this to this stuff. This is literally a representation of like what the game used to be. The only difference is instead of putting a bunch of sextons down, we're using like towers, and this is a cool 3D image versus like a flat image. And the biggest difference too is this was like a stable thing that you had to spread corruption and everybody knew where everything was. But on this is just going to be a randomly generated where like if my towers aren't lined up like this and my homie's towers are lined up and he gets better overlapping corruptions in a biome that is really good, he gets benefited while I don't. But this also looks a lot cleaner than whatever the heck this is. Because this is I don't even know what the heck I'm looking at here. But, you know, mapping in PoE is just going to be a complicated mess. Something basic as Scarab take a lot of time. 15 years down the road. I mean, I don't ever see a world where this stays and this doesn't. Or like, I don't ever see a world where like this stays, right? Like I would bet too this changes. I have to pee. Hold on. crafting stones inside the towers. The Atlas is infinite, so you can search for the perfect spot. The Atlas isn't infinite where you can search for the perfect spot. You have to literally, well, this might be infinite. This is not revealed. You still have to like search for these towers to reveal areas. Right? And like, what happens after you do these 3 watchtowers and you clear these areas or you use these watchtowers? There's the coverage of the Cloud of War, or whatever it's called. Yeah, like you can't just search. You have to like literally clear the Atlas and find spots. We're doing? I don't even know, man. I don't even know, man. Speculating wildly. The area's not, yeah. Or in theory, you could possibly reset your Atlas. Watching a video. More versus increase, and I can't get it in my brain. More is bigger and increase is smaller. When you increase something, you just like stack it, right? So a 15% increase is just like a little bit. And then a more increase is like, I'm just gonna fucking more water and just like fucking, you know, just stack light. What do you mean? More is better. %15 increase is the same as 15% more? How? That's never, what do you mean? When you start getting different sources. Okay, I'll explain it. Do 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 do. I just imagine him writing on like a fucking whiteboard.
He is in a very
Base of 100 damage, 10% increase and 10% more, both equal 110. %15 increase only equals 15% more when you have 100% increase damage baseline. What? At 101, more is more. If we go further and add 10% more increase. Just tell me what stats to put me on my gear. This is why I can't, dude. Increases an additional to the base multiplier. It's starting to make sense with the 98 plus 15 is greater than 98 times 1.15. Dude, too much math, man. It's so much math. Whoops. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to click the other thing, but it's fine. Now I'm going to look at this really quick. Brotato is free. Chat, by the way, don't forget Brotato is free right now. More is a multiplier to the entire damage. Understanding math in different language. Math is a universal language. What do you mean? POE, the spreadsheet pretending to be a game. I mean, that's all this game is a giant spreadsheet. This Eve Online? Come on. I've never played Eve. What? Potatoes free? Where? The Epic game client. You have Epic and you go to the Epic store, potatoes free in the store. You tried Warframe? No. I tried Warframe one time and then I never tried it again. I have a friend that streams Warframe and literally all they do in Warframe is fashion frames. So I don't know if like that's your kind of thing. Any initial thoughts on what people are going here? I made a whole video today about why I'm playing Monk. Warframe's a great game. My friend, this person, Depths, literally all they do is stream Warframe and fashion frames and play Warframe. They're pretty cool about it. I like their stuff. Yep, I did a whole fucking video today actually about Monk. You can actually check out the video there about why I'm picking Monk and why you should pick Monk and how there's only Monk and every other class is pretend in your brain. I'm also starting Monk. Let's go. Heck yeah. You have a few hours in Warframe. Warframe's just like never been like a game that I can get into. Now this though, I'd play the shit out of this. So I can't wait. We're probably gonna play this today or tomorrow. Fucking spooky ass horror game. You have 1,500 hours in Warframe? I have 6. 6. Last time I played Warframe was 6 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. It wasn't my thing. Now, if we're talking about other fun, you know what? I'm not even going to show my hours in Black Desert Online. Every time I think about this, I want to vomit. So we're not even going to talk about Black Desert Online.
Pack size, right? Like you need to have enough pack size so that, because when you've got a bunch of AoE abilities, obviously the more things they hit, the more damage you're effectively doing overall. So like the more pack size really is like a way to make a player feel powerful. And so that's why we need to have ways of reducing pack size. And we've got ways of reducing pack size in the game, but then we also have to be a little bit careful because, that is what can lead to things getting completely out of control and then just you can't understand what's going on in the combat and things just completely fall apart. So as I said, we have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like you still need to feel like a god. So I think the juice will be high, but I do believe it should be lower than POE1 at least by a little bit. Yeah.
That's fair. On the topic of power and juicing things up, something that we've seen in many games throughout the years is how ARPG games, they start off kind of slow and more of a strategic gameplay approach, and then the best patches comes through, the game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing just goes to crazy numbers, and then everyone's upset when they're then toned down or the number squish is happening. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep moving forward, so you don't end up in that category where you're one-shotting the entire screen.
I think that we just have to be careful. And honestly, I would say that in POE1, we've shown that we can... look, POE1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years where things kind of weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that. Having, and like I mean, it can be. So I don't think we're going to have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of keeping on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just, are just very careful about stuff. So I mentioned Rishi a couple of times. Like, he's kind of the one who does most of the work for the item system and so on. So he.
Trinity Force, tons of damage. Once you understand the basic increases and more damage, is pretty simple. The way that you and Ju explained it was pretty good, to be honest. He is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to when it comes to like making sure that things don't go crazy, and so that's really good to have because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like no, keep them low. So I think together with that we kind of come to some kind of medium ground where we don't get things too out of control. Yeah, as I said, I think that it's just a matter of just being careful. One nice thing that we also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide like, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? That kind of stuff. Like that's a very important tool. So we kind of never really like. It means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that a game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the content that we add is going to stay added. And I think that's a really important factor to have an understanding of in a game community, because it just gives us so much more ability to like make decisions after testing them. It's funny, like, I say that as if, oh yeah, you just test all of your stuff on the players. But I mean, to some extent that's true. And because you never really know. Like you can do all the testing you want, but you never really know until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So yeah, I mean, on some level, we really are testing the stuff on the community, and it has to be that way. I just don't know of a way, like no matter how many QA testers we throw at it, I don't think we could find every single possible level of power that can come out of something like that. So yeah, like it's just nice that we have the ability to say, you know what, this thing here, we're going to put it back in, but we're going to nerf it, or this thing here, just it can't exist. Like it interacts with too many other things and it's too broken. It's really nice to be able to say that.
Kind of a random question that I have due to the use. You mentioned this in I think it was the Ziggy Q&A afterwards, but that the early access server is going to be maintained. So meaning you're going to have leagues, separate, but then the OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from like the Eterno or Core server as well, right? Yeah. There will be an early access one. So a question for you I have then is, the early access characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, play them, etc. on the server, and two, can you still create characters on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just because I think that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. Like, as I said, the main reason we're doing that is just because if you're someone who's like not even really paying attention to what's going on and you're just like, you've got some level 20 character and you're like, oh, I just want to keep playing the game, right? Like, we don't want to disrupt that person's life too much. So I think that's why we don't want to just get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that, like, if you're playing a high-level character, almost certainly your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like, there'll be some element of it that got modified or something like that, But then, of course, you'll also have, like, legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will have to do. Yeah, like, you'll have all that stuff too. So, I mean, look, there's just no reason to delete the data, right? Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure that everything is, still works, like, in terms of your builds and everything, but we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like, we might as well just let it be there. And it's also just like nice to have, like, oh, here's this character I got, back in the day. Like, it's nice to just have that around. So
I like that. I like that they're keeping the Legacy League stuff and the early access stuff. I think it's really cool. New visual clarity is kind of nice. I love that my HP bar turns green. I don't know why, but I really do. Arc Ignite looks great, by the way. Interesting. Is Blight dead? It's my favorite League mechanic. Jonathan literally said in this interview earlier that Blight's not in early access and it'd be really easy for them to re-add it in. He literally said it very recently in this interview.
As you go up, so that's kind of like the
rewards. So
if you want to do like the Ascension and a party to play with, like the design team effectively. But there are 5 modify the how valuable is the thing to give people the hit of dopamine. I suspect about what
Already been showcased, but they're not in there.
the Huntress is that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking
when
of,
you say
Sorry,
one form, yeah, like when you say one form, could you like give us a number? How many forms?
previous ones.
So changes are a result. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get 1. Really don't want to allocate, if you know what I mean.
Starts. That's
Yeah. So
don't worry about it. Power on maps.
Did our whole endgame push a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like once we hit that trade economy, we actually
in many games throughout the past.
Like seems a bit silly, but the I think is kind of important.
This little chunk we got here is loot.
It's an amulet if 1 drops. It's just part
to do with trials. Now we
go through and a solo player or about these like specific little multiplayer details. So effectively, you need to not spawning items with of how much magic fund you have, right? The rares is being like, and so that's where, and the reason we're putting tons of crap on the ground, you get that by to make sure that the game is doing.
You bring up the concept of loot filters. This was a
thing.
I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's part kind of
expected that we would be launching into early access with those 2 classes, but the Huntress, I think we do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing.
Could you like give us a number? How many forms?
There's the 6-star.
I've gotten that because it's got this minion thing on it, and they don't going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and make a few cases like this reward system, and so 6 points throughout campaign. And the way that this can go down. I mean, look, we think we can know like all the things, but you never really quite doing overall.
They start off kind of slow.
Where the fuck is it?
And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but all the map devices that because not necessarily it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as
you dies, what is the loot?
The strength dex int thing. You can remind me what it was. This is one of these tricky go through, and that Mark plays like one who really cares about magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increased very very tiny portion of them right at the top of all the tiers of those mods, dropping tons of crap. Like we want to make sure the bosses feel like
we only lost you the last half second there, but
okay, all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we're going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that?
But we try to keep things like relatively visually clear.
Question as much as a comment for me personally, but I really.
Here, hold on. Wait.
Appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's part kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the the POE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased.
Sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking of,
you say one form.
Sitting there, right? We decided to happy with it. It was just like,
classes. Something you said there, which
and so
we only lost you the last
made. Like the drop aren't really increasing. You need to wait the rares as being not that really increase out these like specific. I could be wrong about the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Is it just part of that philosophy there? What makes up that 28%? It might be about having more of. So an example, it's like you get to 100, but you died like 2,000 towards the one to kill it. But 6 portals, we can't really change that. But basically,
this is a kind of a big one, a couple mini fantastic.
What I was on the content, I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long.
It's not.
Some of that stuff.
And speaking.
I'll see if I can find it.
Speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you about the cinematic.
you've got to ideally have that grid. I think it's kind of do you want to see more of, and what like 28%. If your temporary allocation is still, I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in POE1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will. I don't know if we've actually done that.
It's the rewards.
Who paid the cost? The person who put the key in. I believe that they belong to the person solo and multi.
3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down
of how much magic fund you have. The reason why we have to say that is we can get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling.
You bring up the concept of loot filter classes.
And I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class. Sitting there, just like a reskin will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have, if you're a sorceress, you get another variant, a minion, if you know what I mean. So effectively,
I am a notable blight enjoyer.
There it is. I found it.
Just the stuff they're going to want and not the stuff for the other class. But as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we're making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's that's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and I got to ask because you said classes and content coming to the game. I am a notable blight enjoyer. So I'm going to ask. Can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some hopium copium that maybe blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here.
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that would be relatively simple for us to do. Obviously, one of the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that Blight will need a new reward system, and we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying. Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're going to hit the minion rant sections.
I found it. It took forever, but I found it.
A classic simple answer question, and it is, how many Ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as POE1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last the 3 you can get throughout campaign. 3 like 3.
No, I don't know where I was.
I want to just get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that, if you're playing a high-level character, almost certainly your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like, there'll be some element of it that got modified or something like that, But then, of course, you'll also have, legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will have to do. You'll have all that stuff too. So, I mean, look, there's just no reason to delete the data, right? Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure that everything is, still works, in terms of your builds and everything, but we're also not going to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like, we might as well just let it be there. And it's also just nice to have here's this character I got, back in the day. It's nice to just have that around. So, it's just a little memory of that. So, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did on here is, you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics and MTX, and you're saying that it's fundamentally getting changed. And I was hoping to ask for Pox here, shout out to Pox, can we get any information related to Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned in the previous.
So it's not an early access right now because it's on a class that is not, it's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be an EA. So you get that a little bit later.
Oh!
But it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. Unfortunately, just not an EA, or at least not an EA at the start. Right when we add the character, it'll come in.
It's going to be in significantly changed, or
it is it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally. It's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that, the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. If you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's Righteous Fire. But if you look at the stats, it's works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
Speaking of bricking, A very common question. I believe this was shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can, if you die in a map, you can't do it again.
1 week, I know.
So in the start, what happened?
I totally missed the message that said I'm likely going to stick to my roots with POE2 and go Necro in honor of K Gaming since she's returning. That's awesome.
Happens when you brick, if you brick.
I've never seen a K video, so
we
I
have
only
the
know
ability
she's
to
just a minion player. That's all I
effectively
know.
restart your Atlas. If you completely cut yourself off, you can do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it certainly came up when we were first talking about it. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from scratch if you need to. I would hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you manage to survive it. Like you know, when you, so there's 4 connections to the starting point. So you'd have to die 4 times in a row in order for that to happen to you, and then if that happens, it'll automatically re-roll the Atlas, so you can kind of just try again immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that and run into that issue. Yeah, I mean, look, we wanted there to be consequences for failure, right? We wanted to, so it's like, oh crap, you know, now I have to find another way around. Like the web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So you know, there are some consequences for death, like you know. And with that in mind, it obviously means that things like the experience penalty at low levels, certainly we don't need to be.
Just make sure you pick the right Ascendancy.
Worried about, because you know there's consequences just from the death itself in the Atlas. But yeah, you know, I think it's just the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can fail a map. It means that the things that we can have on the Atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that you know drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map. You can only create that map one time, because otherwise, you know, like at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? Like there always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that, you know, yeah, the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if
what does that mean?
You can have mods on the Atlas that are like, you know, increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because you know that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again. You know, that kind of stuff. Like effectively, like that's the kind of exploit that
the elemental version looks generally strong, which would make it as safe as a starter. Branch out if I get some currency. Seems reasonable. I was thinking about that earlier about like maybe you're supposed to just pick like the elemental monk first and then get currency and then re-roll. It's just a matter of how much of a pain in the ass it is, right? Monk Andy, it's a joke. XDD.
that we're trying to avoid
shock
here.
twice looks insane.
And so it just allows us to have much
Or
more
look
valuable
bonkers,
stuff on
yeah.
there. We do, by the way, have a bit of this problem in campaign that we have to worry about, like because you know you can respawn at checkpoint at any time, and so we have to be really careful about this stuff because you know I mentioned before that at the end of dead ends you'll get rare chests.
No Ascendancy reroll, like reroll as in like start from level 1. I actually released a whole video today talking about you can't reroll Ascendancy. I'm very well aware it's level from 1 again. I'm very well aware, I promise. Yeah, no, I actually released a whole video today about like the monk and making sure you understand that you can't re-roll Ascendancies and that you have to like pick right and yeah.
Well, if you can set it, like we had an exploit before we fixed it, where like you know if you get a checkpoint that's close to a rare chest,
you should be able to respect the points. I just don't think you can
you
change
can die
the
on purpose,
Ascendancy.
respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again.
You worked way too much this week.
Yeah. So effectively, what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead. Even if you opened them or killed them after you did the checkpoint, for the next version until you recreate the map and get to do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to, to not save that after you died. So there's like a few little things we have to worry about with the checkpoints for exploits for that, but thankfully in maps you don't, because there's no, you don't have to worry about that element, since if you die,
I have a follow-up to that, because I felt like when I tested the campaign, now the game is very different from when I tested it last time in LA. And there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems, it felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing. And I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't kill it, that would be available in the next zone to give you like an appropriate flask. So I'm guessing that feature is also for this. You can't farm that, I'm guessing. But a lot of people don't know about it, so maybe you can elaborate on it.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you fail to find the encounter in the first area, for example, then when you go to the second area, we will drop the item that you would have gotten if you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a later one, then we like forward that on to the next area, and then we do that like a couple of times with a few different encounters. It's kind of all stuff like in the first like sort of 10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that like people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem is like not really a big deal. But when you're really low level and it's like you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade of getting like the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we just can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible for people to find those things. But at the same time, we didn't want to just spam you with that type of gem, because then it's like, oh, I've got tons of these. Well, you know, like it would feel wouldn't feel very valuable if you did find them all. So we want to make all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff as well. But effectively, if you do miss some of them, you're still getting some of those really crucial things.
Jonathan
like
just talks fast.
Skill gem upgrades and things like that in those first few areas.
Nope.
I actually think, though, that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking at there. But we still have that system. Just
Speedy
because,
boy.
You know,
I mean, it just reminds me of how I speak when I'm excited, right?
Sure
He's just genuinely very excited about the game. So the trigger skills and scaling spirit at some point too. I'm wondering if you just juice enough and get enough monsters that you can cast those on ailment skills, because the looper there is hitting enough monsters and casting it off cooldown. I think POE2 is gonna have some insanely broken stuff. I think POE2 is gonna have like just some cracked out stuff. I think people are gonna really, really, really enjoy it. Maybe. Let's not get too hyped. They're definitely going to enjoy it, right? Right? Yes. Mom looks busted. There's definitely a few skills that you look at them and you're like,
Speaking of the map, I got just a couple of questions related to the map. One is when we're talking about breaking the map and not being able to go to certain areas if you fail too many. Does this account for like bosses?
Tornado plus
too?
cluster
For instance,
grenades,
like
I think it'd be funny. It'd be really cool.
Linked together where you fail the maps around it, you cannot go do the boss now.
Yeah.
Oh. It's not
because if you fail, the cities with the uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail one of those, if you fail to kill the lieutenant, then the boss will disappear from the uber boss will disappear from the center of the city as well. So those ones are like you really have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging. That one, of course, is extra challenging because you need to find another city, right? That one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging. So yeah, like that's for like the ultra pinnacle content, like that 7th system, which has I don't want to say the name because we didn't spoil it, but that pinnacle boss encounter, that one will be quite hard to get to.
Okay, so speaking of pinnacle boss encounters, I got a couple more questions related to this. I'm
speaking of before they get into these pinnacle boss encounters, I'm really, really, really excited for the map bosses in the areas. I think they're gonna be a lot of fun. Like a lot of fun. I'm fully expecting to be like hard stuck on zones and areas for a while.
Bosses, I hear there's what you said, tier 1 through 4, correct?
You're talking about in terms of loot drops and things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from POE1. So can you further modify these?
Cast on
let me
bleeding,
think about
cast
that.
on poison.
So generally
That'd be
speaking,
cool.
not. So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods. Can simulacrums get mods? I don't know. I'm not sorry. I'm not actually sure.
Make a full-on bossing character is my second build. The witch hunting boss killer.
The ultimatum.
I'll tell you, I wasn't big into bossing in POE1. And then I started playing a lot of Project Diablo 2, and I started doing a lot of bossing in Project Diablo 2, and actually like feeling the weight of difficulty and not just insta blasting bosses, and having like all of my gearing decisions be tailored around doing a boss, and having a lot of like everything, like having to mechanically do the bosses versus like right now when you turn on Path of Exile, you just insta kill the boss, it's game over, right? To me, that's not very fun. But when I was playing Project Diablo 2 and I started doing bosses and figuring it out and changing things around, it got really, really, really fun. Like really, really, really fun. So I'm hoping that the level of depth is something similar to that, so that I can do that, if that makes sense.
Ones can, because those ones have that extra mechanic for modifying him. I'm actually not entirely. So like,
People making sandwich
what
with
I'll say
bossing
is,
really
in
got it there
general,
first.
like, it's not
Don't
like-
progress fast enough.
It isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 in-game things, the main thing you're going to be doing is modifying the difficulty using the tree like that, and that difficulty scaling does introduce things like, you know, it can even modify things like how skills work, and like, you know, the number of minions that a boss might summon and things like that. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that, but it isn't random what you're doing there on the tree. So for the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people are asking
You
is
outgear
they're
the bosses
wondering
in
if, like,
POE2, you
there's
gear
a
for the bosses
hardest
and make them
baseline
possible.
challenge where it's like this is sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So people were wanting some clarity on that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map, I noticed you use the example of like the paradise, for instance, you get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So I'm assuming the uniques are zoned out to the biomes that you have specifically, and if that is the case, since the biomes are determining maps, do these unique maps also have drops?
Dum 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 bezo bucks.
Thank you for the dum bezo bucks, bro.
Where I'm going with this is, are certain biomes going to help you target farm certain types of items?
Absolutely, and we want to do even more than just what you were saying with the unique maps. Like we have just certain map. Like this map has got this theme, and therefore it can drop this more of this item and stuff like that. Like we absolutely. And the thing is, this is one of the great things about the new way that the Atlas works, is that with the previous Atlas, we couldn't really allow for target farming in that same way. Or when we did, it was always a problem, like with div cards and so on, where, you know, I mean, obviously we modified div cards so you can move them around now, but generally speaking, it was the case with the old Atlas that if we made it so a map had something special, then everyone would just play that map continuously forever. So with the new system, we effectively can say that, you know, it's okay to have wild variance in between, you know, the value of certain things, because, you know, you're limited by having to find more of it. And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes, and then you're using towers to find those desert biomes, and then you're looking around, okay, like finally, you know, I'm just going to go through all the deserts. You can absolutely do that. In the case of Untainted Paradise, that one requires being on the border of the water and a forest. So only forests next to ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn. And then like we can do other things like that as well. Like we can have special spawn conditions about like, you know, oh, when you get this and this, that's when this can spawn. And so that's like a way that we can kind of like fiddle around with the rarity. But also, if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as like finding that stuff as well. So that can be a bit fun.
I think POE2, we're gonna build much more balance. The weapon swap tech and the amount of skills allow you to have very good clear. I am very excited. I am very, very, very excited. Hold on 1 second. I want to go get more water. My water is out and I want some more water. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm sure a lot of skills don't exist in POE2 yet. I'm sure we're going to be getting a lot of stuff as time goes on.
So I'm assuming that's going to influence things like racing, etc. But another question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random, different starting point? Like, for instance, maybe I'm more prone to find Tainted Paradise, sooner than a different person.
I mean, it is certainly true that you can roll well on certain things. Like, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general, it kind of ends up averaging out to the same kind of thing.
Sure.
I like. It is an interesting point that you make about racing, because it does mean that if you're looking about the race to 100, it is possible for one person to get luckier than the other as far as what maps spawn for them. But then by the same token, it's possible for someone to get lucky on what items drop for them or some other one of a million things. So the longer you play effectively, the more the law of averages happens and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness. Ultimately, everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your, when you do the thing where you run out of where you no longer have any nodes to explore, by the way, that does change the seed of your atlas, so you'll get a new random layout as well.
How do you run out of
so
seed?
that's just worth mentioning.
That's good. That's good to know.
So you can actually re-roll the complete layout if you want.
By dying 4 times.
Well, yeah, but I think there might even be a way to do it without dying. I'm not 100% sure on that. I can't remember what the way to trigger this was, but yeah, that is a thing.
Okay. The Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Oh,
yeah, but here's
Jesus.
the thing, right? Because we made sure we did think of the one thing of like, you're not going to get an Untainted Paradise within the initial fog of war that you can see when you first enter the Atlas. So we don't allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over, guys, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc. But the maps themselves, I can't take that Untainted Paradise, put it as a consumable, and then trade it on the market. Does this mean you're expecting much more social play, where it's like, hey, I found this unique map, who is expecting this unique map, and having people actually looking for other players that their particular, atlas has the maps that people are particularly looking for? Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think it could definitely happen for sure. As for whether that's good or not, I guess we'll find out. Like, it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of social dynamics or something like that will be.
Sure.
But yeah, absolutely.
That was a really good question. I didn't even think about that. That there's just going to be no more map trading at all. That's really interesting.
It's something that I have no doubt will start to occur. And the concern with this stuff is always, do you start to get, and sorry, the name of the server of the thing is of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now. But there's an infamous Discord server where people do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like, I'm effectively trading access to something like that for out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the Atlas over to this method that this is just something that we decided, I think we're willing to take the risk on that one. But I mean, it's sort of an interesting one. Like, if that becomes a problem, we might have to find a way around to solve it. I guess we'll sort of just have to see. I mean, look, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over
Read
to
your
guys
comment.
if you have a question.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer, Vudio. And in there was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. With Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in POE2, and you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill more of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us...
Confirm they made POE2? Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I for a while it was really funny. Every time I'd make a post, somebody would put a fucking clown emote on it. It was the funniest thing.
Give us anything. Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
So at the start of early access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like, I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of events. Like they're just really fun to me. You know, I have no doubt that we'll be doing some of that stuff. It's just that, yeah, like for early access, we just haven't had time. The custom league system will come back in POE2 as well, so you'll be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps people organize their own races and things like that, which we'll have there. It won't be, once again, not day one of EA, but pretty soon after that, we'll get that in. And like, by the way, the thing that's blocking that is literally just like some of our web developers need to port the interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that in order, then that'll be available. So yeah, like we're absolutely doing. What was that? Sorry.
I think a lot of people really like the old school races that we used to have many years ago, like the descent races.
I love that. I love that stuff too. It was so cool.
12-minute races, like everyone can participate in that. Because like the race to 100, we talk about that a lot, right? But that's a very that's a lot of dedication and time invested. But these shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve, like I think a lot of people would really like to see them come back again.
I would as well. The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people like it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found like it really sucks because like this is one of those cases where it's just a mercenary decision of like this. While everyone loves it, it just doesn't result in more players. So that's like if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content to a league launch that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just had to go to the leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool. And so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should try it again as well for POE2. Like, you know, times have moved on a long time since back when we were doing that stuff. So I think it's worth another try and see like does that stuff actually heat up into an actual you know, into a scene.
Can't wait to play this game with my friends as they buy currency and think it's boring. I mean, just don't play with people that spend money on currency. You know what I mean? You just have to like find a group of friends that aren't going to RMT. You know? They suck. Yeah. I mean, it's really simple. Like we, you know, we just don't play with people that do dumb shit. You know what I mean? Just ignore people doing dumb shit. Unfortunately, they're your friends. So like, yeah, I mean, that's awkward, but like, we have an entire Discord community here of people that aren't doing dumb shit. And when we find out like somebody in our community like RMTs, we just remove them, you know? So, you know, I encourage you, if you're looking for people to play the game with, the Discord server is really active and you can come hang out with a bunch of people there that, to my knowledge, aren't doing dumb shit. And when we find out they're doing dumb shit, we remove them. So, I mean, you know? Well, you don't do dumb shit like RMT. You do dumb shit in other ways, right?
Scene of racing and so on that actually like causes, you know, there to be like, you know, like
should I leave?
In
Do you RMT? I mean, if you RMT, then yeah, I mean,
yeah,
like maybe,
I have no
maybe
doubt
don't admit
races,
it.
just not immediately.
Before I send it over to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a battle royale POE2 event?
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. I'm just thinking.
It's more skill-based gameplay, you know.
Yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this because I'm just thinking as you're saying this. Like, okay, so how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that was interesting, I mean, about
stupid's
the
fine.
POE1 version was the randomness of what skills you
RMT
found.
is real money transaction. It's when people spend currency, like real dollars, or whatever you know your currency is, in the real world, and buy like exalts and divines and mirrors and stuff, so that you have access to like whatever you want for the cost of like real currency.
But in POE2, of course, you've got the uncuts. I mean, that probably is fine, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, it wouldn't really be hard to do to just try it. The thing with something like a mode like that is it's really easy to just like try some random stuff, but to really make it actually good would require quite a lot more work. And at one point we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the battle royale thing, because you know when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that, because it was like literally an April Fool's joke. And it turned out like it's kind of like one of those things that's like fun for for a few days, but it didn't really have like long-lasting good gameplay because like no one had real. I mean, we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But we did discuss like should we make an actual proper version of this? Like would this be something that actually works well? And we were kind of almost did, but I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it, but you know what? Maybe we should have another just like random fun battle royale and POE2 event. Just even if we don't like, just another one of those just like ultra kind of garage style. Just like everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens. It could be fun.
I think so.
I used to do way more, like way back in the early days of POE1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that. And I really enjoyed doing it, but for various reasons, like it's kind of like I don't know, like I just never really like man. I find this stuff fun. So, a random example of this is I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna have a level 1 DPS competition. So we had a competition for like what is the character that can get the highest DPS at level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away like we're like, okay, if whoever wins this, we're just going to give like a T-shirt or something. There was just some random like prize that we were just going to give away, I was like, man, this is really smart because like if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any leech any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? It was like all these like little things. I was like, man, people are gonna have so much fun with this stuff. And then we got all these like kind of negative reactions about it, of like people being like, oh, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like there was like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like, I was hoping that a bunch of people would, like some random like total basement.
Why Chris made an exit when you fly too close to the sun, you get burned? What does that mean? I don't understand. Also, this explains why Hillock makes you level 2.
Dwelling people would be like, I'm going to spend like frickin' a week on this and like find like what the best possible way with like all these steps is going to be, and then that person will get a prize, right? Like it's just a completely out there thing, that is what happened. But for some reason people got angry about it, and I was kind of like, I guess I just don't understand. Like to me that's cool. It's like it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So like I really love doing that kind of stuff, and I feel like like it would be cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires, I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like there's always this worry whenever you do something like that of like, why are you wasting time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right? Yeah, that could be a concern.
I missed all these. I'm just sitting here thinking back because I think the reason this came up in conversations on previous podcasts we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events, and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being I knew ahead to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
I mean, you would have never experienced. You never would have experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like, kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything. And it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game. And it honestly didn't take that long to make. It was pretty cool. It was fun. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, plus one for...
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well, what you missed, DM, the best one was like, I remember you guys put the BR into a Twitch Rivals, and it was... It was massive. It was hilarious.
Well, plus one for minigames coming in the future. Something that I didn't... Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't see it in any of my early play tests. I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gym Lean Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a plus 12. The quality, obviously it's scale, not support, was a difference made. But how do you actually do that? From my I didn't see any gym colors anywhere. So I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done is we made gem quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, they just increase like various things. Now, gem quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale, to make that a little bit more fun. I don't have a full list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing. Like the balance of that has only been done in like the last few weeks. But yeah, it is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like, just to perfect the gem. And there's even a few other things like that of like perfecting your gems. There's one other one, but I don't know whether it got in or not. So maybe I shouldn't mention it. Relating to that. So
Sir, tell us.
A little bit later.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. It's like you need to have like quite a few different systems at the end where it's like, okay, you can just eke out another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% of that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not, so I'll just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality. You've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gemling Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to. It's not just going to be just damage. Like it's going to be something ideally stat. Like I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally it's always something that's kind of a bit more interesting than that. So that's the hope anyway. And because of the fact that it's not just damage, that means that we can have it be something that's sort of end game only. And it's going to be harder to get than most other things because regular quality items you can get by salvaging. From other items that drop with quality, but I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP, a Gem Cutter's Prism.
That is really, really, really interesting. Who the hell is whispering me in game, and why am I still logged in? You see this message blink a lot, sir. Thanks for reminding me I was still in the game.
Yeah, that'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those, I think that should be just one of those extra things.
That answers that. So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill gem that we saw teased one time and then wasn't talked about again, which was mounts in particular. Also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
I forgot there was mounts.
Unfortunately not. Okay. So the Rangers are the Roa, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. Only bow. Well, only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a rower. So anyone else could ride it, but it's not going to give you any advantage to do so because it's just like the main thing you're getting is the ability not to slow down with arrows. It's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool.
Blinker fluid in your
because the thing is, we don't want mounts to be like faster. So the reason why it's faster for the Ranger is because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But we don't want mounts to just be faster than running in any case, because if we do that, then it's like the whole different gameplay consequence and like that we don't want to have to deal with. So effectively, that sort of limits the number of things we can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got, and we won't be.
I am hearing, for the sake of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something like
if you
that.
Want.
Okay.
Sure. And we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same in that same vein.
Calling the Spectral Tiger from now. They're going to make a Spectral Tiger literally from now. I could see it coming and see it happening.
I suppose nothing's stopping us doing that. So that might be fun.
I mean, on that topic, I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I like my skeletons to, when I mount up, to fall apart and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I want it to form the skeletons again. Okay?
Noted.
Noted. Thank you.
You will get exactly one cell. It will be Gossi behind the mount.
That would be so cool. Moving on to assembling things question. It's crafting related.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. but I will ask a couple questions about it. So let's start with essences. Now, we are confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen is making a normal item into a magical item, guaranteeing one modifier. We've seen essences making a magic item, a regaling essentially, to turn into rare with a guaranteed second modifier if we want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences, is this a guaranteed specific modifier, or is it a 1x speed modifier or 1x attack modifier?
Yeah, so it is listed as it's one of a group, but in many cases,
I never be used to farm mounts. Dude, that'd be a great way to bring him back. Oh yeah, without a doubt.
that for a given item type, there's only one mod of that type that could spawn anyway. So effectively, like in those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases where it could be one of a couple of mods. But generally speaking, for a given item type, it will just be one mod. And the main reason why we did it that way, even though mostly it's just a single mod anyway, is because we didn't want to have the thing where you've got the giant list where for each item type it's like, here's what mod you're gonna get, and like it's kind of annoying. So we just wanted to say like it'll give you a mod of a certain group, and then that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. Yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Kitava mount could be cool.
Okay, on the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion be for crafting. Is there any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item to avoid again having to go to third-party sites and tools?
So we actually were going to have. So I'll give you some. Okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version, and that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your as your encyclopedia of mods, because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the like here's the mods that can spawn, and like sure some of them are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something.
What do you mean UTI? What does that mean?
Like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which I mean I could go into if you want, but like but suffice.
My friend's Steam name? Somebody was called UTI? Huh? That's this guy. Which class am I choosing for early access? I did a whole video today about the monk, actually. Where did the video go? Where did the video go? There it is.
To say the issue.
I'm more than likely gonna play monk unless something changes in the next couple of days.
That's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like we were actually doing something useful with that. So it's possible that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. Like we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. That's a bit of a shame.
Not to dive into.
I mean, that sound.
You want to go ahead?
Sorry.
Okay, I was
It's not bait. He's just being funny.
gonna say, not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like we shouldn't have this in the game as much as like it's not ready technically, there's bugs or something, it's like a to be determined, or is it like nah, firm decision?
It was a design problem, not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole. So during betas, actually, we had a lot of feedback all the time about people saying, "I don't have a way. You're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build, right?"
Will our character slot count be reset for POE2? What do you mean by that? You're not going to have characters, so however many slots you own will be how many slots you have to make characters. Your POE1 characters don't work in POE2. So if you have 20 slots, and you can make 20 characters. It's its own game on its own client. Like, nothing from POE1 moves over except for like your MTXs, right?
Player that we were getting that from a lot was POE1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench, and the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is, because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess. So it meant that effectively a rare item was only it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an item to be good relative to the average item. Which some people would say is a good thing, right? And some people would say is a bad thing. But the point is, there was always this contention around this, right, with the designers and so on. So that was like sort of one of the issues. And so then,
but it's impossible to get good modded six modded. It's like really hard to get good modded 6 items or 6 modded good items without like the use of spamming like a ton of locks and stuff. So like, what? This is like one of those things where I'm like, how often do you think people are just exalt slamming on it like a 6th mod praying it's good? It's weird. Do we know if runes can be removed? And by removed, I mean like how they are in Diablo, where like if you remove them, they're deleted. Because Diablo's got the same thing where like if you remove a rune from an item, you don't get the rune back. The rune is just deleted. So do we know if like we can't remove them, period? They cannot be removed. He didn't say second time he was asked. I can't imagine that runes can't be removed. That just doesn't make sense. You just brick items, right? There has to be a way. He said it in another interview.
The other issue was just the way
John said, since putting runes is a deliberate decision, you can make that they should not be removed. What happens if you like? And I know you're gonna be like, it's easy to not misclick, but it's pretty easy to like grab the wrong rune and put it in a fucking item. Like, it happens all the time in other games. Selling an item would be harder with locked runes. Way more difficult to re-gear. He didn't respond to whether it's removed or replaced. I imagine, if I had to guess, my guess would be that they're removable. Is my guess.
costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we were unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can salvage a mod off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that mod, or like maybe some kind of essence or something like that. Like, you know, effectively you'd get some kind of amount of like something for that mod, and then you would build up to the point where you can then put that mod on.
I would be fine too with that, like destroying an item or destroying the runes and being able to put in new items. I'd be perfectly fine with that too. I agree.
Another piece of gear. So we tried this out, and the problem that we were having is that if we tried like 5 different ways that this could work in terms of like how it could work, and generally speaking, there was always this fight every single time of like, if we make this like easy enough so that players can easily do it, then the designers start to get unhappy about the fact that items are becoming too trivial.
For selling runed items? Well, if runes can't be removed, then selling runed item is going to be impossible. So like re-gearing is going to be really hard, and making profit off of the item that you rune is going to be really hard. It also makes runes very interestingly valued, right? So like runes end up having this like really weird value to them. Yo, thanks for the sub, man. It just becomes very strange very quick. The same as corruptions. Well, this is what's going to make things really interesting, right? So like now your high-end item is going to be 6 stats into corrupted, hoping to hit sockets. So it just adds another level of like high-endness, right? About mirror tier crafting? Yeah, I don't think you could do mirror tier crafting, because like if the highest end of high items need to be corrupted and you can't mirror a corrupted item, then like what happens? You just make this like 5 modded item or 6 modded item and then mirror it, but then you can't corrupt it because it has a mirror tag on it. It's just really interesting. Yeah, no. I know it is.
Like we're not happy about this, like all these sort of issues like that. And if we make it so that the players, so that the designers are happy, then the players are like, this is just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just not very happy about. Like, it just didn't feel fun to actually use. Like I actually was never really happy with it in terms of just the user experience of using it. So we had built this whole thing, and like we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, you know, like Mark often was like, oh, you know, what if we just didn't have the crafting mesh? Like, can we just not have it? Like, the item system does work. Like, there's all these complaints, but you know, like, but maybe we just don't need it. And I know that Rishi as well was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like, no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like, and this is not a good thing when you've got a system like that. So eventually, I think as I said, it was saying, I was a little bit too close to the issue, because I was like, we can't launch into early access without a crafting bench, because the crafting bench is just a thing that PoE players expect. And like, if we don't have a way for players to feel like they've got a way to solve problems like resist or something like that, then people are going to crucify us, right? Like, it's a really big issue. And eventually, and I don't remember who I think it was Rishi even who might have suggested this. He basically just said, hey, So, because that's right. Because at one point I was like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod, so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the item. If it just adds an extra mod, then it would solve the problems because it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods, but it also lets you solve your problems. So like there shouldn't be any issue, like sort of, and that we're kind of like, yeah, that'll solve the problem. But we still had the problem where people weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items. Like adding the extra, like here's another thing to think about. In the item system was just something that people just wasn't fun. So then Rishi said, okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum, for the Val Orbs. Because at the time, what that did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it was like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that lets you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement because we already had the stuff for sockets. We already had like basically everything we needed, and it pretty much exactly was filling the function that the crafting bench was supposed to fill. But yet it didn't have. But yet it feels fun because you don't have to have this busy work of having to salvage mods, like salvage mods all the time. So effectively, it was just a way better solution. And as soon as we tried that, it's like, designers are happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So it was just immediately just way better. So yeah, but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before. So I mean that still exists, right? Like we could put that in a moment's notice. We have the system. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can find a way to get something of that nature in later on without it requiring as much busy work. So one thing we discussed was like, well, what if we had this as an Endgame thing? Because like at Endgame, you wouldn't.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta take this call. Hold on. 1 sec. Sorry about that.
Have as much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game, the kind of balance you need to do is like kind of annoying with like massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that. That was a one thing's like maybe it would work if it was an in-game only system. So I guess that's a bit of a ramble, but effectively all that is to say, we've got this sitting in the wings. We could theoretically bring it back. The problem is a design issue, not a technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so yeah, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
I appreciate you going into the detail on it because it's actually like it's really cool to hear the thought process behind it instead of just hearing it's not going to be in the game. Like actually hearing the process of how you came to it. I appreciate the answer. Go on, Gazi, you're going to say something.
Sorry. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets. Featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation. But we also have the idea of microtransactions of bench micros that needs to be supported in POE2.
So I think So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider. You can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically benches. So effectively you'll be able to reskin those using crafting benches that you've already bought. So long as they're in the game, then you have that. So effectively that's what you get for now. I do
So
understand that it's like a little
Harvest
bit weird
is coming
because
back?
the bench is not like the salvage bench is not as big of a deal as what the crafting bench was in POE1. So like you could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So we still have the compatibility there.
Crafting bench.
Think of it this way,
confirmed
like,
later
it
on.
might be
He said
a
other crafting
far-fetched
benches, so that means
idea,
like
but,
harvest, right?
Think of the crafting bench if you put in your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement a feature like Rogpog crafting. So you have a menu, say, hey, I want to use a Chaos Orb. You click on that one, it will tell you this is what's going to happen to the item. Then you have to click craft. Now if we have a proper use of the crafting bench, it features from POE1 to POE2. I think people would like that.
Don't get
with the
my
idea of like,
hopes up.
showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things POE2 is so far is doing really good job at is preventing us from utilizing third-party tools and sites to the extent that it is, and that could be a step in that direction. Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because otherwise we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens allowing you to have the metacrafting approaches. So this question is from Empyrean, so shout out to him for this, by the way. The question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, so multiple omens at once for a craft?
Right. I believe that you can't, but I could be wrong about that. But my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does. I think they would probably get too powerful if you're able to use more than one at once. I guess you haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah, one at a time is the main.
What other omens are there?
So the next.
Throw the ball over to you, DM.
Yeah, we're going to move over here to Ascendancies and Trials related question real quick. So we saw the Ascendancy. We know how you do it. You do it through the Trials. One of the things that we were trying to get some clarity on is, do you get points from the Trials based upon how far you progress in the Trials, or is it the type of situation where you're going to do multiple different Trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could hear how you
See
go
you
from
on the
your
6th
first
and
to
you
your
find
second to
out?
et cetera, in terms of points.
Time to spend
So
ritual,
effectively,
yeah,
as you get higher
definitely.
level coins, for example, if it's coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up. So each floor, in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors, and then those effectively, if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you get your second 2, etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a coin of a high enough level, and it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level. And the same is basically true of ultimatum as well. So effectively, it'll say on the ultimatum how many rooms you're able to do, and thus and basically for that one, it's the number of bosses that like you've killed. So after you've killed the first boss, you get 2 points. After you kill the second boss, you get 2, and then the third boss, you get another 2, and then the final challenge at the end, the 4th boss that have you that content. If you're able to kill that one, then you get your 4th set of points for that. So effectively, in both cases, there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively, once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well.
What's the thing you like the most so far? Ooh, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. I don't know. I think I'm kind of excited for the new campaign. Can't decide either. Shirley's clicking the well in town. Is that still a thing, Miss Kim? By the way, how the hell have you been? How's life? Is that still a thing? The blow from Endgame mechanics means streamlined. That's also really cool. From the gameplay I was watching, it is. Really? I didn't realize that was still a thing. Huh. Atlas progression looks cool. from the last LA event? Like the LA event that was like 2 weeks ago, or the LA event that was like from forever ago? Because I don't know. I didn't watch any of the I didn't watch any of the other LA stuff from 2 weeks ago. Do you have any of the video footage from that? I will say one of the things that I'm like relatively excited about. Darth streamed his run. Oh, okay. I'll have to look then. I will say one of the things I'm excited about is the simplicity of this. Well, I love this Atlas tree, right? Like I'm a huge fan of the Atlas tree, but I really enjoy a lot of simplicity of it. I think the fact that it's like dumbed down is really cool, so you don't have to like go through all these different nodes and stuff. But maybe that's just me. I don't know if everybody else feels that way. I also like the fact that the Atlas is very 3D now, and I don't like while this was really cool, I think it's really nice that it's like broken down into like different aspects. But I could also just be insane. Can we stop, cat? Please, can we fucking stop? Stop. So maybe that's just a me thing. All right, hold on. I'm gonna put this video back on, and then I think my fucking idiot cat is like begging for like food or something. So I'm gonna check on what the cat wants.
Having death like set you back, so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is like it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about like, you know, I mean, basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit. But yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, you know, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because you know, like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not lose any experience and just like die, you know, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So you know, that's kind of the reason why it exists.
That's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
All right, so okay, a few things about this. So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members, and what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of, and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency. We've got 2 players because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets.
What happened? Why did my shit reset?
To not slow, she just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But we don't want case to case. And I with having it, and it's like no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like this is not a good thing when you've got a system like that. The players, so the designers are happy, then the players are like, this is just busy work and it takes me forever and I have to salvage all these items, you're making me make decisions, and there was like all sorts of things that the like players were just not very happy with. Like, it just didn't feel fun to actually use. Like I actually was never really happy with it in terms.
From my understanding, hello friend, what I mean, from my understanding with the PO with my understanding, as long as you do a mechanic, you will get points for it. So it doesn't matter what you do, like you'll just get points for everything. What do you do for a week? You sit and cry. What do you mean? You just sit and cry. Yeah, from my understanding, each zone has like a requirement, or each mechanic has a requirement. If you complete that requirement, it unlocks skill points for it. I could be horribly mistaken about that, but that's my understanding of it, right? So like if you do like so much breach stuff, you'll get a breach point. Like I guess if you like complete like the breach bosses, or you do like ritual, you'll get ritual points. Ritual points. Ritual points. What the fuck is my cat doing? My cat's doing some fucking weird shit. What the hell are you doing in there? All right, my cat's fucking. I don't even know where to begin with this cat. It's dumbass, bro. So dumb.
It was just the user experience of using it. So we had built this whole thing, and we balanced it a whole bunch of different ways, and then I think we were a bit too close to the issue, because the other thing that was happening through all of this was like, you know, like Mark often was like, oh, you know, what if we just didn't have the crafting mech? Like, can we just not have it? Like, the item system does work. Like, there's all these complaints, but you know, like, but maybe we just don't need it. And I know that Rishi as well was kind of like, yeah, I prefer. He was like, I prefer not to have it, but then like if it works this way, then I am okay with having it. And it's like, no one was happy. You know what I mean? Like, and this is not a good thing when you've got a system like that. So,
but why weren't they happy?
I think as I said, I was a little bit too close to the issue, because I was like, we can't launch into early access without a crafting bench, because the crafting bench is just a thing that PoE players expect. And like, if we don't have a way for players to feel like they've got a way to solve problems like resist or something like that, then people are going to crucify us, right? Like, it's a really big issue. And eventually, and I don't remember who I think it was Rishi even who might have suggested this. He basically just said, hey,
he speaks so fast, he's
that's
excited.
Right. So at one point, I was like, what if the crafting bench just added an extra mod, so it didn't affect the existing mods? You could just add an extra mod, even if you've already got the mod on the item. If it just adds an extra mod, then it would solve the
whole
problems.
Endgame's gonna be more fun for me knowing
it doesn't like interfere with the randomness of the other mods,
system.
but it also lets you solve your problems. So like, there shouldn't be any issue, like sort of, and that will kind of like, yeah, that'll solve the problem. But we still had the problem where people weren't really enjoying actually destroying and salvaging mods of items. Like, adding the extra, like, here's another thing to think about
built in
the item system was just something that people just wasn't fun. So then Rishi said, okay, well, you're talking about adding an extra mod to all items. Well, we already have the socket system that we created for Ultimatum for the Val Orbs. Because at the time, what that did is it could add one socket, but you didn't have existing sockets on items. So it's like, what if we just allow sockets to spawn on items? We have a currency that you add sockets, and we just also have just common runes that have just like the standard mods. And this took basically no effort to implement, because we already had the stuff for sockets. We already had like basically everything we needed, and it pretty much exactly was filling the function that the crafting bench was supposed to fill. But yet it didn't have. But yet it feels fun, because you don't have to have this busy work of having to salvage mods, like salvage mods all the time. So effectively, it was just a way better solution. And as soon as we tried that, it's like, you know, designers are happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So it was just immediately just way better. So yeah, but it does mean that we just don't get that nice encyclopedia of mods that we had before. So I mean, that still exists, right? Like, we could put that in a moment's notice. We have the system. But what I'm thinking is maybe we can find a way to get something of that nature in later on without it requiring as much busy work. So one thing we discussed was like, well, what if we had this as an Endgame thing? Because like at Endgame, you wouldn't have.
So like that was one of the things that I was saying yesterday or the day before. I was watching a video, the Talkative Try video, right? I was watching the Talkative Try video, and even Try was just like so excited and just so happy. And I guess people fucking hate it for some reason. I don't know why people would fucking hate it, but seeing the level of excitement is just like really cool. So maybe I'm the crazy one, but I get a very big kick out of like watching these interviews and seeing like especially like the game director, right? just be like insanely excited about like what's going on. So I don't know. I feel like I've always been like positive, but like not crazy positive, but like, you know, realistically positive, right? About like the overall state of the game and stuff. But like I get a huge fucking kick out of like watching these things and like seeing people like genuinely be really excited, because when you see especially like the game designer like being excited about it, and like the players they're interviewing just being excited, right? It's just, I don't know, it sets a really nice stage. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Inspires confidence. I can see that. Hey, hello. Autumn cells are out. Uh-oh. I got my stuff from getting the supporter pack, the hoodie and the t-shirt. They're so nice. I've seen a lot of people get all their stuff really fast. Besides John and Mike from EHE, I don't think I've ever seen other devs like this. You're not alone on that one, bro. Don't really understand why people don't want to see other people happy. It's like really weird, right? I don't know. Like, especially like when I'm watching like the talkative try interviews, right? The dude is just genuinely fucking happy. And like, it sends me back to these like weird flashbacks to like Calandra League, right? Where I'm just like, I remember being excited for Calandra League, and I remember, I don't know, I just remember a lot of the old stuff, right? And I was excited and I was enjoying the game, and people were like, oh, you can't be this excited. This is ridiculous. And I'm like, why is it fucking ridiculous? Like, why, you know, why is it so bad that I enjoy something the way that it is and like you don't? Like why is that a problem? It was like a week for you? It's not bad, man.
As much of that tension problem of like, because in order to make the balance work for the amount of juice you need for a mod to work both at early game and at late game,
I want Luke Goblins to come back too, man.
like
Fuck everybody who hated that.
Massive exponential scaling factors and like stuff like that.
I want Luke Goblins too, man.
You know, that was a one thing's like maybe it would work if it was an in-game only system. So I guess that's a bit of a ramble, but effectively all that is to say, we've got this sitting in the wings. We could theoretically bring it back. The problem is a design issue, not a technical issue. It's just like we're never happy with how it played. And so yeah, maybe one day we can make a way for it to work.
I appreciate you going into the detail on it, because it's actually like it's really cool to hear the thought process behind it instead of just hearing it's not going to be in the game. Like actually hearing the process of how you came to it. I appreciate the answer. Go on, Gazi, you're going to say something.
Sorry. I do think about like the whole idea with the crafting bench. So we're not going to have a crafting bench. It's being replaced by sockets featured. I think it's pretty fair the way that approach is. It seems to solve the situation. But we also have the idea of microtransactions of bench.
Okay, we definitely heard this. We're just letting it play out again because I don't want to like try to jump around and try to figure out where I was.
So I think that for now at least, I believe that the salvage bench, obviously it's like way less of a big deal, but the salvage bench, you can still have that in your hider. You can still retheme that how you like. And then if we do add the crafting bench back, then you'll just be able to reskin that as well. There are also a couple of other things that are basically benches. So effectively you'll be able to reskin those using crafting benches that you've already bought.
The minion teasers?
As long as they're in the game, you have that. So effectively that's what you get for now. I do understand that it's like a little bit weird because the bench is not like the salvage bench is not as big of a deal as what the crafting bench was.
Keep dreaming, so, like, homie.
You could argue that the reskin has less value in that sense, but it's still a thing you can put in your hideout and still use in that way. So, we still have the compatibility there.
But think of it this way: like it might be a far-fetched idea, but like think of the crafting bench. If you put in your item in that you want to craft on, and then implement.
I actually released a whole video today about it.
So you have
can type exclamation point monk in the chat, and you can see my latest YouTube video talking about it.
Then you have to click craft. Now we have proper use of the
Subject
crafting
to change,
features from
obviously,
POE1
but
to
it's
POE2.
where I'm leaning.
I think people would like that with the idea of like showing the modifier that can apply to the item. It's like one of the things POE2 so far is doing a really good job at
no,
is
dude.
preventing us from
Forget my
utilizing
answer.
third-party
Click the
tools and
video.
sites to the extent that it
I mean,
is,
do both.
and that
Listen to
could
his
be a
answer
step
and
in
click
that
the
direction.
video.
Again, just spitballing here.
Sure.
But I want to move on to another part of this question because otherwise we're going to sit here for another couple of hours. And it is about metacrafting. We saw the omens allowing you to have
I want
the
to know what the
metacrafting
rest of the
approaches.
omens are. I
So this
really,
question is
really,
from
really want to know
Empyrean,
what
so
the rest
shout
of the
out to him
omens
for this,
are.
by the way. The question is, can we use multiple metacrafts at once, so multiple omens at once for a craft?
Right. I believe that you can't, but I could be wrong about that. But my understanding is it's one omen at a time. Yeah, that does. I think they would probably get too powerful if you're able to use more than one at once. I guess you haven't seen the whole list yet, but effectively, yeah, one at a time is the main idea. With
Well,
that.
he mentions that there's more of them that we haven't seen
next-
yet.
Ball
So.
over to you, DM.
Yeah, we're going to move over here to Ascendancies and Trials, related question real quick. So we saw the Ascendancy. We know how you do it. You do it through the Trials. One of the things that we were trying to get some clarity on is, do you get points from the Trials based upon how far you progress in the Trials, or is it the type of situation where you're going to do multiple different Trials to get the points? I know there's like the coins associated with it, so I was hoping we could, hear how you go from your first two to your second two, et cetera, in terms of points.
So effectively, as you get higher level coins, for example, if coins in the case of Sanctum, so as you get higher level coins, there's like certain level breakpoints where new floors open up. So each floor, in the case of Sanctum, there are 4 floors, and then those effectively, if you complete floor 1, you get 2 points. If you complete floor 2, you get your second 2, etc. But the extra floor only becomes available once you get a coin of a high enough level, and it says on the coin like how many floors you're allowed to do based on that coin. So that means that you can't ascend a second time as soon as you get there. Like you do have to get to a coin from a slightly higher level. And the same is basically true of Ultimatum as well. So effectively, it'll say on the Ultimatum how many rooms you're able to do, and thus and basically for that one, it's the number of bosses that you've killed. So after you've killed the first boss, you get 2 points. After
I'm really interested to try both the Ultimatum and then
the final challenge at the end,
and the Sanctum side of Ascending. I'm really glad it's not the old lab system.
Set of points for that. So
I'm really glad it's not the old lab system,
there are 4 bosses that you can kill, and effectively once you've defeated, the second set of them, then you get more points and so on and so forth.
Now, I think you alluded to this earlier, but just to further clarify, Atlas progression can be done in a group as well as Ascendancies. Can you do those in a group? So when you go to do the Ultimatum, etc., you can...
Yeah. So everyone will be able to ascend. Everyone will be able to ascend if you go in a party. For the Atlas, the Atlas state is only one... Like it's one person's state, but obviously everyone's getting rewards and so on from that. But but in terms of actually exploration, only one person is getting that exploration because they've all got separate atlases. So it effectively has to be that way.
I'm assuming the Atlas modifiers go off the person who opens the point, whose party it is.
Yeah. So effectively that person. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I mean, that makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, we'll move over to the next one. We're going to go a little faster so we don't waste your time either or occupy too much.
We're getting towards the end here. Just a couple more.
Yeah. So we saw a lot of skills being involved for specific weapons in the reveal. We saw them open up an uncut skill gems. It was swords, maces, and flail. So the questions first is, are there more new types or different types of weapons to come? And can we hear a bit about those? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so effectively all of the, on that list, it does have the full list of all the weapon types. Now, I should mention that, the weapon types for classes that are sort of designed for classes that we're not releasing yet, we're not giving the skills for those out either at the moment. And that's just because, effectively the weapon
turning it on.
set of skills there is the class, and then if we're doing that, we'd also have to do all that other work as well. So effectively, there would be no point if we did that. And that does actually mean, by the way, that swords are not dropping in POE2 right now because there's no sword skills for them, so there's no point in having them do that. So effectively, yeah, like the ones that we've announced, like those set of ones that's what you're getting at the moment. And yeah, as throughout early access, we'll add some more. But effectively, that we do have that list on the side, so you can see what they'll all be. And we'll talk more about like the specific play style of each of those weapons as we get through it. But I will say one thing is that the skills that you get on each weapon type, I do want to make sure that if each weapon type feels very different from one another. Like I would say that in PoE1, that like the difference between an axe and a sword is like not really that important, and I kind of want to make sure.
What do you mean the difference between an axe and a sword is not that important? What, sir? What game are you playing? Like, what does that mean? There's what? There's fucking what? Sir, I can't use Molten Strength to the Zenith with a fucking axe. What's not important? He said in Path of Exile 1, you can't. There's not a really good way to differentiate the difference between an axe and a sword. While in POE2, it'll be easier based on the weapon type to see the difference between like an axe and a sword. Really intrigued at what they're gonna do with content-specific stashes. I also would like to know that. That is definitely something like. What's gonna happen with the Blight tab that I bought? Like, is it just not in PoE2 and I just like eat shit, right? Same thing with like the map tab. Like, does the map tab, and we were talking about this earlier, like, does the map tab get converted over to like a Watchstone tab? They said some of them are not in. Yeah, he just said that certain weapon types aren't in because they don't have a way to utilize them with skills yet, which I mean, that makes sense. Might get transferred to a premium tab. But then what happens when Blight comes out and like, if they transfer everything to a premium tab and then Blight comes out in the future, are they gonna like refund me my fucking points or convert my tab over? You know what I mean? Like, that would be the fear, right? Like, with everything. Blight's basically all but confirmed. Yes. But some rewards have changed. I'm fine with old mechanics having new rewards and being revamped for PoE2. I think that's totally reasonable. I don't need Blight to be oils, right? Like, it could be its own cool new thing in PoE2. I think a lot of people forget that like that's okay, right? Like the gem tab. The gem tab might be in. It might just hold uncut gems. Remember, like, you still have to get like uncut gems and then deal with your uncut gems, right? You need a place to store those. Right? So like they'll just like like, in theory, I don't know if they will. Good movie. What's a good movie? Oh, Uncut Gems. Can we stop with the fucking cat outside? Leave the cat alone. Leave the cat alone. Leave the cat alone. Leave the cat alone. Get out of here. Leave that cat alone. Just tell this cat to fuck right off, man. Bro, I fucking see you, homie. You think I don't see you? fucking stray cat keeps coming around giving my cat fucking anxiety. Dude, this fucking stray cat is making me lose my mind right now. Adopt him? No! I have two! I don't need a third fucking crazy cat. No, the one cat comes to the fucking door over here, the little outside door, and fucking, like, loses his fucking mind. Like, this little shit. God, just think about this cat. It gives me anxiety, bro. Oh my God, dude. I can't right now, bro. Travis, no, we're talking about POE2, but I'm listening. I got a bonker blue base for my Sork. Is there any way I can make it better? I got a bonker blue base. More info. What do you... If it's blue, there ain't fuck all you could do to it but add sockets to it. I also don't know anything about like remaster because I only play Project Diablo, so like I don't know. But to my knowledge, if it's blue, there is not fuck all you could do to it except add a socket. You can only like add sockets to it. Like it's not like Path of Exile where you can like do shit, right? Which is unfortunate. So only to my knowledge, I mean, you should double, triple check, but there's not like intense crafting in Diablo, like in Path of Exile. So I don't know. I was so excited. I found out, by the way, Auntie, speaking a bunch of plus the skills to items, I found out that the Necro needs like a bunch of blue items to plus the skills to get the summons to like 50 or 60 or whatever it is. And it's like this huge pain in the dick where like you're supposed to like just summon a bunch of skeletons outside of the area and have like a bunch of weapon swaps. But I mean, whatever. I was excited. Yeah, no, unfortunately, crafting in Diablo is very basic. You just take a base and upgrade a white item base to a crafted item. Is it working so far? I mean, it's like level 82, 83, or 85. I don't even know what level it is, to be honest with you. It's pretty high level. Goes through maps fine. As long as the map doesn't have fear on it, If the map has fearing on it, it's like the most miserable shit in the world. But if the map doesn't have fearing on it, or like fearing mods, it's fine. But I mean, it's doing maps no problem. It's just fucking AI for minions is ass cheeks. Like, that's the only downside to playing the character is like AI for minion is like really bad. So like, it's 100% not my play style in the slightest at all. But I'm sure for group play, it'll be fine. But like in terms of like single player doing shit on my own, it's boring as fuck. Like I'll happily do the dungeon content, right? Like I made the character do the dungeon content, I created the weapon, but like after we like do the dungeon stuff, I don't know if I'll like keep it, if that makes sense. But I'll keep it long enough for us to do dungeon stuff. But I guess there's not a whole lot of time anyways to play fucking Diablo anymore, considering the fact that like we're 6 days, 7 days, 7 days out, depending on like, you know, where in the world or like what time it is, right? We're like super close to like POE2 anyways, so it's fine. I don't think there's going to be any time at all to create a new character or like do anything else. So we just like eat it and roll with it. XDD.
That like it feels like the skill set you get for each one is more distinct, and you know, and thus the playstyle is different. So yeah, you'll obviously see more about that as we have the more classes.
Fair enough. But you said that there were all of them there. And in the playtest that I've been part of, we've seen both wands, scepters, and staves, but there were no skills related to those three. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
So the wands are kind of like, you know, part of the occult line, and each wand has its own skill on it. So there's actually a bunch of skills on those wands, and yeah, as you play through the game, effectively those will be part of your set of skills as well. And then scepters have so there's actually two lines of scepters. There's the ones that are more minion focused, and those either give you minions or things that support minions. And then there's the ones that are kind of designed to be more, more for a different class. So there's another class as well that uses scepters commonly. I actually don't know whether or not any of those scepters are in the game currently, but effectively there's like kind of a line of scepters that are designed. They give you spirit, but they're more not so much about minions. They're about something else.
Templar
so,
question
you got that
mark?
yeah. It's pretty obvious, I suspect. But
it is Templar.
But effectively, so you've got that as well. So and then you've got the staves, which also have their own set of things as well. So effectively, there's actually quite a lot of skills that are represented there that you don't see in those lists because they're kind of separate. And actually, one thing I should mention that maybe wasn't obvious is that anytime something says it grants a skill, that skill is supportable with support gems. So like in the in the presentation, if you saw an Ascendancy class and that Ascendancy class node says,
what does it say? Edit to add something actually important. The Eldritch Battery you might have seen that converts all is not going to be E and A. This is confirmed by Snap asking the devs. It would have been incredibly not okay. That Eldritch Battery is only in old builds of the game. Oh! Where did you find this? Reddit? See, it was double dipping. It definitely was double dipping, and it was definitely as powerful as I said. That's crazy. Under a post with a Dreamcore Keystone video. Yeah, so that shit was just as powerful as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, can you link it? Yeah, so everybody who was like, oh, you're wrong. It doesn't convert. Shut the fuck up. It worked exactly how we thought it was gonna work. Hold on, I'm gonna go post this on the video. Yo, thanks for the sub, man. Man, that's crazy. 2 hours ago. Lance's planet. I mean, my plan is in shambles because I essentially did the same thing. A lot of people are looking at this combo, yeah. I'm pinning it on the video so people know. That's fucking crazy. CI plus mom is still going to be great, even without the bustedness. I agree. I fully think so.
Is grant skill and then some skill. You can support that skill with sockets on your character. So like that time stop, for example, like that's a supportable skill. You can put things on that and stuff like that. So that's actually kind of one of those things that's not entirely obvious from just looking at it.
Fair enough. We'll move
Monk's
on
gonna be
to the next
so
question,
broken?
which is
I think
with
so.
life
I definitely
not
think so.
on the passive tree. Shout out to Kriparian for this one. Are some characters still going to potentially be significantly tankier than others as they are in POE1?
Yeah.
Just to give some more context for the people watching, we're talking about the difference between, say, a CI versus Mind Over Matter versus life stack and armor evasion, etc.
Yeah. So I mean, you can still absolutely get life, from gear. But the main way that the tree is going to allow you to get to get tankier is effectively other effects like to do with defenses, right? So, armor, evasion, and so on. And there's quite a lot of stats around modifying those and doing different things with those. I think there is a lot of scope for that kind of thing. And I think it's more obvious
it's just the Ohm rune, so it's one high rune.
Then go for all this armor or evasion or whatever nodes.
You
Like
need an Ohm
the
rune.
whole breakdown of like some X% needs to be life or whatever. I think was confusing before.
In that
so
order?
effectively now, if you want defensive to be more defensive, allocate those defensive nodes, and you should be doing fine. We do want to make sure that you can feel a lot more defensive than some other characters for sure. I mean, I guess there's not a huge amount more to say about that. Effectively, just effectively, yes, we want to have the ability to control a lot of defensiveness from the tree.
I'm going to rapid fire a few questions related to warrior ascendancies here. So one of them that got shown during the LA presentation that went on actually an open world games video and then has been kind of spread around Reddit, etc., is effectively the rucksack is back. So you have the Titan, it says plus 20 inventory space. There's been some questions related to quality of life being something that you get as an ascendancy point related to only a particular ascendancy. So could you elaborate on the decision behind this?
I guess there's not really a huge amount to say about it. Like Mark was the one who was like, yeah, we should probably do this, and he'd probably be a better one to answer that question. But he was kind of like, you know what, I think we'll try it out, right? If it doesn't work, we'll just change it. Just true of anything we do. So I don't think there's some big deep philosophy around this. It's just kind of like, hey.
Sure. For context, I think the reason people are asking is like, well, I want plus 20 on my class. It's type of questions here. Gazi, did you want to?
I do want to, I'll interrupt you real quick. There's that as well, sure. But there's also this idea that your first 2 ascendancy points, where your ascendancy points, you get 2 of them, you kind of want to get the majority of the classes giving you something that gives you power.
Fair enough.
Whereas this choice is only giving you a quality of life feature, and Blood Mage, first 2 ascendancies, is a negative input for the class. So I was curious about the decision.
Right. So okay, well, I'll go into the Blood Mage one at least. So one thing I should mention about that is that it does allow you to overcap your life by double, which is something that I didn't mention in the video, but it's kind of important, right? So effectively, if you're picking up those orbs, then you can get to double the amount of life that you normally have. So
Okay.
Mark actually pointed out. Mark actually mentioned that I forgot to mention that upside in the.
That's such like an important thing to mess.
So that's kind of an important element as well.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of fun.
Yeah, but I kind of I know what you mean about the one with the inventory space keystone. Ascendancy node. So I understood, right? Like I totally get where you're coming from with that.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next Ascendancy node. So during the footage, speaking of the footage of the presentation, I'm sitting there and I'm super hyped about Warrior. I'm going to play Warrior. I play Warrior in all 3 tests. I want maces, seeing the giant splits, all looking good, right? So then they show the Warrior class of the Ancestral Spirit. And the footage shows a monkey who gets summoned. He pounds his chest and he runs into a tree. He just runs away.
Yes, I know. And this came up during, like, when we saw that so late as well. So, okay, one thing I think you guys should understand is the fact that, like, okay, you probably assume that this video was ready like a week ago. Well, let me tell you, we were rendering it out the night before. And still freaking working on it, right? So there are a lot of things about that video that I certainly would have wanted to improve. And the monkey running off into the tree was definitely on the list. Okay, like that was in there.
I don't know what
that was certainly not lost on us. Unfortunately, we just didn't get time to fix that.
To be fair,
but yes, I know what you mean. It didn't look good.
Yeah, well, I'm not so much trying to roast you about the monkey. It's like everyone wants to know what the monkey do. Like, there's a monkey, but what is it? What does the monkey do? Is there any chance I could find that?
I mean, I don't actually have the finer details on this one. It's I actually don't know. I would have to ask Mark about that one. He's the one working on that.
Fair enough. So there's a monkey.
Yeah, I know. But the thing, but it was not lost on me though. That one thing, like it was. Yeah, honestly, like people. Yeah, it came in hot, that presentation. Let me just say that.
All right.
So it does more than runs away then.
Yes, it does more than runs away for sure. It's going to be attacking. It's going to be doing stuff. It's just, I think, just AI failed.
It's part of the Warriors. And this is kind of funny.
The Jade would be the next portion. We saw the Jade. Is that defensive only? There was a Jade ramping stack and lets you gain Jade per second. So the question is, are you gaining Jade as you're in Jade form sitting there, and then that translates to a buffs of some kind, or do you have to stack Jade in order to be able to use the skill? So I was hoping, would you be willing to give us any...
So when you're... So while you're not using the skill, effectively it's building up, and that's effectively acting as a counter to the amount of damage that you can sustain. I should mention, by the way, that and I didn't do a good job of explaining this in the video, that you can turn on and off like quickly. Like you've got an amount of Jade, and it's like you use it as when the boss slams, and then you can let go. You don't just stay as a Jade statue. The video made it look like you just stay as a statue until it runs out. But that's not how it works. You just hold it down while in your Jade, then you let go, and you're not. That's the. Yeah. So, well, I mean, you just hold down the skill, right? So effectively, you can use that to tank a bunch of damage, and and I think the design intention here really is that without dodge rolling, you can stay where you are and tank like even an unblockable hit, and then follow up immediately without having to like dodge away and like get out of position. So that's kind of the idea of that.
Okay, excellent.
It's just like a toggleable Vol Arctic armor kind of thing then.
Well, the thing is, I don't like the word toggleable to use here. It is a skill you were using because, like, while you're holding it, it's there, and then when you're not holding it, it's not there.
It sounds so cool.
And also, you can't do anything else while you're a Jade statue, right? It's like a skill that is turning you.
Was all this stuff that they're talking about, was this in the release video? Like the presentation? I don't remember seeing a lot of this. It was? I really don't know if I want to go back and watch the hour-long fucking presentation again of like all the stuff. All I've learned in the last like 20 fucking minutes, both between watching this and that Reddit post, is until Friday's here, literally until Friday's here, nothing matters. Right? Like all I've learned in like the last like 20 minutes is nothing matters. We can look and watch and hear about all this all we want, and it's just changed. It's just changed every day, every few hours. Like, it's so crazy to me that like this video comes out explaining Eldritch Battery. Granted, I didn't see the video at the time when I recorded my video, but it's really interesting to me that this video comes out explaining Eldritch Battery and what's going on. And then a bunch of people start talking about Eldritch Battery, and they're like, never mind, don't worry about it. Like, it's not in the game. It's not in the game. And then you have the same thing with like this crafting bench where MP does this like insane video on this crafting bench. And there's all this cool stuff going on, and you're looking at all this cool stuff, and you're like really excited about it, and it gives you a lot of cool power, and you can salvage a lot of shit, and you're like all hyped about it, and then they're like, no. And you're like, what do you mean? No, 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 no. And they're like, no, 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 it doesn't exist. You can post the link. Yeah, go ahead. We really don't know shit at the end of the day. You just gotta wait for the game to come out. Yeah, like, and I fully understand and respect the excitement, right? Like, that's why we're like sitting here watching a lot of these like interviews and stuff and talking about it, because people are just like really, really, really excited about all this. But like, it almost, I don't want to say feels like a waste, because we've learned so much and we've prepped so much. But like, it's just so it sucks to like get excited about something and see something and they're like, no, 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 no. And you're like, bro, it's not even out yet. Let me try it. And they're like, no, 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 no. You know? It's 3204 for the big fuck off monkey. All right, hold on, let's see.
Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Oh, there he is.
With Jade Heritage, of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Okay, so if you guys didn't tell me that that monkey just like fucked off into the distance and did nothing, I would have safely assumed, just even now while watching this, I would have safely assumed that there's a mob off screen, right? Like, that just looks like that guy's just charging a mob that's underneath the UI portrait. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't just look like this fucking thing. It's just like, XDD, I'm gonna take, you know, it just doesn't look like that, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
You into a statue that's unmoving until you let go, and then you can follow up again. So yeah, it's kind of like, as I said, you should think of it more like a dodge roll where you don't have to actually move. Like, it's a way of defending yourself against a big attack that you would otherwise get away from.
Okay, well, that makes it sound a lot better.
What does the monkey do?
So another question people are going, I'm going to try and make this a little bit faster here. Party play, there was the Chronomancer, looked awesome, was the one that caught me off guard the most. How does the freezing time work in party play? Can we get to the point?
Oh, also, I saw, speaking of, I just saw this in the Discord. I should look at this. It's already outdated because Eldritch Battery's still there. It's already outdated. And I appreciate people sharing it, but this goes hand in hand with what I'm saying. This was posted earlier today by Reddit, and Patanas shared it in the Discord. I'm assuming that's you, right? It gets updated daily. It's irrelevant that it gets updated daily. If it's not updated the minute it was changed, if it's not updated the minute it's changed, if I looked at this right now, and started planning around Eldritch Battery and this guy hasn't updated it, all he's doing is setting people up for failure. Right? It's all speculation. And that's the problem with sharing things like this, is because like you start showing people like, and the best example is literally Eldritch Battery. This was released 4 hours ago, right? That's what you're saying, right? This was released 4 hours ago. And in the Reddit thread, whoops, hold on. I clicked the wrong thing. Did I accidentally not link the Reddit thread properly? Right? That's released 4 hours ago, but just after it's released, Eldritch Battery is removed. And it makes things so awkward. Right? Because like, if this just came out and people are like looking at this and having a good time with it, which is fine, but then within hours, literally within hours, it's just removed. So this, in theory, like, I hate to say this, but like, well, this is fantastic work and a great like speculatory thing, is all this is going to do is just harm to people, which kind of sucks, right? What's up, fake dick tease? But I'm grateful for the people that take the time to do it, right? Like, I never want to seem ungrateful, you know, because it takes a lot of work and time and effort to like make something like this, right? Like, putting something together like that is not easy. It takes time. But the problem is like, the EB case is rare. It won't change so much. You want to bet? You want to bet? Because this is already changed. This tree has already changed. And this came before your thing. And Jonathan has literally said in the interview that we're watching today that it's going to change all the time. I mean, if our builds are so rich that one node being unavailable breaks it, something else was going to break their build anyways. Does our builds be versatile as anything can? You shouldn't even have a build. That's the whole point. You're setting yourself up to have a build in mind is literally setting yourself up for failure. You should have a concept, yes, like CI something, right? Or mana stacking something. But like, having a full build or having a build in mind is setting yourself up for failure. You're getting yourself set up to problem solve on the fly. I mean, Jonathan in the video we're watching right now, earlier in the video, says you should expect things to change weekly and your character to constantly break. Like, he literally says that. People are going into this thinking it's a stable finished game. Every time, Jonathan literally said in the interview today that we've been watching for the last few hours, he literally said it will be changing all the time. So if somebody figures something out and it's working as unintended, it's going to just just immediately be changed. Also, this passive tree is missing classes. And he said that in this video too. In this video with Darth and all of them, he says in this video that the passive tree is missing spaces for classes. Right? So like, pathing and stuff and just where things are going to change based on the other classes coming out. So whenever Druid comes out, we're just hypothetically say Druid comes out 30 days post-launch, right? Just humor me and say 30 days post-launch. In 30 days, when Druid and Huntress comes out, they need a starting section on the tree and they need places for their nodes. And if things don't work with certain nodes on the tree, it all gets changed. And they say, like, Jonathan literally said that in the video today. One thing I hope is not changed, they should not be changing the Ascendancy as they've teased before Friday. I'd like to think they don't make major changes without showing them. No, they definitely change major things without showing us. 100%. They're 100% going to change things without showing you and telling you, without a doubt. And the best example of that is literally the crafting bench that MP showed. It's literally that. All POE2 classes? That's not all the classes. Is that all the classes? How do you know that's all the classes? Witch, Monk, Marauder, Druid, Templar, Sork, Huntress, Ranger, Warrior, and Duelist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You only have 10. Aren't there 12? Aren't there 12 classes? To my knowledge, there's 12 classes. Right? It doesn't matter to me because I do not take such things like ED. The rest is going to stay fine in context for my starting class. You don't know that, though. You have no idea that you're starting whatever your starting plan is going to be fine. There is 12, 36 ascendancies. The theme of the ascendancies will mostly be stable till launch. I think the theme of the ascendancies is probably stable. When you showcase something that you're saying that is coming from love to be shared, bro, they showcase stuff all the time and then change it all the time. What do you mean? They literally invited streamers to an event. They paid. Think about this. They paid and flew people out. They paid and flew people out to LA to film and record, to showcase the game, to then remove an entire system to add runes. If I was a content creator, I'm putting out build information. I always put subject to change. That's not the same as doing an EA. That's literally the what? That's the same thing. It's the same thing. They paid people to showcase an early access to build hype. You and I had this conversation in DMs. You and I had this conversation. You and I literally had this conversation today. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. You and I had this you had this conversation with me today where you were so upset that people not under NDA weren't sharing information. You just had this conversation with me where you said, and I quote, streamer has information, streamer won't release information, streamer has information that's not under NDA. They were all allowed to release information. They didn't release information. It pisses me off that information is not released. Why are they not releasing information? I say in this conversation, bro, it's probably under NDA. And you're like, it's not under NDA. It's not. They can do it. He should do it. Release the information. Why is the information not out? Because they went to an early access event to preview the game, to build hype, to showcase what's in the game, to then remove everything that's in the fucking game. That's what's going on. Because you weren't mad? I know you're not mad. I know you're not mad. Because I wouldn't have this conversation if I thought you were mad. But the point is, the early access event in LA that they flew people out to, that they let people record stuff that Jonathan openly said, go ahead, release, is an early access preview that has been changed. Like, to assume that shit you're seeing will not change because they let people showcase it is like ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous because everything is going to change. So much of it is just not going to be readily available. And you see this with the video MP deleted. And that is the perfect example of we built a system We showcase the system. Your argument doesn't make sense. I would not assume the content creators showcase. Why would they pay thousands of dollars to fly people out and give them the equipment to record? That's what they if it was to test, it would be under NDA. If it was testing, it would be under NDA. And it wouldn't be released. That's how NDAs and testings work. I know because I've tested stuff and I've been paid to fly out to test stuff. Hi, hello. Hello. How are you? What is up, homie? I came in on a rant. They came in on the rant of nothing you see is safe and everybody putting out a lot of information is all subject to change. The NDA was lifted and all of these videos were, from what I was told, approved. NDA is still ongoing. I wouldn't doubt it that NDA is still ongoing and there's test subjects and people still testing. I wouldn't doubt it. Jonathan personally approved all the content released. Yeah. So, I mean, like, and that's the problem. That's exactly the point that I'm making, is all of this shit was approved to be shared. It was all approved by the developers because they knew the marketing behind it is so big and important on streamers, and then it all changes. In LA, they asked to sign papers, right? They paid people. They paid people. They flew them out. They paid their hotels. They paid their flights. I'm only talking about what they released in the official reveal stream. But how much of that has changed too already? How much of that has changed too already? If you go by the official live stream, to quote you 100%, if we go by the official live stream, Blood Witch, or whatever the fuck it is, shouldn't have overflow double life, which is a major, massive change to an Ascendancy. That is a major change that gets clarified days later. He forgot to say it is like business speak for like we changed this, but we're not admitting we changed this. That's like the Bro, are you just defending your point because you said I was right about the node being better than what it was and that it all got changed and then you're like, holy shit, I was wrong. So like now you're just triple, quadruple doubling down on it? Because I'm like really fucking confused. The pilfering ring's on sale. That's pretty good. I didn't know that. These conversations are literally why I don't do this. Tons and tons of changes were all made in the 6 months. You bought the pilfering ring? It's on my list of things to buy, but I'm still waiting for POE2 to come out to see what new stuff is. The reason why I don't do this is because you guys, and it's like a handful of people who are so positive nothing's changing. Like, you guys are living in this like crazy fantasy world where like you think nothing changes. And you like defend this point to like the end of Earth. Where Jonathan says if it was a Diablo, they made them pivot to Endgame. I don't know. In every interview, he said they've changed something. Yeah, in every single one. And none of those, and none of the stuff in the official release video has gone back to be edited. Don't even understand what the argument is. It all started with it literally started with this, where this was released 4 hours ago, and I said this is a trap and this shouldn't be a thing because stuff like this is already removed. And the argument goes, well, it'll be updated tomorrow. And I say you can't just update it tomorrow, it has to be updated in real time. And then people were like, they won't change things without telling us. And the only reason we know this was removed is because it was in a Reddit post by the devs answering something. I'm giving you the backstory of how this all started. And then it goes into the conversation of, well, Eldritch Battery won't break my build because it's only one node and nothing else will change. And I'm like, the entire tree is subject to change. And then people are like, they won't change anything without telling us. And I'm like, they will change things without telling you because they removed an entire system. They removed an entire system to add in runes. And then it was, well, they didn't showcase that in their early access, but they did because they paid people to fly out to record stuff. And they recorded stuff that was approved by the company to be released, to build hype, to share information that was then removed because what happened on the 9th compared to the 20th or whatever the fuck the video was has all drastically changed. What's the rune system? It's literally Diablo 2's rune system minus rune words. And the point I keep trying to drive forward is I feel better now. Thank you for giving me that unwanted advice. I appreciate that. Thank you. I feel a lot better now. Thank you for being the martyr. I still want to know if we could pull the runes out. I still really want to know if we could pull the runes out. You can't yet. Yet. Yes, yet. I don't need to pull the runes out and keep the pulled out runes. I'm fine with not pulling them out. Right? I'm fine with them not being pulled out. I just need to know if they, I don't need my runes back. I just want to know I can destroy them in the item and reset. Everything is subject to change. That's the point I'm trying to drive in that people that aren't grasping yet. That your build or your idea is not safe. Anything you think you're doing is not safe. You shouldn't have a build guide or like, I'm going to use this to plan to go to this, to plan to go to this, to plan to go to this, to plan. You should not be doing that. You are literally setting yourself up for failure. Will they remove CI? I don't know. They fucking removed Eldritch Battery. They literally removed Eldritch Battery. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Wait till they realize. Wait till they realize mind over matter. Wait till they realize mind over matter says all damage. Just wait. I bet you that one hasn't sunk in yet. I would bet money that one hasn't sunk in yet. You know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen? Somebody's gonna build something with this and it's gonna get changed immediately. We do not plan. You literally strike me as the guy to plan like this. That's my point, Jingles. Yes, they literally removed Eldritch Battery because it's too powerful in its current iteration. Yes, that's the point I'm making. Literally, within hours of people realizing that Eldritch Battery exists, it's been removed. As something actually important, the Eldritch Battery you might have seen that has converts all energy shield and the mana is not going to be in early access. This was confirmed by Snap asking the devs. It would have been incredibly not okay. That Eldritch Battery was only in an old build of the game. And this is from the Dream Core video that literally, when did this video come out? Like hours ago.
You gain, be gained.
This video came out 4 hours ago and is already outdated and can't be trusted. The footage that you were particularly upset about that he was not releasing fast enough is literally outdated. No, my point is that this guy got to play the game and spent all of his time recording all of this information to be approved by Jonathan to be released to us to build hype, and it was all removed. That's my point. That's how fucked it is right now. He's not going to care. I wish just nothing that content creators show. I don't disagree with you. But when they're flown out and paid to showcase stuff and it's like provable that they were paid to showcase stuff and it's provable to show that it was like greenlit to be showcased, it's hard to argue that it's not true or not believable. The other problem is, unfortunately, you have this thing sometimes that you use called a brain that allows you to like think objectively, but a lot of people just like take the word of a streamer as law, and it's really awkward. Also, hi Pam.
Travic Nodders Travic Fire.
Hello, thank you for the resub. I would also not assume any build you make on Friday next week won't actually work in the future, like in weeks from now. Critical thinking is no longer a thing. Dude, I swear to God, man, it wouldn't surprise me if Friday early access comes out and Monday everything changed. Like, there are major changes by Monday. It would not in the slightest surprise me that by Monday you had a patch that just changed all kinds of shit. They made so many changes while you slept. I've seen that too. You cannot test like 100K people can test. Right. I agree. The dev team will be working over the weekend. The only reason I didn't say by Saturday, Mighty, is because it takes time to patch. They've already said they were fine with breaking builds. Oh, I know. That's the point I'm making. That's literally the point I'm making. The only reason I said Monday is not because they were going to be taking the weekend off, but I said Monday simply due to the fact that, like, you know, it's going to take time. And Jonathan said in the interview here, he said that exact thing that Dig just said. There's not enough testing power that, like, can match having players. And he said that about trade too. And he made a comment, and I commented on it earlier. He's like, we don't know if there'll be enough stuff to, like, warrant juicing because we don't know how the trade's going to be either. They're busy for 3 to 4 days fixing servers, so no, not Monday. I can't disagree with you. With customers who's 8 figures in and they said, and I quote, when discussing major pipelines for the next year, it's not our problem if it works or not next year as we won't be involved. Critical thinking is dead. I wonder that we don't have a proper AI that makes builds and optimizes them. Oh no, dude. I can't argue with that. Like, the servers are going to be on fire. Yeah, I would probably bet money that, like, the odds of being able to fully play on Friday are, like, going to be close to non-existent. I would bet money that it's going to be impossible to play on Friday. I mean, yeah, you obviously still try, like, without a doubt, right? Like, you 100% still try to log in and do things. You got early access? Nice. That's awesome. Are you going to play? Then after you buy the game, they just email you a certificate that you had GG gear and you beat all the Ubers. No bling needed. They ran out of Steam keys? Did they really? Is that a real thing? You're not even taking a half a day. You're going to wait for work. Yeah, I don't expect at all. I think it would be a fucking miracle to be able to log in Friday, 2 o'clock. I'll get you the link. You waited too long to redeem yours and now it's gone. I imagine they're going to get that resolved very fast. Somebody stole it. I'm planning on playing POE2 in Steam, and yesterday I was able to claim my key. I was on the phone, so I thought I'd claim it the next day. But today I can't claim it anymore, and it gives me the message. I'm afraid that you may need to wait until more Steam keys are available. Rest assured this will occur soon. That was today. That was 12 hours ago. Steam limits the number of things in batches. They'll just get another chunk next week. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Steam doesn't like money? Uh-oh. Worried about it in most places. I'm playing the standalone again. I mean, I would like to play in the standalone and not Steam, but you know. Is there any benefits of playing on the official client versus Steam? Not to my knowledge. Other than Steam like goes down for maintenance and no Steam issues, right? Yeah, like just like no basic Steam issues. Where like, you know, the random shit where Steam doesn't have the patch right away and you gotta wait for Steam to fucking update. Yes, they are giving out access keys already. Yes. You can't play. You can't play. You just the access key right now unlocks the ability for you to have the game on Steam, and the access key says that your account is eligible to play. That's why I started on the standalone, and I shall continue. I remember that's why they have the torrent files, right? Can you download POE2 somewhere on Xbox? You can preload the game on Xbox. The last that I heard, it was still preloadable on Xbox. It's 100 gigs on Xbox. Where do I check for one? You get an email and it's on your Path of Exile. Go to Path of Exile, go to your messages. You have a message. 100 gigs is absurd. What do you mean? Call of Duty is like 150 gigs. Wukong was like 150 gigs. Most games these days are like 100 plus gigs. Like easily. They're all absurd. Yeah, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. I am doing very well. How have you been? I feel better after, you know, calming down, XDD. Also, I totally messaged Jingles and was just like, I'm not mad at you. Because I don't want him to think I'm actively mad at him. Doing great? Hell yeah, dude. I'm sure you'll be able to download it like Wednesday. It wouldn't surprise me if like Wednesday or Thursday you could like pre-patch. It's probably going to be Friday morning. It's probably going to be Friday morning. Sucks for some people. These games are as big as one SSD, literally. I mean, I don't know, dude. I bought an SSD and it's like 4 terabytes. Now I'm in the crying club. Check out Warzone. Yeah. 1 terabyte's like the standard. That's what I was thinking, right? Your M2's 4 terabytes? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Like, isn't like multi-terabyte like pretty standard now? Games were on DVD and max 7 gigs. Yeah, but look at the difference in quality of the game, like graphic wise, right? Picked up a whole new PC for this. I've heard a couple people have done that. I think you should let us download it a week before to get a rough estimate on the players coming in to increase the server space needed. They are getting player counts from other things, and if they release the game early, it's just going to get data mined. Right? Like all this shit that people are doing right now with these like videos and fucking websites and shit. That's what they're trying. They're like Jonathan and all of them have actively said this. They are trying to avoid all of it being like fucking revealed already, right? Like like I don't know how many more times like Mark and John have to be like, XDD, we're not telling you, and then everybody's like, XDD, we're gonna data mine it, and they're like, don't do that. Your old school megabytes all the way. Oh no, dude. Holy. Shit's getting ripped apart immediately once it's downloaded. It depends. Like, it depends on how much time they have to rip it apart. Right? One of my friends upgraded from Monsters or WoWs on his old rig, just needed memory, so I'm pretty excited. Went from a 1080 to a 3080. Hell yeah, dude. That mine's a thing because I don't look into that much and only look at sources that I trust. The problem is even the source that you trust leaves out information. This is the entire point that we're making, right? Because Jingles was just like, I only trust like GG's official release. And then they're just not telling you things or leaving things out or changing things or forgetting things or like having people intentionally showcase things and shit's just not there. Right? Even the source that you're supposed to like be able to like look into, not saying that we don't trust GGG, right? But like not even like the direct source even knows half the time what the fuck is going on because of how often they're changing it. We'll have a couple days as we wait for servers to be stable. I imagine it's gonna be, if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably close to 1 million people trying to log in, right? I have a feeling it's gonna be like World of Warcraft numbers trying to log in. It's my guess. I don't know if it's right or wrong. It's just a guess, obviously. You want to get hyped? I mean, how are you not already infinitely hyped? Logging in will not be a problem. It'll be some weird trying to interact with a basket in a house behind a well. You mean like the chickens in King's March? Is Monk the weakest class? They have said openly that Monk is the class that died the most. Yes. They have openly said that. Monk instant leech mom's probably sweet until they change it. Monk's a glass can. I'm assuming Monk's gonna need gear. Mom monks? Or moms for monks? I'm guessing the testers weren't PoE vets. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, overleech monk, yeah. I'm assuming from my current understanding, majority of the testers were people who have like never played PoE before, right? And it's all like meant to be like a bunch of newer players. I don't suspect Monk will be an easy class at all either. Monk seems more high end. I said that in the video today that I fully expect Monk to be a class where like you play it one way and then when you have like intense gear, you just change it into this like crazy lunatic of a class, right? At least that's my initial understanding of it. How come we can't customize a character in the character selection screen. Do you need to customize your character? I mean, you're gonna have 4 million MTXs. You're never gonna see your character anyways. Should have been asked 100 times. So sorry asking, but what's your thoughts so far about POE2? I am very excited. I'm excited and I have zero expectations because of how often I've seen things change already. The subtracting video, I have no idea anything about that. What's the subtracting video? I don't like character customization either, dude. I just click go. I don't give a fuck what my character looks like. I could care less what my character looks like. If I wanted to like customize the way my character looked, I'd play like Skyrim. What's cancel culture saying about POE2? Who gives a fuck? Are we supposed to care? I don't care what a bunch of people think about not being able to customize their character. It has zero weighting or effect on anything. Like, I could give two shits. You want to customize your character? Fucking buy MTXs. Give me some pants on my Templar and cover his neck and we're good. Yeah, exactly. What game had a monk with Death Palm? D3. They're literally just ripping off the monk from D3, let's be honest. The monk that we currently have right now is literally like the D3 monk. Subtractem has a video with gameplay footage. Is it good? Have you watched? I haven't watched it yet. I haven't even watched any gameplay footage from like any of the LA event. I want zero spoilers. I'm fine with the interviews because the interviews just give us like basic information. Subs monks OP because you get an early scepter. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to watch like Darth and all them go through the acts. Like, I'll do the interviews, right? The interviews I think are fine. Curious to see what happened with D4 after this. They just update the game and you play D4 when the PoE season slow down. That's all. I don't think D4 is a bad game. I think D4 is in a really good spot right now. D4 constantly feels better. +1 cold, about 50% cold damage. It's pretty cool. I give a lot of credit to people like Havoc and the Streamcore guy because like if I had access, like if I had gotten invited to LA, I would never just like spend all of my time looking at support gems or spend all of my time looking at like the passive tree. I would just want to play the game, you know? D4 got uninstalled to make room for PoE. That's like me and Black Desert. It's time to put it to bed. Is PoE2 gonna be a Diablo-like? You're asking a lot of really interesting questions that I feel like you're aiming to trigger like in a set of individuals, and I don't know if you're being facetious or if you're trying to be funny. Elon Musk get the transition over to POE2. I mean, he says he's playing. I mean, Rob also said he's playing too, right? Oh, like what the team is gonna do? I've already been told. Isn't WASD movement coming into like Diablo 2 now? Like Diablo 2? Oh Jesus fuck, dude. Okay, hold on. We're not gonna use gamer words. We're fucking adults now. And we're not gonna do that. We can I mean, you're next on the chopping block if you keep up these like really weird questions about like cancel culture and like these really weird questions about trying to incite fucking weird cancel culture shit because like you're literally on the chopping block for it. Like I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. Like you've asked about cancel culture and you've asked about like really weird things that I think you're trying to push people over. So like let him using gamer words be like like the message, right? Like we're it's 2024, right? Like we can criticize somebody's dumb tweet without using like harsh gamer words, right? You know what I mean? I'm fine with discussing Diablo, and I'm fine with discussing that, like, the guy's name's Rod, right? Rod Ferguson, right? That's what I just said. I can't even remember the fucking guy's name. Like, I'm fine with discussing his bad take on the game, right? I do. I think his take was like fucking stupid, right? I think he was a little bitter, and I think he probably typed that tweet out without like breathing. You know what I mean? Blizzard made itself a meme. Blizzard corporate, right? Blizzard corporate, I think, tried to make itself a meme. D4 is not a bad game. People are just too hateful at the moment in Blizzard games. I mean, they have a people to be fair and give credit where credit's due, or to call a spade, right? I don't even know if that's like the right way to use this. To say it, like, the reason why people are so harsh on Blizzard is literally because Blizzard's done a lot of dumb shit. You know what I mean? Like, people are so harsh on Blizzard because, like, well, they fucking did this themselves, right? I'll tell you as a content creator, like, you know, we're supposed to have like this thick skin, right? But like, I've seen even the toughest of content creators and the toughest of like people crack from like hate, you know? And Chris said it the best, didn't he? Wasn't it Chris who said that Chris was always going to be the face, right? Chris said he was always going to be the face of GGG because of how mean and cruel the community was to a dev one time, right? Like, I guess the community was like so fucking mean that like it like ruined some dev. So Chris, and I might be like misquoting, and I'm hoping somebody here can help, right? Chris literally just became the brunt of all the negativity. So anytime something happened, it was Chris's idea. Or anytime you didn't like something, it was Chris's idea, because Chris always had like the skin to be the bad guy, right? Somebody has to be the face. It's usually the CEO. Yeah, and like it was like Chris who just like took it all, right? He just happens to have a skin great enough to like not, you know? So I you know, I can't sympathize with like people who like lash out, right? But like, you can kind of like see where like if the D4 dev is just constantly like getting like told he sucks and constantly getting called all kinds of gamer words and constantly getting like, I don't know, like you hear about death threats and stuff all the time. Like you can be mad that he like snaps, right? But like you have to like, I guess like try walking a day in his shoes, right? It's a good boss to protect people. Yeah. They have to that point of involvement with a game. I don't know. I don't usually lash out when I'm sad. Sometimes. He just wants to protect his employees. Yeah, I think Chris was from an outsider's perspective, I think Chris did a really good job. towards Blizzard because of how greedy and passionless they are, contrast of how they used to be. People can't reconcile the two. It's unfortunate. How can somebody I don't know or care about get me worked up? Their pixels? Yep. Where's Chris now? I don't keep track. Did you see? Speaking of, did you see in Australia they banned social media? I know it's very off topic, but in Australia they've banned social media to anybody under 16. We want juicy details and he doesn't have them. Jonathan's raised personally. I think Jonathan and Mark are very good. I really like Jonathan and Mark. I think it's great. You and me both, man. I think Jonathan and Mark do an absolutely fantastic job of showcasing stuff. How they'll achieve the police law. Mark's, dude, I like listening to Jonathan and Mark talk about the game just because of how excited they get. You know what I mean? I think we need to be past an exam to be allowed on social media. This is the best patch notes ever. Fix the client crash related to chickens. Mark said there's a Q&A tester. He grew. Hello. Yeah, they said that earlier in the interview that Jonathan was the I feel bad. I keep calling him John. Jonathan was the solo tester or the solo guy, right? I don't know if you've watched it yet. We were talking about how GG can change things before. I wanted to find this section. I mean, it was on the list of things to eventually watch. Bro, it's taken me, we're an hour and a half, just to give you context, Guitarholic, we're an hour and a half into a 2-hour interview and the stream's been live for 5 hours. I started this fucking interview like 20 minutes into stream. I have to milk content because there's nothing to do until Friday because I don't know what to do. So I have to keep slowly stopping and milking and pretending like I give a shit about certain things and fucking draws a line under the whole pivot changes point. PD2 log in. Whoa. You don't know what I'm doing. Get out of here.
I just want to say that I appreciate the genius of this, but the idea that you guys are going to be releasing the first 3 acts and then you are going straight into the end game because you guys want to make sure that in early access, the end game is what is getting played. The end game is what's being tested. You know, what's the motivation behind that? I feel like obviously part of it is somewhat a no-brainer because PoE is its end game in a lot of cases. These games are their end game in a lot of cases. But you know, what are you guys looking to accomplish for it? And what was the what was the mindset making such a intelligent decision?
So it's funny because you say it's a no-brainer, but it surprisingly took us a while to realize that that's what we needed to do. And strangely enough, it actually happened. Like we changed direction completely to this when we were when we did the announcement for Settlers of Kalga. And so what happened was, so like we obviously had a bunch of in-game plans. We had a design for what the end game would be, but we did the Settlers of Kalga announcement, and that announcement was really huge. And
it's so good
on the
by
same
the way.
day. On the same day as that announcement occurred, there was also a Diablo 4 announcement where they announced, I think it was a class they were announcing. And everyone was saying, like, oh, you know, Blizzard's making this expansion and it costs like $60 or whatever it costs. and the
everywhere, dude.
the amount of and the content they're making is like not even as large as this random POE1 expansion that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like there was all this sort of stuff like that. And when I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, so first of all, like making a class is actually like a way larger amount of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Than making Settlers of Calgo was. Like honestly, when you actually compare the two in terms of amount of work that goes into it, one of them is a lot easier. But then I was talking to Mark about this, and Mark was like, well, yeah, but so maybe they should be making more of the type of content like what we're making. And I was like, well, you know, you're not wrong about that. Like, okay, just because something takes more work doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the right thing to be doing.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, hang on, are we making the same mistake with POE2? Like we were barreling forward thinking like we have to finish this campaign before we can work on all this endgame stuff. And then I was like, well, hang on, like why are we making all this content that's really hard to make when we could be making content that's honestly easier to make, and probably the players will get a lot more satisfaction out of it. Like there'll be a lot more actual gameplay that comes. You know, it's like because like when you're making a game like ours, it's like you've got this phase where you make you have to make a bunch of art, you have to make a bunch of animation and like all this sort of stuff, and then there's the phase where like you get to like do a bunch of remixes and reuse and like all that stuff, and like an in-game typically is where all that sort of stuff happens. And like that stuff is honestly easier to do than making it in the first place. And yet the amount of actual value that a player gets out of that is like in a lot of ways higher.
Much higher.
So we effectively were just like, you know what? Like why are we not just stopping? Like we need to just drop everything. We were like towards the end of making to finishing Act 4. And we were like, you know what? Let's just drop everything that we're doing. Yeah, we'd already done a pass through the game, by the way, so like a lot of that stuff's already done. But like we were like doing the polish work on Act 4. We're like, let's just drop everything and just focus entirely on in-game now. Like let's take what we've been doing with in-game and like now we're gonna put the whole company on it. We're gonna stop completely working on all of the campaign stuff that we're doing, and we're just gonna focus entirely on in-game and make that as big as we possibly can. Because yeah, the players will get a lot more out of that. And like honestly, like a 3-act campaign for a new player, it's already a huge game. Like sure, we're making a game that's that's 50 hours long, but having a 25-hour long game is also still a big campaign, right? Like, and yet, yeah. And the other thing as well about this is that if we have a bad end game when we get to early access, then we kind of have to say to people, hey, trust us, guys. There's a good end game coming. You guys don't really. I mean, we'll tell you kind of what it is, but like, you guys have to just sort of trust us what it is, right? But if we have a great end game and then the campaign's 3 acts short, well, it's like you know exactly what another 3 acts is going to be like because you just played the first 3, right? So it's like you know exactly what to expect when we add that later. But we get to impress you with an end game before that point. So yeah, that really was what it came down to. But yeah, it was not really that long ago when we changed to do that. And I think that was a really important decision because we effectively, and the other fun thing about it, by the way, is that now like making the end game for POE2 is like going back to the like making POE1 leagues again, except with the resources of the whole company all in one thing. So it's like making 7 leagues concurrently, which is kind of a crazy thing, but it's been very fun. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun to work on that stuff, and it's pretty cool. So yeah, it's funny because in retrospect, it's like obviously this is the right move, right? Like obviously this is better.
Yeah.
But it did take a little while, and it took that moment of like, well, what the hell are we doing here, to actually realize that we had to change direction like that.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's actually. So can you imagine? I mean, like, didn't Diablo have a very similar moment where like Last Epoch created this entire like crafting system, and Diablo just like shifted their whole focus to like pretty much copy their homework, for a lack of better terms, right? And wasn't that like one of the things that like saved Diablo, because they quickly realized based upon Last Epoch where like we have to stop doing this thing that we think people want and do this thing that people actually want? Is insanely inefficient. It might be insanely inefficient, but think about how many more people play Blizzard games than any other game, and that's the problem, right? I was not going to play EA because I didn't want to get burnt out in the campaign, and they did the end game instead, and it was hell yes. Yeah. It's crazy to think about. It's sad. Is it sad though, or is it that just like, you got to remember who like the target audience is for a Blizzard game, right? Right? Like if you think about the basics, right? Like the bare minimum, and put aside Blizzard versus for 1 second, put aside company versus company, right? And put aside the name behind the company, right? Just for 1 second, put in your brain, don't put Blizzard as Blizzard and GGG as GGG. Just think about this. In terms of the casual parent or the casual gamer or the working adult, the adult that has 2 jobs, 3 jobs, the adult that has a wife, a husband, a kid, the adult that works a job, comes home, feeds their child, the adult that works a job, comes home, takes care of a parent or a pet, you know, or the college student that has, like, you know, exams coming up and doesn't have time to play. If you were to take a person in that specific type of situation where there's limited time, right? And their time is slightly better respected in terms of like time, Blizzard or Diablo is the better game. One plays the game to play the game, one plays for the game. No other businesses out there maintaining the size and efficiency they have ever since it was placed in 18. Then this is like the thing, right? Like, you're always gonna have people who play the game to play the game, and you're always gonna have like diehards who play one game because of like who it is. But in terms of like the person with time versus the person without time, the person that has less time is going to play the game that's more friendly towards casuals, which is one of the things. And I have a tweet I'm gonna pull up. I have a tweet that I'm gonna pull up, and it'll be somewhat relevant. It'll be somewhat relevant. Let me grab the tweet. So a good friend of mine for years, a gentleman by the name of Vincent Vega, he's an older gentleman. I wouldn't say older. I think older is probably not the right way to describe him. Let me pull up his Twitch, and you'll get a better idea. So my friend Vince, who I know for like 7 or 8 years now, I know Vince for like forever, and like forever, right? Vince is an older gentleman, you know, big fucking burly beard guy, plays with a mouse that's not your typical mouse, plays with a vertical mouse. And, you know, Vince is just like, he's just an older, chill dude, right? And I'm trying to see if I can find some of his older videos where you can like really see like this might work. Is there like gameplay footage anywhere on here? See, like, he's just an older, chill dude, right? He's got a dog, a job, he's got a fucking chicken coop, right? He's just a dude who plays like Binding of Isaac and Dead by Daylight, like games that really respect your time. Also, he's funny as fuck. Like, this guy's got no censorship at all. He's a diehard DVD streamer. Oh, he's definitely casual. I know him personally. Like, he lives like an hour from me. Just because he's a diehard DVD streamer doesn't mean he's not casual. I know him very well. And I use this example because I know him very well. And Vince literally said he caved and bought early access because he didn't like the first one, but he liked D4. Like, this is a guy who openly said, I played PoE, I hated it, and got into it because of D4. It's just that D4 is just an easier game for a lot of people. It's just more accessible. And because of that accessibility, it just has more eyes on it. It's fun to just go in and blast. Especially when you don't need to set up 4,000 sextants and watchstones and scarabs and roll your maps, right? You just click on dungeon and go. Final answer, chicken butt. D4 bad and good? Yeah, definitely. Definitely D4 has some aspects of it that suck and some that are insanely good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. I'm tired now and want food, but it's still too early for dinner. It's still too early. I did not like PoE until I really got into D3 and realized I liked ARPGs. And D3 was another game that's like, I don't know if D3 is like insanely casual. It's been a long time since I've like really played D3. I mean, I guess it's kind of casual. Like I log into D3 when leagues reset and play with my friends for like 40 hours or like not 40 hours straight, but like we play for like 2 days. The PoE client has a lot of features, and really all I know about the Chinese client is they have loot pets. Played both for a long time. PoE is just a better game. I don't think PoE is the worst game. I definitely think PoE is the better game, but like leaps and bounds, right? Like I definitely think PoE is the better game. Like if you ask me, D4 bad, but if you ask somebody who doesn't care for complexity and integration of 100 different systems, D4 good. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yeah. I was so bored with D3 after 2 weeks on and off the Blizzard forums. I read about PoE and switched over and never went back. When I'm sick or hungover, I prefer playing D4 on Steam Deck. When I'm chilling, when I'm relaxing and I don't want to sweat and stress, I play Diablo 2 for years now. Since it's such a hot topic, somebody who's really helpful information over on Reddit might be instead official talent upgrade template. The talent selected by the officials can be in-game auction house. When he dies, it tells you who slays you and what mods. Automatically pick up currency. Many recent events. That's crazy. This sounds really cool. One button to trigger flask. Talents before 70 can be reset. Dude, I can't look at this. Basically the same game, but with crazy amount of extra features. So amazing for casuals. That's so wild. That's crazy, dude. Holy. That's actually insane to think about. Before every league, you buy season pass, which contains daily, weekly, and one-time quests like complete the story, complete 10 chaos recipe, kill act A8 serious. The more quests you complete, the better rewards, including like MTX points, loot pets for 10 days. RMT is blatant and rampant, especially in softcore, temp leagues, and standard. Players tend to sell their expensive items in cash. They post their own ads ending with real money price. In contact and global and trade, the mods don't care. That's insane. It's like a different company that makes it. Is it a different? You mean it's a different publisher? I don't want to argue, just my point. 800 plus hours in 90 days and not casual streamer. I didn't say he was a casual streamer. I said he was a casual gamer. I mean, streaming's his full-time job. Just like me, right? Like streaming's my full-time job, but I'm not a fucking PoE sweat. Right? I play PoE to have fun. Granted, I play and do a little things a little bit otherwise that, you know, are a little different. But I don't like eat, sleep, and breathe. You know, just because you have a lot of time doesn't mean you have a lot of fucks. Also, hours played in Dead by Daylight mean nothing. If you're as much of a DBD person as I am, based on what you're saying, then you and I both know hours in DBD mean nothing. Literally nothing. And if we look at his stream, right? Because if we're comparing hours streamed, right? If we're comparing hours streamed and we literally look at his last VOD from 10 hours ago, that's 9 hours long. Right? It's almost 4 hours of whatever the fuck this is. So like, it's then what, 5 hours of work? Also, this is not the face of a man who's enjoying Dead by Daylight. That was not the case some years back. Yeah, no shit. That's my point. Because back then we were all diehards. Back then we all went nuts. Back then we all went crazy. Back then we streamed 50, 60 hours a week while working jobs. Yeah, it was a different world back then. Nowadays, if somebody were to be, oh, look, we'll do it again. This one was 2 hours. This one was 2.5 hours of chicken coop, right? 2.5 hours of chicken coop. 3 hours? 3 hours of gaming? And then chicken coop for the next 4 or 5 hours, and then gaming for like another 3 hours. Oh, no, yeah, gaming for like another 3 hours. So he did like 5 hours of streaming, and the rest of it's chicken coop. Can't live in the past of what we used to do. Like, there's a difference between casual gaming and playing casual. Yeah. That's why, like I said, we're not arguing, right? Like, we've established that, but like, it's a whole different world. Hi, Vince, if you're watching this, I swear to God, we're not talking bad. What happened back then versus now? What happened back then versus now is YouTube. YouTube versus Twitch. There's no point. There's no point to push Twitch content as much as it used to be back then, because it was better years ago. It was better to push hours streaming than hours creating content on other platforms. That's how it was 5, 6, 7 years ago. Nowadays, it's hard to find streams on YouTube. You're not looking for streams on YouTube. You're looking for videos. And discoverability on Twitch is terrible. Like, the only reason, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming majority of you are here because of YouTube videos, right? Like, I'm assuming majority of you guys have found my stream because you found a YouTube video, right? Like, discoverability is infinitely better thanks to YouTube. Found your stream through the Diablo 2 section. Fair. But I'll show you why it's easier to find the stream in the Diablo 2 section versus the Path of Exile section. Hold on. If I go to Diablo 2 and I have 50 viewers, I'm right here. If I were to swap to Diablo 2, I'd be #1 on the list. Pretty sure it wasn't YouTube. Oh, I know how you got here. You got here through TBC. You and I met me through TBC. If I were to swap directories right now, I would be the first person in the list. And that's huge. But in Path of Exile 2, for example, I'm not even in the top 6. You simply have, the fact that I have to scroll down The fact that I simply have to scroll down kills discoverability. The fact that you have to scroll down kills discoverability. Like 100% kills discoverability. Same thing for like Path of Exile 1. Like if I were to go to like POE, oh my god, this directory is suffering. It used to be the same thing in POE 1. But yes, back in the day, when I first started streaming, it was infinitely better. It was infinitely better to stream more hours and push your content on Twitch to make it versus doing anything else. But that over time has changed. It has changed drastically. It has become a world where you're more likely to have your Twitch stream seen by pushing content in other places. How long is my intro on Twitch? I don't understand your question. I don't understand that question. How long until I'm live? I don't know. I turn the stream on, I put the starting soon screen on, I put a t-shirt on, and I go live. Sometimes I sit down to go live and my cat fucking pukes and I leave the screen up an extra 5 minutes. Usually it's like 3 to 5 minutes because I sit down and I Discord message people and that's it. Do I stall until everybody is here? No. No. I don't, because, dude, you know I only stream to like 10 people when I start my stream, right? It takes like hours for like the 70, 80, 90, 100 people to get here. Sometimes when a streamer turns their stream on and they instantly have 400 viewers 10 seconds after turning their stream on, that's not organic. I'm not saying that everybody does it, but I'm just saying sometimes when your favorite streamer instantly turns on their stream and they just have a really dead chat and they have 500 fucking people immediately, it's not organic. And I'm not saying it's view bots. It could be embeds. It could be a lot of other things. It takes a long time for Twitch app to give notifications that you're live. I mean, that's what the Discord's for. It's more real time. You know what I mean? But no, if I sat with a starting soon screen up waiting for people to funnel in, they would never funnel in. I mean, if I embedded too, I would have thousands of viewers, but I don't embed. Embedding is a really powerful tool if you do it right. Like if I hosted my own website and hosted my stream onto my website and like posted all my videos and stuff on my own website, that would be like a really powerful tool. Maybe 3 people chatting? Yeah, that's not organic, homie. That shit's not organic. You see me on TikTok? What? Dude, I haven't posted a TikTok in years. You haven't seen me on TikTok. I haven't posted a TikTok in 2 years. I just looked. TikTok dancing star? You're getting clipped for POE TikTok? What? That's my question. Are people actually posting PoE shit on TikTok? Because it ain't fucking me posting it. While I get our basketball highlights. It's like user 2492. Yeah, those are bots. Yeah, those are bots like clip farming for revenue. Those aren't real people. Those are people that are like, those are bots that are like scouring Twitch and grabbing clips that have views. That's like that Lacey, that's like the Lacey guy and the FaZe guy, the couple of FaZe guys that clip farm. Those are what those bots are doing. They're clip farming. So yeah, I don't know anything about that. That's like out of my like fucking wheelhouse. So I can't answer anything about TikTok. See them, you get their revenue. I would need to know what's going on. The For You page is crazy. Do you know how the algorithm works? Serious question. Because if you guys don't know how the algorithms work, I mean, like, it's your For You page is literally dictated by what you watch and interact with. It's the same thing on YouTube when I like post YouTube videos and I ask you guys to like comment and like let videos play and stuff. It's just to like help the algorithm push content out more. You click something, you're doomed. If you click something and you don't want to see it, you should immediately unlike it or block it. So like if you're seeing things that you're just like, hey, this isn't up my alley, like, I don't know, like boobs, and you don't want to see boobs on obviously consenting adults, you should like click off it. They follow your scroll wheel? Yeah. And you know what? If you block things on your scroll wheel that you don't like, it will eventually stop showing up. Love me some boobs. My motto's always click the boobs. Yeah, the algorithm is literally an example of like things that like you click. So the more you interact with content, the more it is likely to show up. If the product and app is free, you're the product. I mean, you just no, like what? That's okay. You deleted your history and their video are so random and so bad. Yes, you should keep deleting things you don't want to see. That's the whole point of an algorithm, to keep removing things you don't want to see and to keep clicking on things you want to see until it is only things you want to see. That's why some TikToks say, oh, clearly you've made it onto crime TikTok, or you've clearly made it onto like lockpicking TikTok, or you clearly have made it onto fucking, I don't know, Boobs McGee TikTok. Stop clicking on boobs and you won't get boobs. You're better off not using TikTok. Yeah, that's why I haven't uploaded a video in 2 years to TikTok. I think TikTok and Instagram are like shit. Nothing was selling now that I quit League and I'm running a quad tab of memories and standard. Now shit wants to sell. Smash. Just sell it, forehead. Just sell it, forehead. You'll be fine, forehead. Finish the interview, please. Are we done with the PoE portion of the night? Has it been 8 hours yet? Can we watch Necro Minion gameplay? 550? I swear I'm not stalling. Spooky games? I was gonna do a spooky game earlier, but it's too late now. I don't want to start Amanda the Adventurer and then stop. I'll be back later. Sounds good, man. Playing PD2 on the side, I'm not stalling. No, I think we were having pretty good productive conversations about the state of POE2 in the interview and what was going on. And then just kind of like, I don't have the assassin trapper anymore. I wanted to scare something. I'm buying Amanda the Adventure. I was going to do it earlier and then I kind of got sidetracked with trying to watch this interview for like 5 fucking hours. My plan was to get through this interview in like 3.5, 4 hours. Like blitz the fucking interview. Like, you know, blitz the interview in 2 hours, 2.5 hours, you know, with stops and stuff. Talk about it, look at new shit, and then like, do other stuff. And that's just not what happened. I also don't have the Trapper Assassin anymore. It ended up being really bad. I've invested my currency into a minion necromancer to do dungeons with the community as just like one final thing to do in PD2 before PoE comes out, because there's like nothing else to do. It's very hard to do other stuff right now. Dungeons in 5 days? No, like dungeons in like, I don't know, like an hour after I eat dinner and see if our group can do it. No, like I'm gonna eat dinner and then see if the people that want to do dungeons are in Discord and then try to run dungeons. If we can't do it, I sell off the necromancer and then do nothing, or play single player, or do nothing, or sleep, or do nothing. See the Biome-mate? I did. See the low level dueling jewel I got? Thought it was mid too.
It doesn't stop your friends.
Okay.
It only stops the monsters. So
so you can overlap these, like have someone go and then the next guy go and then the next guy go, and theoretically.
I don't see why not. That would work. You know.
There you go. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna cut in here with 2 more quick ones, and then we're gonna let Gazi add some minion questions. After that, we're just at the Q&A rapid fire.
Nobody's giving you a build
couple from
before
chat
early
here, and we're
access
pretty
is
much
over.
gonna send you on your way.
This has been the entire last hour and a half of this stream has literally been, and I know you've been here, the entire last hour and a half of this stream has literally been pointing out that anybody who says they have an entire build guide is lying to you. They're just making shit up. This is why we keep stopping. This is why we'll never get through this. I just have ideas. Yeah, I mean, I think ideas are fine, but your ideas have to be extremely flexible. Baiting for views and clout? I thought we were just baiting to bait, not for fucking views and clout. Jesus. Was that you who commented on the video today, Diggs? Because somebody else commented on the video today and was just like, I don't know why everybody's just like not logging in totems. And I was just like, dude, this is the second time in 24 hours that I've heard this. I don't want, dude, literally. Thanks to the sub on YouTube, man. Literally, somebody was like, somebody literally commented on the video this morning and was just like, yeah, I don't know why people just aren't playing fucking totems, like warrior totem shit. And I was just like, that's so weird because I thought of you and I was like, literally, Diggs literally said this last night. Are you saying that builds here? Look, 4 hours ago, this was released where people released an entire skill tree. 2 hours after this was released, this node was removed. Earlier than that, this was released. Earlier than that, this was released. Right? And you know what this doesn't have? If I were to take this right here, is it interactable? It is. If I were to take this right here, which was just recently released, and this which was released earlier than that, this whole section doesn't exist. Literally, this right here doesn't exist. This doesn't exist. So which one's real? That's the fucking point. This was released and then it changed. And then this was released and then it was changed. Within hours. Is it flip-flopped? No, it's not. It's not. Because it's not. It's just not. It's just been moved. It's literally all just, you can see the nodes where they moved. Like this DNA strand is over here. The fucking angles of the DNA strand aren't even the same. Like, this has an entire section right here that's just not here. Maybe it's already... In Path of Exile, the skill tree, it's one universal skill tree. It's in Path of Exile, it's one skill tree, and the only thing that changes based upon the class that you play is your starting location on the skill tree. So like the section here would not change because I started here. So in the case of this character starts here. Like this is the starting section of this skill tree. So this wouldn't change if I were to start here. So, yeah, it wouldn't. Why these trees are pointless? I don't understand what. So yes, anybody who's telling you that they have a build fully fleshed out and worked out is literally just telling you bullshit. They said they would be different starting areas. Yes, like this little tiny section here would change. Yeah. Like the nodes here would change. Yes, the tiny little starting area would change. But like this section up here wouldn't change. And a really, really good example, and the same example that Jonathan used, was like down here. Is it over here? Where like this section right here, like this, right? You wouldn't have this. This would get changed. So if you were to pick the minion class, these nodes would just be minion nodes. These nodes wouldn't be like energy shield and mana regen. These would just be like, this way would be minions and this way would be spell damage. You wouldn't have all these extra like hybrid nodes. Is how he was explaining it earlier. Thanks for the follow. You can have this. Oh, Jesus. Is it better to have linear nodes? I don't know what's going to be better for Path of Exile 2. Nobody really knows until we get to play and try it. Trav, build guide when? Listen, I put out a whole video today about the monk, and within hours, they removed an entire... Listen, I put out a whole fucking video today about the monk and my plans, and my initial starting idea literally had an entire fucking node removed. I don't know what to tell you. So, I mean, like, you can go with my outdated information and pretend like nothing's changed. Which node? Eldritch Battery. Noob. Literally put out a video this morning about monk and different ideas, not build guide, different ideas I had about monk. Literally had ideas about monk. Do we know what they changed it into? No, they have, it's just been removed. For right now, it is removed. It is deleted. It is gone. This is the entire point. Listen, look. This video came out 7 hours ago. Okay? 7 hours ago, this came out. Okay? Hours after that, this video came out with all the keystones. Okay? Hours after that, this came out. Okay? 3 hours ago, or well, let's refresh. 4 hours ago, this came out. Within X amount of time, Eldritch Battery got removed. That's how fast things are happening. That's my point. The current iteration of Eldritch Battery has been removed. Yes. That is what it is saying. The current iteration of Eldritch Battery has been removed. Will it return? I don't know. Will it return completely different? more than likely. So I don't bother put too much before I put my hands on. This is why I keep, this is literally the exact reason why I keep telling people that while watching these interviews are fun, everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Why is it removed? Is it too broken? Yes, it's too powerful. Yes, it is insanely too powerful. It is in the Discord in the Path of Exile 2 section, all the way underneath the Diablo 2 section. There is a link there. I mean, we were talking about this earlier. I fully expect by Monday, like, things to have changed drastically from early act. Like if the game's gonna come out on Friday, and then by like Monday, Tuesday, I fully expect like a major patch changing a bunch of shit that was broken or didn't work as intended. Like, and then somebody was just like, oh, what about server issues? I'm like, you know what? You're right. By like Thursday, within the first week, shit's going to drastically change and builds are going to break. So now I'm not saying any content creator is wrong, and I'm not saying any content creator is giving bad information, but all I'm saying is at the end of the day, a lot of these content creators have no fucking clue. Even if they were at the LA event, they have no fucking clue, because even all the information at the LA event's been changed drastically. Hello? Yeah, what's going on? That's a crazy node. It's an actually crazy node. I don't think the totem stuff's going to work yet because we don't have Templar. I think we're gonna really need Templar unless they put the totem stuff somewhere else. What's my chair? Fucking garbage. Some Office Depot shitter. It's not very good at all. It's actually pretty uncomfortable, to be honest with you. I had to get a chair because my old one fell apart because I had my old one for like 7 years and I had no choice, and I just bought some like cheap shitter from like Office Depot. Most expensive gaming chairs are worse. I would just like to get like a basic Herman Miller. For an armrest? Uh-oh. You can get basic Herman Millers from companies that went out of business for like $300. You can literally get Herman Millers for companies that like are going bankrupt, or companies that like during the COVID times just never use them. It was like a big thing. From what I'm gathering, health regen is not going to be the biggest stat to collect. More information. I don't know what you're talking about. I have seen wholesale. Yes. I worked for a company that was sold off, that literally sold their Herman Millers on the marketplace for like $300 a chair. I've seen other companies do it too. It's pretty common. So you got your chair? Yeah, it's like really common. I just at the time needed something quick and I had like $150 and I just bought a cheap shitter because it got the job done. Mike's son actually has a better computer chair than I do. I want a Secret Lab. I hear they're okay. Oh, you went Secret Lab. Oh, I thought you said you wanted Secret Labs. I've heard they're okay. You like it? You love your Secret Labs? I used to have a Maxnomic chair way back in the day, and then it just eventually just fell apart. Like all the leather cracked on it. It just like fell apart. Steel folding chair. I had a steel folding chair for a while. And then when I first started, the first like couple of years that I streamed, I had a steel folding chair, and sitting in a chair for like 8 hours a day, every day, like was not very good. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah, sitting in a steel folding chair is not the move by like any stretch ever. You can't slouch. I mean, slouching's bad for your back. You shouldn't be slouching anyways, right? You could flip a chair upside down for 4 seats? Holy. I see what you did there. Your old one broke. New ones are too expensive. Agreed. I'm tired, chat. I'm tired. My brain hurts. You're cheap? I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The only reason I'd want like a Herman Miller, like something that like is comfortable, is because I like spend X amount of hours in the same chair due to like work and recording and editing and stuff, right? No, thanks for the sub, man. They break within 2 to 2.5 years tops. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do $20, man.
Share.
Chair. I appreciate the $20, homie. Thank you, sir. Here's the love especially for the 20 big ones, bro. Thanks, dude. All right. Is it safe to try to finish the interview? We've got 30 minutes left.
Div cards have been in the game. I believe this was confirmed from the puzzle boxes that were originally came out. Was the first basically mention of this. So we're hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this, as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this, as well as unique items will come up as supporter packs as well. So some information related to all of those questions.
So effectively, once we've got the our
how do you know where to
sell that?
Where to draw the line?
I accidentally closed it. I went to go pause it so I could yell at you.
How do you know where?
No.
Hoping to hear a little bit of information about how you want div cards to be, presented within, this, as well as maybe some timelines, because I saw in the packs you guys are both selling this, as well as unique items will come up as supporter packs as well. So some information
Control
related to all of those
Shift T,
questions.
that could be dangerous when I do it manually.
Once
Boobies
we've
can
got
pop up.
our ducks in a row to be able to sell that, because we were a little bit worried. We were just kind of feeling we were planning on selling at the same time as the supporter packs came out, but we were we ran out of time a little bit, so we couldn't pack them up, and we were a bit worried because the way the system works for these limited sale items, you've got to make sure there's fairness issues around it. So we're kind of thinking like we should probably make sure that we've got a time that we're going to sell, and we've got some system for like allowing people to like fair access to them, because we're not going to sell too many of them, because every single one of them requires that an artist draws like an image, based on a description that the player supplies. So this is going to be a limited thing. There won't be too many of them sold. And then the same is true of the of the uniques as well. Now these are going to be expensive, right? Because the thing is that we can't sell that many of them, and the cost to deliver a unique item now is like so much higher than it was back when it was just some art and a few stats. Like there's a lot going on with these. So
the thing with Mage Blood is Mage Blood might affect your charms. Now, Mage Blood might be a thing that affects charms. Close tab, better restart it. Like that's a real thing, right? Like if we know Mage Blood's still in the game, right? Well, we know Headhunter's in. Do we know if Mage Blood? Have they confirmed Mage Blood's in? Does anybody actually know? Serious inquiry. Close tab, better restart. Oh no, dude. I don't think Mage Blood will be in, but I don't know. They said it is in, but it's also different. Did they say if Headhunter was different too? I'm assuming Mage Blood, this is just an assumption. I'm assuming Mage Blood was in. And then when they changed the flask system, I'm saying it's different. Yeah, I'm assuming Mage Blood got just like completely fucking sidetracked when they changed the flask system. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say reworking Mage Blood wasn't on their bingo card. It's Charm Blood? Yo, those charms are like really interesting. Also, did you see charms turned out to be really strong? Is the mod for charges on the charm, or is the mod for charges on the flask? Was that charge mod on the charge? It was on the flask? I mean, Mage Blood could still be in. It could just like amplify the base mana and health flask. And it could just be a worse version of the belt from Path of Exile 1. It looks like the flask from the picture. Yeah, I mean, there's a world where Mage Blood is in. It's just a worse version of the belt. Or Mage Blood can like unlock flask slots or something stupid. I don't know. You just summed up all of POE2, by the way. The worst. I don't know if it's the worst version of POE1 by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, like, did I get a Valdo's box? No, no, I didn't even get invited to the LA events. I'm actually not even too sure if like GGG knows I exist, to be honest with you. Sad? Meh. Just motivation to do more and be better. I mean, Cute Dog didn't get a box either, right? And he's been streaming this game forever. And I know Localhaul didn't get a box and he's been streaming this game forever. I know there's plenty of content creators that have been like streaming Path of Exile forever. Better performance? The dream. The dream. I'm not here for the PvE content. I just think you're entertaining. Well, there'll be more Diablo content. There'll be more Diablo content after everything slows down a little bit in the PoE world. Like Diablo for me is like a very big side project. I don't know anything about RMT and Cute Dog. I don't want to know anything about RMT and Cute Dog. I don't want to know. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to bring up RMT. I don't give a fuck about RMT. I don't know shit about it. I actually really like Cute Dog's content. I think he's funny. My bad. Quinn got the unique. I actually purposely didn't watch anybody open their boxes on the off chance that maybe one day I get a box. And I don't want to spoil the opportunity. To like figure it out for the first time. I also really like puzzles a lot, so like I don't want to have that kind of puzzle spoiled. Wait, so I thought you just said you don't watch PoE do you watch? I'm really confused. Oh, you don't watch me for PoE content. Oh, my PoE content, there's just been like zero PoE content because there's been nothing to do in Path of Exile. You watch Waggle do his? I think the boxes are really cool. One day, I'd like to be invited to things and do things. No, for me, I don't require educational POE. There's 98% of it. Use me as a radio. Good morning, Twitch chat. On today's episode, heard you pay for the flight tickets. You do not pay for anything if GGG flies you out. I know, because I'm friends with people who were flown out. They paid for everything. Even when Wizards of the Coast flew me out for Magic to do an event, they like paid for everything. My food, my hotel, my flight. They pay for everything. I mean, most companies, if they're flying you out, pay for everything. Most. Not Blizzard. I've never been flown out for a Blizzard event, so I can't comment on Blizzard. I was even flown out to like test a streaming product once, and like they paid for me and my girlfriend at the time to like fly out to San Jose. And they like paid for us to fly out to San Jose, and they paid for like me and my girlfriend's plane ticket and all kinds of stuff. Well, most companies have a marketing budget, and content creators are just part of the marketing budget. What do I think Blizzard will do to counter PoE? I have no idea. They ain't gonna, I mean, they just gonna make a better game, or make their game better. Wait, Blizzard at the top if PoE's a rising star. I think PoE, Blizzard, and EGH, or Last Epoch, I would like to see them all succeed. I would like to see all three games succeed, because as we've just seen within the last like hour or two, because Blizzard did the Spiritborn, we've just saw in an interview from Jonathan that because Blizzard did the Spiritborn, POE2 early access got an endgame. So what would I like to see? I would like to see Diablo come up with more really cool creative ideas to push the bounds of ARPGs to force companies to do more. That's what I would like to see. And the same goes for PoE, pushing the bounds to force games like Diablo to do more. Because when one company pushes the bounds and inspires another, that company then inspires the original company, and you get this like really cool cycle of like game devs getting ideas to better their shit based on other people. I've returned. I know, I saw you log off. So D2R is getting a multiplayer mod. What? You're not even a gangster? Should ARPGs be a subscription pay? I don't know. I'm not a money guy. I couldn't answer that. Honest to God, dude, I think if Blizzard, this might be a really, really hot take. This is probably gonna be an insanely hot take. I think if Blizzard put emphasis into Diablo 2 on the same scale that Senpai Something and Green Dude put emphasis into Diablo 2, or even like Median XL puts into Diablo 2, And I think if Blizzard like hired these guys or guys of that caliber to work on D2, I don't think a game would ever stand a chance. Ever. Compared. Ever. They would charge money. Listen, if I got D2 with the stuff that is in D2 or Project Diablo and some of the stuff that I've seen in Path of Diablo, I would happily pay money for it. You know what I mean? And I'm sure there are plenty of people here that would like D2R. PD2 is not D2R currently, but yeah, there are plenty of people that I know that want to play Project Diablo 2, but will only play it if it was on the new graphics. You know, there's just a lot of people that don't want to play Diablo 2 or the mods for Diablo 2 because it's old graphics. The difference maker is the team and the management. Yep. As somebody who's newly addicted to D2, most people I think, but for some reason Blizzard changed their mind on multiplayer mods for D2R. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. That's so weird. It's never gonna happen. It's never going to happen, and it's unfortunate, right? But that's like the whole like essence of the conversation, essentially, right? Like, could you imagine the damage that Diablo 2 would do to the ARPG world if they had stuff like PD2 on the new game, like on the graphics and stuff, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure D2 would kill D4. And I don't say that lightly. Like, if they put real work into Diablo 2, it would probably like, yeah, it would probably just like, I'm pretty sure D2 would probably like push out most games or like heavily influence every other game and make a lot of games change what they're doing. Because like, I don't know if it's as apparent to non-D2 players, but a lot of Path of Exile 2 is just Diablo 2. Like the Flash system, the Rune system, like a lot of it is just Diablo 2. Whether they're going to admit it or not, it's literally like heavily Diablo 2 inspired. They could have added MTXs. They could easily have added MTXs to Diablo 2. D2 fanatics hate change. Well, D2 fanatics can like eat a bag of shit. It's the same thing in any game, dude. Any game has a bunch of purists that don't want change. Sometimes you just gotta not listen to morons and just do what you're gonna do. They admit it. They even said they aren't adding rune words in one of their interviews. They say that. Do you believe that? Most people can't play the same game forever. I mean, have you seen how many people play Diablo 2 still? It's actually disgusting. Granted, I'm sure most of them are people that are running bots. Jonathan seems very opposed to rune words, but anything can happen. I mean, they were also very opposed to like changing Arc Nemesis, right? Not talking about the biggest POE2 quality of life. You could pause the game anytime at the bathroom, pizza delivery, kids, or just switch support gems. That was part of a video that MP deleted. I don't know if that's still a thing. That's another one of those things that was in a video by one guy and it was deleted. And I've not seen or heard about it in any of the other interviews that I watched. Period. And I've watched a lot of interviews, and I just watched an hour and a half of this interview, and nobody's mentioned it again. It was only Empyrean, and it was only one time. Like things like totems and Rajars or Zards can't keep working while you're doing stuff. Greetings, what up, man? Is the bench gone? Why is nobody else talking about it then? I don't need my game to pause for me. Me neither. If I need to walk away and I die, I walk away and die. How long have I been playing PD2? How long is the season out for? You like the socket changes? I don't like that we can't remove shit out of the sockets, but I too like the socket changes. D2R ladders are exactly 3 months. That doesn't surprise me. I started PD2 the day the ladder reset. So this is my first season. And I've gotten 5 auras in my first season. I would have gone for a 6th aura, but there's no time. Likely change before it comes out and then change every 4 months. I would like to be able to swap my ascendancies and not have to re-level a class. You don't like bossing in it? I saw a video this morning of a Sark bossing, and I'm really mad because the only reason he was able to do it was because I sold him a ring, and if I had known that I was able to boss on the Sork the way that he bossed, I would never have sold that ring, because now I need that exact ring to be able to do the fights, and the ring doesn't exist because I had the only one. The first T2 Rathma, yeah, the guy was able to do it because he has the Nature's Piece with the cast speed on it, and I sold it to him. Which ring? Nature's Piece with cast speed. It's the perfect Nature's Piece. Rip the ring, it's fine. I'm really thrilled. I'm really thrilled the guy was able to do it. Like, I'm really fucking thrilled. It made me so happy to see that it was doable. And I'm like, not mad at me or the guy. I'm like kicking myself in the ass, because if I had known it'd be doable, I would have kept the ring to do it myself. But if I didn't sell the ring, we wouldn't know it was doable. So like, in one world, it's really cool that I sold the ring, and because of that, he was probably able to do the fight. In another world, I'm like, damn, like, that's really cool. So like, I'm like thrilled for the guy, right? It's also because like, the only thing I don't have on that guy's build is literally the Infinity and the one ring. I have everything. I could literally put that Sork together now, but I don't have the ring, and I don't have the Infinity, but I can get the Infinity. But yeah, I can't get the ring. The ring doesn't exist because I had the ring. If Ben played, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I was thrilled, dude. I was so excited when I saw that this morning because the aura looks so good. But I also, like, I watched him do it, and while it looked really clean, I don't know if I'd want to struggle the same way he struggled. on Sork with only like Rathma with 2,800 health. Like that just seems fucking miserable. Dodge roll seems OP. Dodge roll seems very strong. Dodge roll does seem very strong. The gauntlet to push boundaries? Yeah, it's true. How many people fail Dark Souls even with rolling, though? Fair. His ability to figure things out. That's how we did, that's how we did the Rathma fight on the Paladin, and that's how we did the, not the Rathma fight, that's how we did the Declone fight on the Paladin. We were able to, like, figure out items that, like, people weren't using and, like, workarounds for things because shit didn't exist. Diablo PD2 is, it shares a very similar, it has a very similar, like, mindset to, like, Path of Exile, where too many people in Project Diablo 2 are like Path of Exile players, where they only see doing things one way, and you need things this exact way or it won't work. And like, sometimes you just don't need it the exact way that they're saying, and there are reasonable workarounds. Damn scouring orbs, please. I need 6 portals to kill bosses. Thank you. You get 1 portal and no scouring orbs, and you'll like it. It just makes bases more have value, more value, bigger value. It just makes bases very valuable. It'll be interesting to see how expensive bases are. I think it's going to take a long time for people to realize. Like, if you realize from now that bases are important and crafting on specific bases are important, you'll benefit a lot because people won't realize what they have, and you can just like snipe up a bunch of shit cheat. Can't run it. I don't know if do we know if reflex a thing again? Reflex gone. Reflex banned. This it is gone in this interview. Maybe it's in the last 20 minutes of the interview. Let's find out.
You know, we're going to be doing that. I understand that you got one randomly in a box. Is that right, TM?
I did. I was curious for myself. I wasn't going to take your time asking it, but since you're bringing it up, were the boxes sent out? Did you guys handpick, like, you get this when you, or
no,
did you just put them in a hat?
Yeah. So we there was a 10% chance to get a creator unique and a 90% chance to get a div card. So you lucked out.
Oh my God! One time, no whammies. All right.
Yeah. So.
I'm paused. I'm listening. Also, Chaos Orbs remove and add. There's more than enough video or another hour of talking. He knows, bro. He knows. No, we could listen to a little bit more, man. A little bit more. Right? How you doing? I'm doing well, man. How are you, buddy? I mean, it's hard, dude. I gotta do something, man. It's hard just sitting here doing nothing, waiting to play the video again, dude. Oh man, like you just sit and you twiddle your thumbs a little bit, and you just like you gotta think of things to say and shit, bro. You know?
Hopefully people don't feel insulted if they didn't get one of those, because it really was random. Like, I've got no idea who they got sent to. Anyway, what was it? Oh, that's right. So the div card.
Fun fact about the div card boxes, they were indeed sent out randomly to creators, and they were picked by marketing teams. The creator boxes were picked by marketing teams and not fully by GGG. Which I thought was a really interesting thing that I heard through the grapevines. Now, I can't prove it, but my sources trust me, bro. And, you know, that part I did hear was very true, which explains why some people didn't get some, because you had to be on a list with a marketing team. I'm like, yeah, I'm just like pointing out that I've heard that myself from sources outside. Sink a lot of time into you and me both, man. I'm mostly just like reiterating, I guess, what Jonathan said, in case people like didn't, like, content creators just like didn't believe Jonathan, right? He's a huge ass play POE. I mean, like, if you're talking about the randomness of the boxes, right? They literally sent one to that Tally guy so that he can break one. Like, I don't understand the marketing behind that. And that would make more sense that was done via like a marketing team versus like GGG sending a box to get, you know. You need stuff to beat sheet.
Yes. So the div cards designed, like, you know, they've actually got like a bit of a new design as well, a fresh coat of paint, but they do fundamentally work the same way that they worked before. The nice thing is that because of the way the Atlas works now, it's much more reasonable for us to make the drop rates, like, you know, like you're not going to be able to, since you won't be able to just grind a single map again and again and again, we can kind of make it like them better in terms of like how often they drop when you find a given map and things like that. And just like, you know, it's just nicer for us to be able to spread them around the Atlas like this. So I think that that'll make the div card experience quite a lot cooler. Yeah, I think hopefully it's just a fun time, right? Like, just like a, you know, like
the Whirlwind Assassin's still put together. The Whirlwind Assassin is literally put together in my armory. It's not wearing one ring, which is a BK ring, and it's not wearing its body armor because I loaned out the body armor. Daggerfall? I have no idea what Daggerfall is now. But yeah, the Assassin's still put together. Yep. And poor as fuck. Uh-oh. I mean, you just get an Ohm Rune, you'll be fine. And that armor that you bricked was literally the armor that it uses. You know that armor that you bricked this morning that was like 10 high runes that you bricked was the armor that you're supposed to, like the best in slot armor for it. Yeah. You know, that's like also like the rarest, like, I'm pretty sure that's like the rarest item in the game too. I mean, I also corrupted mine, so like, I'm not, you know, I can't fault you for corrupting yours because I also corrupted mine, so.
We like doing this community stuff. You know, like, it's just fun to have the players involved and things like that. So, you know, that'll be fun. And of course, the uniques are another whole can of worms. Where you know, there's always a lot of back and forth with the community members about, like, you know, how OP it can be and all that sort of stuff like that. Like, it's definitely always a thing. So it'll be interesting to see how well you could work with our designers on that one.
All right.
I'm still waiting for my box. It's stuck in custom.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault. It's Sweden's postal service is horrible.
Oh, Gazi's from
terrible.
Sweden?
So at this point, pretty much, I think we cut Gazi loose to ask his minion-related questions. I think he had a little list of these here.
A little list. I try to keep it short. I hope everybody's comfortable. So let's just dive right into it. We label this as the Gazi minion rant. It is short, though, mind you. We can start with the footage we watched earlier from content creators had the demon form from the
Have you seen his
Infernalist.
name? No, I don't
When
know what
you
his name
popped
is.
it, all the minions disappeared. In the footage in the reveal, you had minions.
Yep, you are
we need
correct.
some elaboration on this.
Yep. So this is actually something that I think probably does need some addressing, because right now, since the demon form is a shapeshift form, it means that your weapons are no longer equipped, which means you don't have your scepter. And I need to talk to Mark about the balance of that because I think that's probably not correct. This is just one of those things that like needs probably some specific stuff. So I'll talk to him about that, and we'll make sure that we sort something out. Because that demon form is obviously intended to be used with minions. It has like a like it's got specific stuff. So like I'll talk to him and we'll see about that. So yeah, that was happening there for sure. But yeah, as I said, I think it needs to be addressed.
The next question is, I know you love this. A lot of people don't, but I know you love it, and it is the Animate Guardian. Will we see it? Will it work differently?
Not an EA, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Actually, no. Okay, there is something. No, you know what? It's not an EA, so I won't talk about it. But there are some other things that kind of take some of the design space of that you'll see later on. But there are some stuff. I just think that it didn't quite make it. I'm pretty sure it hasn't made it yet, so we won't have that.
Okay. So we obviously have the spirit being the reservations resource for both minions and auras. So could you elaborate on the power balance approach that you have, the mindset for minion players when it comes to reserving your spirits? And like, how are we supposed to incorporate auras, or is it just meant for us to just not have any auras? They're supposed to be for minions.
So a couple of things I'll say. One of them is that on some level you do have to make some decisions about, like, do I want more aura, do I want more minion? My hope is that there'll be some tension there, where like in some cases it'll be more of one, some cases it'll be more of the other.
Yeah, he gets
however,
super. That's why I like it.
You effectively have an aura on a stick with the scepter, because the scepters have a bunch of traditional aura mods. So effectively, that's what the expectation is usually, that if you're playing a pure minion build and you're not wanting to actually hit yourself, then you'll probably want to go all in with all of the sort of aura mods on the scepter, and that will allow you to kind of get that kind of gameplay there as well. So that would be the intention there. Yep.
I agree with you.
Speaking of scepters, I know we talked about this in LA a few times actually, and that's regarding weapon swapping. When you have a scepter in one hand and now you're weapon swapping to a non-scepter set.
So the intention is to have it so that you can lock one of the weapons to work on both sets. So if you've got one scepter that is like really good, then you can effectively lock that in place so that no matter what you're swapping your other hand to, you can keep that, like you can make sure that you've still got your scepter. But I believe that feature isn't quite in yet, and I don't know if it'll make it for early access or not. It might do, or it might not, depending on whether we get time to do it.
I do want to
follow-up question on that. Follow-up question on that is, let's say you have a scepter like that gives you X amount of more skeleton warriors, and you're weapon swapping to without scepters. Now obviously the warriors goes away, but if the scepter gives you spirit that you have reserved for minions, in what order what minions will be then disappear when you're then switching to a set that gives you less spirit than you were reserving?
Good question. Now what? Okay, so.
That was such
the
a
answer to this is
complicated
tricky.
question.
Okay, because so there is another user interface that isn't going to make it for early access that will much more clearly let you configure this, because that interface has a separate column for each weapon set you have, and you can put up and down the minion counts per weapon set in one grid. Because so that actually allows you to really exactly dial in this exact stuff. But unfortunately, we didn't get time. And so there are a couple of problems with regard to spirit and minions and that interface that we have right now that are make it a bit more confusing. And so we actually, we literally have prototypes of this, but we just didn't quite finish it for EA. But effectively, you can control what minions are going to be spawned and what weapons set independently.
We've seen the UI. You can see the UI. There's a Reddit today. Does anybody have it? They released like the character screen and the UI today, or like I guess people grabbed it from a video. Does anybody have that Reddit thread handy? Oh, the systems UI. Never mind. Not the gameplay UI. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. We don't need it. Abort. To the one guy probably looking it up. Abort. We don't need it. You have one guy who's frantically typing on Reddit who probably stopped frantically typing on Reddit. See, there you go. Too late. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Once I start, I finish. That's how you get kids. There is minion micromanagement. Yep, that's literally what he was just saying. But the system's not in place yet, or the whatever he just said was not in place for it yet. Looking good. It is looking good. It's looking really good, actually. I wish that the elemental types had color. Very similar to how like the life and energy channel and mana have color. I wish the elements had color too for resistances. You have to micromanage the game. You have to micromanage the game now. What do you mean? He was just saying that if you have two weapons, there's going to be a system to allow you to tell each weapon how much spirit to reserve for each type of minion. It's literally going to be a set it and forget it until you change your spirit around. I hope the bases aren't too complicated. It's Path of Exile. It's always complicated. It's going to, my understanding is it's going to start easy and then get very complicated. Did you buy early access? No, I got early access because I've spent so much money on PoE over the years. You don't want to have to try D4. D4 is pretty good, man. I don't know why people are knocking it. D4's come a long way. It's actually pretty good. Passive? I don't know what you mean. They actually said in this interview earlier in the interview that because D4 is doing well and coming out with all kinds of content, they had to change their focus on what they were doing for Path of Exile to like combat what D4 was doing. Nice charm. I'll post a picture of it. It's pretty good. It's assigned to reroll. I posted a picture of it.
And you don't necessarily have to have, it's not necessarily the case that like certain ones die because you ran out of spirit. It can be that you just have a completely different setup of how you want your minions to be on the other weapon set if you want. And then some will die and others will summon based on that. So you can use weapon sets to effectively have two completely different layouts of how you want your minions to be if you want. That is a possibility that you have, because effectively the reservations you have per weapon set are per weapon set and can be completely configured to whatever ones. Now, any counts that are like, you know, if you've got a count on one that's like 3 and a count on one that's 6, then yeah, it'll like change the 3 will die in order to account for the other 3. But effectively, you can do kind of any kind of layout you want actually between the different sets. So the way that you'll see that is if you change weapon sets right now, then effectively the numbers will change in that thing. And if you adjust them, then it will effectively unlock the 2 between the 2 sets. And that's kind of the confusing part, I think, at the moment, because it's not obvious that that's occurring. And that's the reason why we wanted to have that grid layout of having like, here's weapon set A, here's weapon set B, here's the counts you have in each one. So to make that very explicit so you can see what's going on there. And it's the same with auras as well, where you can have like auras enabled and disabled on certain weapon sets. But it's like not very obvious with the user interface that we have at the moment that that's going on.
Okay. Okay. It seems like you have that seems like the solution to have one set for single target fights and one for clearing.
Yeah, you can do things like that if you want. You can do things like that.
What were you saying, DM? Sorry.
Oh, I got a question, just because you're talking about weapon swapping here. So, dual wielding, and the thing that I thought looked interesting is dual wielding two-handers. Obviously, look pretty cool. So I'm kind of curious: is the benefit of dual wielding two-handers, like, is it the same as POE1, or how exactly does the benefit of
you're gonna need like 50? You should, in theory, have as many character slots as you currently own. In theory. In theory. So, we were talking about this earlier. That should be part of the whole microtransaction thing. Caught? I mean, yeah. It shouldn't be shared because they're separate games. It would be foolish to think they were shared because you can't you can't log into your POE1 character in POE2. It's a Chad move. He said earlier in this interview that some of the decisions they made to, like, with how things are, were based off of like MTX sales. Like, that's why maps being one life are still 6 portals, because they sold a bunch of MTXs with 6 portals and they wanted to make sure people still had their 6 portals that they paid for. Roll a bunch of stuff to like 70 and then realize it's broken and start over. I mean, that's the whole point of early access, right? You're just going to be doing everything that like I'm going to be doing too. I told people today, dude, I'm like one cool idea away from rolling off Monk, because so many things look great. Not that I don't want to play Monk, but like if this demon form character, for example, looks really good, like I'm just immediately snapping it off, right? Are parties not 6 in POE2? Get off the table! Infernalist? Is that... I can't remember all the names, man. Blasting all the content with totems? Don't worry. I'm going to stick all of my monk skills on a totem and have my fucking totem shit out quarterstaffs. It'll be fine. Don't you worry. All of my totems are going to be like firing fucking quarterstaffs. Trust. You heard me. You cannot unarmed in current iteration of the game. It's a wickedly hilarious outburst. My fucking cat decided to jump on the table, and then he like jumps on the table and he rubs his ass on the table. And I gotta go, yo, thanks for subbing you. Oh shit! Oh, thanks for gifting a sub. Yeah, my cat decides he's gonna jump on the table like an asshole, and he rubs his ass on the table. And then I gotta go clean the whole table again because fucking McDipshit over here decided he's gonna like rub his ass somewhere. It's very upsetting. Thanks for the sub, dude. You need the supporter pack, or you need to have spent $480 lifetime. So if you have not spent any money on Path of Exile 2, you will need to buy the supporter pack. The supporter pack is $30. Or if you know somebody with a key that is not using their key and is willing to give you the key, they can give you a key, but you'll most likely have to buy a supporter pack. December 6th is only early access. So it is, while it is air quotes the full game, it is not the full game. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you again. When the game fully releases, you will not need to buy a key as it will be available for everybody. But until it fully releases, you need to. Start to queue up on December 6th. You'll probably get in like the 13th or 14th. Holy shit. What the fuck? I forgot I was in the game. Is early access only for a short period of time and then they close it? No, it's open forever. Pretty much early access is like the full game with updates. Like it's just, you're just paying to play early. So nothing, dude, I totally forgot I was in game. I logged in the game hours ago and just haven't done anything. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, we're going to attempt to put the rest of this interview on. We're going to attempt put the rest of this interview on.
Commander skill in POE2.
Yeah, so effectively it's actually different per skill. So every skill has got its own decision about how dual wielding works with it. In some cases, that will be visual in the sense that you can just see the fact that you hit with both weapons, like in the animation, right? So like they just, now what we're generally trying to do is make sure that each attack, just like both weapons are inside it, and the animation.
How long have I been watching it? How long am I live? Attempt end to the 7th. I fully understand now how Quinn and all of them milk videos for hours. I think Julian's saying he doesn't have access. Yeah. However long I've been live, that's how long we've been attempting to watch this entire interview. Yeah. Oh, you do have access? You don't have access? Oh, shit, dude. Oh, I thought you were saying that you didn't have access. I don't know if the game will run. It'll be available on GeForce Now when it drops. So, in theory, you could just buy access via GeForce. I've never looked at that. It's like $7 to $10 a month. Or something like that. Or $15 a month and you just sign into the cloud and play via the cloud. I know a lot of people here use it. Posting jokes and every free keyframe Friday. Oh, you can get keys like that? Yeah, there's plenty of people who are giving keys out. Like, it's crazy. So many people have so many extra keys. I've been given 2 to give away. And I gave them to people on the mod team here that wanted to play as small thank yous. I want to do a raffle in here with my extra key. We could do that. We could set that up for tomorrow. Or to a mod, that would be fine. It's up to you. However you want to give it away, it's your key. But yeah, I've gotten 2 keys so far from people, and I gave them to 2 mods that are very behind the scenes in the community here and help with a lot of stuff, and they've really wanted to try the game out. I think my entire team has one, except one guy. There's one more guy that I want to see if he wants a copy. Hello? Oh, I thought you were already...
might be such that like the idea is to try and sort of balance that with like what the animation is effectively doing. But usually you'll hit with both weapons in a single attack, but there are some attacks where you alternate and then you are faster, and there are some attacks that hit with both at the same time and it merges the damage packages so that you get like all of your stuff in one. Like it actually is just very skill dependent. Yeah, you'll have to sort of play around a bit to do that. But
Awesome.
One thing you might have noticed is that on skill gems now, and this is also true in the skill in the advanced skill screen. There's different tabs where you can see the different, like it'll have like weapon A and weapon B and different tabs and things like that. I believe that's how it works anyway. So that means you can kind of see like how that all interacts. And yeah, but effectively, yeah, different answer per skill.
Okay, appreciate that.
I'm gonna move on with my minion rant and say. I'm just gonna say one word and a question mark, and the word is golems.
Oh, play it, not sell it. Yeah.
Not right now, but I am sure we'll come,
I get it.
We'll come to those in the future.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up with a couple of quick ones from the minions. Shout out to Crip for this one, and that is the first question here is: permanent minions have commonly had lower power scaling than that of temporary minions in POE1, and the question is, will this theme still be a thing in POE2 despite the lack of generating corpses versus bosses?
So effectively, the temporary minions are designed in such a way that they can make a boss fight make sense in terms of damage and everything that you can do. And the temporary minions are kind of designed in a way to make it so that when you've got your permanent ones plus also your temporary ones, then that makes sense for clearing. So this is kind of a way to have like a different situation for bosses versus non-bosses. Now there are certainly cases where you've got bosses that have minions, and then those ones you can raise temporary minions, and that effectively means that minion build will have an easier time with those fights just because like of that. Just because of that. But that's kind of okay. Like many fights don't have boss is not spawning minions, so like it's kind of not like a big deal. And also it's just fine sometimes to just have some fights where some builds are better than others, and that's okay. So effectively, yeah, the intention is that with just the permanent minions that you have, you should be well, with a couple of exceptions. There's a few ways to do a few things, but effectively with just the permanent minions you have, that should make boss combat feel correct. And it's also kind of important as well because when you've got a full suite of temporary minions, the amount of minions you can have is like absolutely outrageous. And for clearing, that's fine, but for making boss combat actually makes sense. Having the fewer number by just having only the permanent ones kind of means that like you actually get the like proper combat we're trying to have for boss fights. So yeah, I think that actually does quite work in that way, having the combination of the two.
I think he just said minions are busted.
Because that's how it felt playing at even low level. Like you had an army. It was beautiful. I will ask one last question, which is actually the most important one. We saw Blood Mage, we saw Infernalist, which seems to be like the fire-oriented minion ascendancy. But where's my Necromancer? Like, is the third ascendancy gonna be like Occult Chaos, Dot, Curse, and minions, or what are we expecting to see here?
I won't say exactly what it is, but what I will say is this. One challenge we have with the Ascendancies is we don't want it to be that if you're playing a minion character, here's the one Ascendancy, right? Like, we don't want it to be that this is always your choice. So this makes it very tricky to design, because we need to make sure that there's like something in a variety of these that you'd actually be interested in. And
I like Onyx.
so that being said, look, I think it's a cool fantasy that we want to have the sort of necromancer type thing, but I think that in order to do it, we have to make it so it's not just so obviously what you need to pick, that's the only choice. And effectively, so this is the design problem we have. So I think that effectively there's just was a shelving of like, we're having trouble solving this problem, we'll just go with these two for now, and that's kind of like the main issue. So yeah, that's effectively the design constraint we're working around with this.
Okay.
So now we are, we made it through all our main questions. We have a handful of just like, you don't have to elaborate much, just real simple ones that we put from the chat right before the start. And then, you know, thank you. We went about a half hour longer than we were planning to hold you, but we appreciate you taking the time. So I'll shoot these last ones out from the chat here. Okay, first one, strong boxes. That were shown in the review seem like you kind of get locked in almost like Rich. It takes a really long time for them to come out. So
this is another one of those I wish we could have replaced that shot things, because like afterwards we're like, god damn it, like we sped up the frickin' spawn rate on that strong box like right before we recorded that, right after we recorded that, and we didn't get a chance to reshoot it. So yes, the number of monsters that spawn from that is much faster normally. It's just that the number was incorrect in that video. So you should expect the strong boxes just to be better than that. I believe that the smoke thing, I think the smoke thing was just a mod on it, wasn't it?
It could have been. I might have missed
I think
that,
it was.
yeah.
No, but the minion pace, it was like every time I saw that when I was watching like people react and stuff, I was like, god damn it. I really wish we had a chance to reshoot that shot.
Like the monkey, yeah.
Yeah, like the monkey. Exactly.
All right, so next one here. Mouse plus analog concurrently. Like if you have an analog stick plus a mouse, can you use them both at the same time? This was somebody asking about an accessibility question.
So we plan to have it so that you can swap, like, so the UI will swap dynamically between the console version and the keyboard version. Like when you just use each controller, but right now it doesn't do that. But that's a feature that's been really requested, so we're gonna get to it. We just need to get to it after the start of EA. But maybe you weren't asking that exactly. Were you asking about analog controller?
I think they're asking, like I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you, really the accessibility. But the question particularly says they want to use the mouse and an analog stick at the same time, and I'm not sure how that would work. Yeah, I'm not familiar.
That is not something that we currently support. As I said, the thing we will support is just the ability to swap from mouse keyboard UI to controller UI. And the main reason for that, by the way, is because people are keen to be able to manage their inventory using mouse keyboard, but actually play using controller. And so that's something that we're keen to support.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Around to doing that, which shouldn't be too far into early access.
On that topic, we had another rapid fire question. That is mouse and keyboard support for consoles. Yes or no?
Not currently there, I believe. It's something that we hadn't really considered until someone asked it very recently. I suppose it could be done. I would have to check in with the console team, but yeah, I don't believe it's there currently.
All right, another really big question, which we're going to condense to a rapid fire version, and that is, we saw Ignite magnitude. Could you just, in a short term, explain what magnitude refers to?
Just a multiplayer on Ignite. So effectively, Ignite, I believe, by default, is like 25% of the hit. It does that. Oh geez, how exactly does the math work? Well, anyway, the bigger the hit, the more ignite damage you get, and then magnitude effectively allows you to scale the ignite, just a multiplier.
And this is like with poison as well. It is.
Yeah, I believe
it determines the dot.
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a few questions related to separate clients and being able to play both games at the same time. So let's say people will be able to want to play POE1 and POE2 at the same time. I'm assuming trading or something like that, you know.
They will be. You can do that. It's actually a bit weird. There might be like a few slight oddities when you do that with regard to when you change microtransactions and stuff. But it does work. It's something you can do.
Okay. Ultra wide resolution. For instance, I have a 49-inch monitor. Ultra wide resolution POE2. How's that looking?
So you can do up to. So hang on, how big are that? What's the ratio of those big ones? I believe that the widest monitor usually gets like 29 by.
It's a weird, it's a weird one.
So whatever that number is, that's the big ultra wides.
Yeah.
So we do allow you to go up to that. If you go wider than that, it'll start to add black bars. I will say though that like QA are not routinely running around with one of these, so there can be cases where you get like pop in like maybe a few cases. It should generally work, but you just might get a few visual things. Just like I've noticed cases, for example, where it's like the level is not quite big enough. So if you stand in one corner, you might see off the edge of the level very slightly. Like in a few cases, like there's a few kind of like weird things around, but in general, it works fine. You know, it's just that it's kind of not something that we've been like going out of our way to fix little art issues in when there are issues.
Sure.
As genre-defining things like minion summoners have been for the ARPG world, so is Cyclone. Spin to win. Are we going to see something like a spin to win skill in POE2 soon?
You will eventually. Just unfortunately, the exact Cyclone skill of just hold it down forever and just spin forever, we don't have in this version. It is on another class that will have that. There's quite a few other skills that involve swirling around and doing stuff though. So you know, it's not like you're not going to have things similar, things like that monk skill, which is a little bit different with the.
Wait, if Cyclone is designed on another class and we already have the warrior. Wait. What the fuck is it going on then? Duelist? Ooh, assassin. Druid spinning bear? I like the duelist answer. I didn't even think about duelist. I forgot that was a thing.
Twirling of the staff, it's sort of similar, but yeah, the true just like hold down forever and just channel spinning. That's on a different class that isn't in EA.
Okay. On another topic referring to POE1 is a spell totem. Will we see a spell totem in POE2?
You will see it. Do we have it in EA or not? I thought we did.
Wait.
Did we have it in EA or not?
Wait. He said that Cyclone is with another class. I thought skills weren't tied to the classes. Right? Skills are tied to the weapon, right? So the weapon is tied to the class? Or that weapon archetype then? They're in a class list? They're in Ascendancy skills? Oh, there are Ascendancy skills. Yeah, they do have Ascendancy skills. They're not, but for theming purposes. So that means Cyclone is probably only usable on a sword. So that means Cyclone's probably like a sword only skill. Right? Yeah, Cyclone's probably like a sword only skill. Interesting.
Well, look, you're certainly going to have it. The question is, will you have it soon? I'm actually not sure. I mean, look, it was on the skill list recently. Is it still on the skill list? Well, if you're asking, you probably isn't, right? So it's possible that it was removed from the from the Sork skill list if you didn't see it. But so it might have been cut temporarily. But look, it's been made. It's there. It's just like there must have been some issue with it if it's not there. So yeah.
Roger.
How about modifiers for maps that like brick the map, for instance, you know, reflect being eligible, elemental immunities, things like that, concepts for this for POE2?
So we do definitely have modifiers that are hard, and look, some modifiers will definitely be something that will be hard on your build. I don't think we've got reflect, but you know, there are mods that are hard. So it can happen, right? There are things like you've got to have certain things that your build can be good or bad against, I believe. It's notable though that the upsides and downsides work a bit differently, and because the upsides are prefixes and the downsides are suffixes rather than having them merged together. So that means the number of downsides that you face it will be lower because there's only going to be 3 rather than 6, and that means that each one is like a bit more sort of interesting in my opinion, as far as like, you know, like you've got that issue with mod dilution where it's like if you've got 6 things affecting you, then you barely even notice them because, well, it's not that you don't notice them, but it's like each one is not like as important.
And it's really funny, PD2 does that. It's exactly how maps are done in PD2, where like prefixes are one thing and suffixes are another thing.
because of because there's 6 of them. Whereas when there's 3, it's like the 3 downsides actually matter quite a lot. So
they took a lot.
I think it sort of
There's
changes
a
the
lot.
gameplay around that quite a bit. But
There's a
yeah,
lot.
Sure, there might be cases
There's a
where
lot of
mods can
similarities.
kind of break
It's really
your build,
interesting to see.
but try to avoid those if you can. I personally think it's interesting to be able to play around certain stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, we don't want to be as harsh as something like Reflectors, I would say.
Sure. One question that came up a few times was related to like an import-export, for instance, for skill trees. So for people can effectively copy-paste builds in there. Is this a philosophy you guys are for, against, etc.?
So there's a feature that we never actually finished for this. It's in the game client, but I think probably disabled right now. So it's something that we did plan on doing. It's just that the UI for it was kind of crap and we didn't get time to finish it. But effectively, there was going to be a thing where you could make a .build file, which would effectively be like a skill tree layout that you could import. And effectively, it would work kind of like an item filter. We could throw it in a folder, and then the client would pick it up, and then you can select with a drop down which of the builds you want, and it just shows you the layout, and you can just allocate those points. So we are planning on doing that. We just kind of haven't got around to finishing it yet. So yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
That sounds pretty cool.
Fighters rejoice across the globe. From now till the early access launch, 6th of December, we're not that many days off, 12 days if my math is right. Teasers from now till then.
Yep,
Can we
so
expect it?
there's definitely going to be teasers. The community team have got a bunch of things, or at least they'll be making them. Yep, it is scary being so close. Like the big concern that I have is obviously server stuff now. Like my big concern is like, can we make sure that the servers are going to hold up? There's a lot of interest. Just looking at the the numbers I'm seeing from like supporter pack sales and so on, like I think there's going to be a lot of people on day one. So my job now is going to be like making sure that's going to be okay. I really hope we can do that.
I think the whole interview is really good, actually.
Launch day problems. Yeah, I'm worried we're going to be setting record numbers that will, be very hard to deal with. But we'll do our best, obviously.
There's a TRQ. I don't think you should plan to play Friday. I think you should plan to log in. I think you should plan to log in. Are they going to make you buy more tabs? They have not said yet. I think you should plan to log in with the expectations to not play. You don't think they're going to be prepared? No. No, I don't. You can prepare all you want, but you can't really, like, how do you simulate like 1 million people blasting your servers at the same time, right? I think they can prepare all they want, and it's not going to be good enough. Yeah, I don't. I don't know the technicalities. Oh, why did you die? Be a lot of people queuing up. Yeah, it's I would say prepare to play or prepare to log in, but expect to not play. That's how I would put it. I would say just prepare to like just sit in queue and do other things, and I would expect the servers to crash a lot. All right. We have 4 minutes. I'm finishing this and I'm getting dinner.
I want to just real quick follow up on that. Because it sounds to me like you're almost surprised by the amount. I mean, obviously, you have a good product. You've been making a good product for a while. So you're not surprised you have a good product. But what I'm hearing is there's a lot of interest, maybe even more so than you were. Would you say this is accelerating a little bit larger than you guys originally anticipated? Or how that's got to be encouraging, right?
It is. The thing is that I guess
I agree with you, Pam.
So obviously, when we get to open, full release, right? Obviously, the numbers there are going to be ridiculous because it's free. Anyone can play it. I guess the expectation was that because this was paid entry, and also like there's just a general feeling around early access that people have, where it's like, oh, maybe I'll just wait till the release. Like there's always this kind of feeling of like, I'm gonna wait. And I guess my feeling was that because of the fact we had both that and also the and also the fact that it wasn't, like you can't get in necessarily for free. I guess I was thinking like we would probably see sort of similar numbers to what we've seen in previous PoE launches, but yeah, I mean, just the number of people buying packs and so on, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be pretty damn huge. And I mean, look, obviously that was my goal, right? I wanted it to be large, and the part of the whole thing of having so much content in early access is literally to get this result, right? So on some level, I can't be too surprised. But at the same time, you know, there's always those factors of like, you know, like I was completely certain we were going to smash it out of the park with regard to the full release. I just wasn't certain that we were going to have records on records for concurrency on early access, and so it's looking like we will. And you know, that means we have to make sure that our servers are up to the jobs. And it's not really a question of like buy more servers. I mean, we can always do that. Although even that at some level of scale becomes tricky, because you know, like you can't just turn up to Amazon and be like, hey, we need like, you know, 5,000 servers out of nowhere. Like, you know, they're like, there actually is some level of like, you know, of doing that. So we're doing that, you know, getting you that all organized, but it's also just like the back end, right? Can the back end handle it? You know, we have to write, you know, load testing stuff to kind of make sure that we can like, you know, try to simulate it, but then, you know, your simulations will never quite match reality. You never quite know, you know, will it actually work? So, you know, we're doing our best basically to try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, I think we could see a pretty significant amount of people turning up for early access. It's looking like it's going to be very popular.
Can't wait. Last rapid fire question we have right now is
they've capped the amount of Steam keys they can give away already, right? Like that's crazy. Like people are having to wait for Steam to refill keys. Like that alone is like mind blowing. Like they have to wait for Steam to regenerate keys. Like what the fuck? Yeah, there's this whole big problem right now where like yeah, there's a whole thread we looked at it earlier. There are people, and there's I think Miss Kim in here, if she's still here, literally said that she got her key, went to put it in, and the game was like, yeah, no, your key does not work. Like, sorry, you fucked up. Like, yeah, see? Like, she can't put her key in because they're waiting for Steam to give them more keys. He just said they're expecting record numbers for EA login. Dude, yeah. Oh, your key disappeared. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you just don't fucking have one. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. I'm assuming my guess is keys will be back in stock next week before early access. But yeah, as of like that's how many people. Like, that's how many people are, like, trying to get into early access. I have friends who have never played Path of Exile before, and they've bought supporter packs. That's one thing to not panic about. Yeah, they'll definitely have keys again, but, like, that just shows the magnitude of amount of people that are, like, logging in, right?
Equip gear, even though the gear piece itself makes you fulfill the attribute requirements. There's actually one more question after this, but you know what I'm talking about. Let's say you have a pair of gloves, they have 20 dex, and if you unequip, then you can't equip the skill gem or whatever, and you just switch that with another pair of glove with dexterity without that being a problem.
You can switch, you can swap them when you already meet the requirements on both. You can swap them between and that will not break anything. But currently, if you have a piece of gear that will support itself, like if you have a piece of gear where equipping it would give you enough stats to support it, unfortunately it doesn't currently let you do that. You have to find a way to get the dex first, and that is annoying. And we are planning on fixing it one day. We just haven't gotten around to it. It's just very tricky to implement. It seems like it's simple, but the problem is that to actually do it completely correctly, because there are stats that affect like that. I'm trying to think of one out of the top of my head, but it's like, if you have a stat, for example, that says something like this, that it doubles your dex, then immediately it's not just a question of like, you know, adding one and you actually have to effectively work out like, okay, what would the stats be on my character if I were to equip this thing, including all the changes that would occur from all the different mods on this thing. And then after you've done that, then it's like, well, now I've done that, a fake simulation of that. Now I need to do that for real. And so it's like, it's just a little bit tricky to actually organize doing that. So we will get to it one day because it's a feature that I'd love to have. But yeah, currently it doesn't work.
So the last rapid fire question we have, and I'll send you on out, is people were asking many times about DLSS support.
Yeah, we have that.
There you go. The answer is that question.
Yeah. One thing I will say about it though, just one detail, is that the just to get a little bit technical here, because I used to kind of do engine programming stuff. The motion vectors we have, I don't think are as high quality as some games have, and we're using one of the DLSS profiles that's kind of supposed to be okay with that. It just means that some of the motion reconstruction may not be as good as like you get in some games. I think it's pretty reasonable, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of DLSS myself anyway. Like I prefer the raw frames. I'm just that kind of guy, I guess. But yeah, we have support for it, and it works well. Like it's certainly the performance improvement that you're hoping for. It's just that the motion vectors for some things like, because I mean, we're really spell heavy, right? And so spells are like all of those alpha transparent effects. That's like the worst thing for like upscaling. That's where you have all the kind of issues. So that's kind of where you'd expect to see the kind of artifacting that you get from DLSS.
All right, well, that's it. We won't take any more of your time. We'll just take those questions and go. Thanks for going, twice the length, really, that we expected to be here, 2 hours. Got a lot of good information. Is there anything you want to throw out at the end, just because we're about to wrap? Is there anything you want to say, ask, or,
Oh, I mean, I don't know, really. I think we probably covered everything. But, I just really hope everyone enjoys the game when we release soon. I'm just really keen. And as I said, I'm sorry if the servers fall over. Like, I'm really... I really, really hope we're able to get the servers to not fall over on release day. That's just my one goal now. So, yeah. We'll do our best.
All right, cheers.
Amazing. Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And all right, everybody, that was it. I'm going to go ahead and go get you off camera here. Thank you, Jonathan, for your time.
No problem.
And
that was one hell of a long interview. You definitely can't play. Yeah, no, it's gonna be as fucked gets. Yeah, it's definitely going to be as fucked gets, without a doubt. Maybe not for long. I've never heard of that. Yeah, it's pretty fucked, man. So, things gonna be bad as last epoch. Oh yeah, I agree, without a doubt. Yep. Without a doubt. So pray, we need a new architect for servers, and only NVIDIA can deliver. Uh-oh. Maybe. It's gonna be horrible. Steam running out of adhesions is super weird because it's a little abnormal the way PoE is rolling it out. Yeah, I don't think the Steam thing's that big of a deal. So I can play when I wake up around 8 or 9 Eastern. Trade for 8 lightning facets? I don't even know what you're playing. I'm trying Javazon. Nice. This is a fun one. All right, Twitch chat. I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm starving. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll attempt to watch the Dream Core interview, and hopefully it won't take 7 hours to watch a 2-hour interview. That's the goal for tomorrow. Thank you again for all the bits, love, tips, and subs. Thank you for all the gift-arinos. Hello to all the new people who followed. You guys are awesome. And thank you for all the people that have been just chilling, man. 20 more minutes. Dude, I'm tired, man. My stalling skills are 100. Dude, I made some high runes. I'm pretty stoked, man. Got a couple of festering essences from Bale. Feels really good. But I'm gonna go make dinner. And then I'll probably hop into the Discord. So if you guys want to come shoot the shit and you see us in there, we'll be in there in a little bit. But I'm starving. I'm really hungry. I'd like to go eat something. I'd like to stand up and stretch. And that's about it. But for now, friends, thank you for everything. High fives all around. And if you haven't already today, make sure you go check out my latest YouTube video. I made a video today. It's been doing absolutely fantastic. So thank you for everybody who's watched and commented and liked and shared on it. I appreciate you guys fucking a billion out of a billion. You guys are the best. And then, yeah, man, couple more days, man. Couple more days, bro. We lying in, baby. How to play League of Legends? Nah, dude, you go farm some more high runes, man. Fuck out of here. Well, I want to try to put Paladin together or something, dude. I don't fucking know, man. I'm gonna go find dinner. All right, chat. Have a wonderful evening. So long for everyone. Say good night.